Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of What If Deku. If you enjoyed this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. Chapter 26, Exam. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Class 1A was very confused to see Ken sitting at the teacher's table. Are you perhaps in the wrong room? Ida asked. No. I'll explain later. Go take your seats first. 1B were sitting in their seats, waiting for Ken to arrive. They did not expect Aizawa to walk in at the very last second. Nizu said we're swapping homeroom lesson teachers this week. Because the two classes seem to have mingled well, he thought it would be better to swap teachers as well so we generally know everyone's quirks, fancies, that stuff. Aizawa grumbled. That makes sense. Yaoyorozu muttered. I have a feeling this is not gonna last long. Midoriya muttered, as Ken and Shinso stared at each other awkwardly, not really knowing how to interact. Can we all just tone it down for the week so we don't scare Vlad King-sensei off? Ida asked. Kirishima and Kaminari looked over at him and grinned. Nope. Okay, this is getting ridiculous. Tokage gasped. Aizawa-sensei is so scary. We too scared to make any noise whenever he falls asleep in class. Yeah. I think we made Vlad King-sensei take a few pills of aspirin when he left yesterday. Hagakure replied. We never know what to do with Aizawa-sensei. His instructions are so vague. I want Zawa. We all want Aizawa back. We're lucky it's Wednesday already. Midoriya sighed. Vlad King-sensei is nice, don't get me wrong. It's just weird. No offense taken. Take him back. Monoma groaned. We all want Vlad King-sensei back too. Aizawa-sensei is too eccentric. Vlad King-sensei has no idea what to do with all of us. You know, on the first day, he gave us all handouts of rules? Why was there a rule saying, no playing trumpets in class? Or, don't try to sneak up on Midoriya, especially when he has support gear? Or make sure that Shinso is not in the room before switching off the lights? Or, don't throw things at Bakugo? Or, no giving Tokoyami bird seed? Kaminari tried to give Tokoyami sunflower seeds, and Dark Shadow threw him out the window in indignation. Uraraka grinned. And Deku nearly kicked Suro's face off when he snuck up on him. He broke my nose. Suro whined. I said I'm sorry. Meanwhile, Ken and Aizawa were also having a similar conversation. I applaud you, Aizawa, for staying sane for so long. Ken groaned, rubbing his head. Bakugo tried to blow up Kirishima 5 times. In 10 minutes. Something is wrong with your class. They're too quiet. Aizawa grumbled. It's too unnerving to sleep. What do you mean too unnerving? They're so quiet it's like they're dead. Well, your class is a freaking riot. You have no right to say anything about my class. Kaminari shorted out twice. Todoroki roasted or froze Bakugo 10 times. Midoriya has smacked people 15 times for swearing. Tokoyami keeps repeating revelry in the dark. And Shoji is picking up random people like kittens. 6 of them at a time. Your class keeps tiptoeing around me like I'm gonna kill them any second. Also, can someone tell me why Ida keeps swinging his arms like a robot? Why do they all look at me like I'm about to expel them? And why is Hatsum sitting behind Midoriya? Why did you let Hatsum sit behind Midoriya? Nizu, can we have our normal classes back? Ken sighed. I told you they wouldn't last a week. Yamada grinned at Kiyama. I win. Also, I'd like to remind you that the examinations are in 3 weeks. Nizu smiled. Why are we having this so close to the exams? The next day, both classes were cheering as their proper, respective teachers walked into the classroom. It had taken them some time to study for the exams. Kaminari, Ashido, Suro, Aways and surprisingly, Monoma, were have trouble with the content taught in class, and they had spent a few weekends at Yaoyorozu's house in a mass study group. Even Bakugo was there, but he spent most of his time smacking Kaminari and Kirishima on the head, with everyone laughing at them. There was one weekend that Yamada wanted to bring Shinso out for something, and Midoriya went on his own to Yaoyorozu's house, but was very, very fidgety, and called Yamada every 3 hours to check on Shinso. No one blamed him or called him out for it. During those 3 weeks, Hakamata, Nishiya, and Takayama had visited, all on their own, curious to see the child and the vigilante, and Midoriya and Shinso got along with them pretty well, much to Aizawa's relief. Midoriya, once they had gotten comfortable enough, had asked them for their autograph and bombarded them with so many questions regarding their quirks that Aizawa had no choice but to restrain him. And very soon, the written exam came and went. And then, it was the practical exams. It was apparent that Midoriya was right. They were fighting the teachers. In pairs. 20 pairs, 20 fights, 20 teachers. The only pro-heroes they were aware of that they could possibly be fighting were Yagi, 13, Nizu, Aizawa, Yamada, Kayama, Snipe, Ishiyama, Inui, Maijima, Ken, and Ectoplasm. Midoriya had suggested Hakamata as being a possible candidate, seeing as he is an alumni of UA, but at that point, it was just a waiting game to see who Nizu would call in to help. The first thing they noticed was 10 heroes they had never seen in UA before. Midoriya was right about Hakamata, as he was standing there idly. He, and no one else, was expecting to see Tensei, Enigma, Moshi, Awada, Sirius, and Sorahiko. Sir Night Eye is unable to make it today. Moshi stated apologetically, he had some unexpected business today. He expresses his sincere regrets for not coming. He was interested in finding out more about him. That's all right. Nizu replied, we're just down 1 hero. We can still conduct the tests and we'll just get someone to go 2 rounds. Nizu glanced at the students, also. Welcome. We'll tell you your pairs now, and who you're fighting, and we'll be off to start. We also have some of our alumni and heroes helping out today, so be polite to them. Tetsu and Kirishima were paired together, surprisingly enough, as were Kendo and Yaoyorozu. Hatsum and Ito were together, much to the later's chagrin, and Shishida and Sato were together. Shoji and Tokage were paired together, Bondo and Hagakure, Bakugu and Todoroki, Kamikiri and Kaibara. Jiro and Fukudashi were a pair, Tokoyami and Azui, Rin and Aoyama, Ashido and Yanagi, Hananuki and Kota, Kodai and Siro, Awaze and Kuwaro, Shota and Tsuburaba, and Shiozaki and Ojiro. Then Nizu announced that Kaminari and Komori were a team, as were Uraraka and Tsunatori. Leaving Midoriya and Minoma. Please. Minoma, you're not allowed to copy quirks until you get into the arena. He grinned, and both Midoriya and Minoma's hearts sank. You were supposed to fight Sir Night Eye, but he's not here now, so we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Get out through the gate, knock the hero out or cuff them. All the teachers and pros will be wearing weights to even it out, but even then, we won't go easy on you. Midoriya was quirkless. Minoma was as good as quirkless, and they didn't even know which hero they were going to fight. This was going to be tough. Hatsum was a riot as usual. She had strapped herself and Ida full with support items, easily managing to get close to Enigma. But they had a problem. They didn't take Enigma's quirk into account, and she suddenly just expanded and blocked their path to the exit. She was so large that they couldn't even find a proper place to cuff her since the cuffs were so dead small compared to her. Hatsum solved that problem with a drill. She didn't have one when they came in, but she stripped down her gear to their bare parts, and remodeled the entire thing in record time to work in tandem with Ida's engines. She used the rest of her gear to distract Enigma, and Ida managed to tunnel through the ground in record time, just in time to get past the gate. Tetsu and Kirishima were up against Ishiyama, and they started off being idiots and trying to punch through cement wall after cement wall after cement wall. After some time though, both of them realized that they were getting absolutely nowhere, and Kirishima took a page out of Midoriya's book, and told Tetsu to keep smashing the walls as he climbed up a building, finding out where Ishiyama was, before dropping down on him like a rock. Sato and Shishida were having problems with Sirius. She was too nimble, dodging their attempts to catch her as she flipped around. They couldn't even run off for the exit because Sirius was able to know exactly where they were, from the vibrations of their footsteps, even though they tried to be quiet. In the end, they managed to get out of it by allowing Shishida go on a rampage, distracting Sirius and not letting her detect Sato as he ran, letting him run off to the exit. Kendo and Yaoyorozu were up against Aizawa. Aizawa bested them in close combat, but Yaoyorozu eventually drenched him in water the second he blinked, taking into account that their poor teacher suffered from dry eye, and Kendo clamped her arms around him, not letting him move as Yaoyorozu cuffed him. Midoriya and Shinso were laughing at Aizawa, who just looked utterly miserable in his wet jumpsuit. Uraraka and Tsunatori were up against 13, with Uraraka using 13's reluctance to hurt anyone to her advantage, and using Black Hole to increase her speed and knocking 13 out. Tokoyami and Azui were up against Ectoplasm, and eventually, Tokoyami made use of Dark Shadow's reach to cuff Ectoplasm with the cuffs that Azui had swallowed before she spat it out. Sorahiko was up against Bakugo and Todoroki. Sorahiko was just too dead fast. He was here, he was there by the time Bakugo blasted him or Todoroki fired off his fire or ice, he was gone, and then popped out of nowhere to kick them in the back. But he did start tiring after 15 minutes, from all the weights he had on him, while Todoroki eventually set Bakugo on fire, upon the blonde's request, allowing him to build up a dangerous amount of sweat, before he combusted, blasting Sorahiko away while Todoroki defended himself with his ice, before he skied to the gate before either of them could recover, dragging Bakugo behind him, iced over to cool him down, but grumbling over how he wanted to embarrass Bakugo in front of everyone. Shoji and Tokage were up against Yagi. Shoji was in no way physically stronger than Yagi, and the sheer force of Yagi's punches were able to knock Tokage away, whether she had split into parts or not. But it was surprisingly easy to get past Yagi, though once they managed to figure it out. It did take a lot of time, though, when Shoji tried his best to restrain Yagi when Tokage shot past him in many smaller parts. Yagi had broken free and punched Shoji into a wall, before another punch blasted Tokage away from the gate. She was sent sprawling, reforming herself in pain, but Shoji had managed to get up and pounced on Yagi again, accidentally hitting his old injury from his previous battle with all for one a tad bit too hard, giving Tokage enough of an opening to dash past the gate, just in time. Yagi got berated by Shizenji, even thought it wasn't really his fault, with Tokage and Shoji just being confused the entire time. Kamikiri and Kaibara were up against Maijima. Kaibara's drill quirk was no match for Maijima when it came to drilling and tunneling, and they were having a ridiculously hard time getting to the gate when holes on the ground kept opening up beneath their feet. They ended up trapped in one of the holes, and down beneath the ground, it was a freaking maze. Kamikiri eventually used his blades to ensure that Kaibara was drilling in the right direction towards the exit, and they managed to get out just in time. Jiro and Fukudashi were battling Yamada. And it was going horribly, with Yamada rendering Fukudashi's quirk useless, and making Jiro's sensitive ears bleed from the sheer intensity of his voice. Until Jiro got desperate and blared her heartbeat through the concrete ground, vibrating the entire area and, as if by sheer luck, loosening a few screws and causing support beam to drop on the trio. Yamada was able to evade them, but Fukudashi blasted the beams at Yamada with a few booms, and Jiro made her way through the gate. Ojiro and Shiozaki were against Tensei. Shiozaki was unable to keep up with Tensei, and while Ojiro had fought Ida before, Tensei's punches were much more powerful, considering he was older, stronger, and his engines were on his arms. Until Tensei overexerted himself and used to the ridiculously weights and tripped over Shiozaki's vines by accident, allowing her to cuff him easily. Moshi was against Hananuki and Kota. Centipedes naturally burrow into the ground, so Hananuki's quirk was pretty useless, and Kota had a fear of bugs. So that was not of any use. And because it's a quirk and Moshi is still a human, at least mentally, Kota's quirk wouldn't even work on him, assuming he had the courage to try anyways. But it somehow ended up with Moshi chasing Kota around as the younger screeched and ran in fear, before Hananuki suddenly made the ground softer, and before either of them could react, both of them sunk into the ground and Hananuki was able to cuff Moshi while underground. Bondo and Hagakure were up against Snipe, and they were having a horrible time. Bondo was using his quirk to catch Snipe's bullets, but with Hagakure without her gloves and completely naked and invisible, he was still weirded out by that. He had no idea where she was and couldn't carelessly spread his glue about unless he wanted to restrain her by accident. They ended up making it through, with Bondo moving around and distracting Snipe, letting Hagakure get in close to cuff him. Aways and Kurwaro had to battle Nizu. Nizu had ended up knocking over buildings, supports, pipes, and a lot of other things over, forcing both boys to keep on running and hiding before they were crushed by the falling rubble, courtesy of Nizu and his wrecking ball on a crane. But Nizu were merely whistling as he waited in his crane, for Kurwaro to use his quirk. Knocking everything down gave the boy a lot of blackened shadows to meld with, and he just pushed his level as he sipped on a cup of tea, cackling to himself. Kurwaro did eventually figure it out, and Aways used his quirk to constantly meld everything together so Nizu couldn't smash them apart so easily with his wrecking ball. Shota and Tsuburaba were against Kayama. They were having trouble getting close to her, and she had filled the area near the gate with her sleeping gas so they couldn't pass. Tsuburaba eventually made a small air barrier and managed to compress it. With a double impact dead kick from Shota, they managed to blast all the sleeping gas away and stun Kayama long enough for Shota to get in close with a few double impact propelled steps and cuff her. Kaminari and Komori were up against Iwata. Her bubbles were easily able to catch Komori's spores, and she used them to defend herself from Kaminari's electricity. But Komori and Kaminari ended up working together, using the spores to allow the electricity to arc and jump, avoiding the bubbles. Iwata dodged the electricity, but her weights suddenly felt really, really heavy. Nizu, please, stop. And she lost her balance, giving Kaminari and Komori the opportunity to jump her. Hakamata, albeit reluctantly, fought Kodai and Shiro. But he was unused to the weights that kept changing, becoming heavier, lighter, then heavier again. Nizu stop. Well, all the teachers were, but he had much heavier weights, much like Sorahiko had, and ended up tired way faster than the others. He swore Nizu did it just for sheets and giggles. He still fought valiantly, managing to trap Kodai and Shiro in his threads even as he was tangled in Shiro's tape. Kodai had quickly increased the size of the threads, loosening them around her, before she slipped free and ran towards him. In his surprise, he shot his hand out to tangle her in more threads, but his weights suddenly became ridiculously heavy and Shiro pulled his arm away with tape, letting Kodai cuff him by enlarging the cuffs and sticking it on his outstretched arm. Ken was against Ishido and Yanagi, and apparently, getting around floating acid was easier said than done. Yanagi was having trouble controlling the liquid, but it was a great counter against Ken's blood as he tried to shoot them down. Ishido and Yanagi just intercepted them with acid, and pressed him back. Yanagi wasn't able to levitate him on her own, but with Ishido's help, they managed to lighten him enough and toss him away, before making a break for the gate. Inui was against Rin and Aoyama, as the laser user continuously fired off laser after laser, forcing Inui to dodge. They tried to hide in the forest, but Inui's sense of smell was much better than a normal human's, and he was able to hunt them down. But his sense of sight was also much more sensitive to sudden changes in light, and a stray laser blinded him, allowing Rin to hammer at him. Inui put up a good fight while blinded, his sense of hearing and sense of smell good enough, but Rin kept him occupied enough for Aoyama to fire himself past the gate, albeit with a humongous stomach ache. Really, Nizu? Hakamata sighed. Did you have to make the weights so heavy? And you kept messing with its weight? Mine suddenly became heavier in the middle. Moshi said. Sorahiko was just lecturing Yagi, much to the amusement of the other students, but Midoriya and Monoma were still worried. They still didn't know who they were fighting. Notes: https://discord.gg/pgwttv7. Really random Discord server XD. We have voting, memes, games. Also spoilers XD. Chapter 27. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. So, who are we gonna fight? Midoriya hesitantly asked. He really didn't want to go up against Yamada. Or Kayama. Oh gods. Yagi? Yagi would be the worst choice. The number one hero, versus a quirkless person, and with a quirk that Monoma couldn't copy effectively due to its stockpiling nature. That would literally be two functionally, well, one literally, quirkless people up against the strongest hero who had the power of 8 people in total, maybe? And possibly 6 other quirks? Nizu wouldn't do that, would he? Was he sadistic enough to do that? At the very least, he would let Monoma copy some of the other people's quirks beforehand. That would be a literal beatdown. So, who is fighting them? Yamada asked. All the teachers were equally lost. It was supposed to be Sir Night Eye. But then he couldn't come, according to Nizu. Moshi replied. So really? I don't know. Sir said he was looking forward to this, seeing as Midoriya was the vigilante? And Quirkless? Well, Aizawa would be a good choice. Monoma is functionally quirkless, and Aizawa's quirk won't be effective on any of them. Just a full-on quirkless fight. Snipes said. But that's not fair to Monoma. Kiyama sighed. Ecto is a good choice. Just fighting many at the same time is a good challenge for those two. Maybe Genist? Wait, what kind of support gear does Midoriya have? Aizawa. Just a lot of knives and blades as far as I know. No plasma cutters, luckily. He wanted to build one before he and Hatsum were kicked out. Maijima replied. Nizu was looking at his phone before he pocketed it. Shinso was sitting in Midoriya's lap as he sat on the ground, muttering out different heroes and how they could possibly take them down. Monoma was also at a loss, and everyone else was looking at them in pity for being so stressed out by Nizu and the other teachers who had also gotten into groups to brainstorm. Alright, I have decided. Nizu spoke up. You will be fighting. And sorry I'm late. The doors burst open, revealing a winged figure. Aizawa sighed. So, I got the call but I was beating someone up so I didn't listen and I thought there was another fight but apparently not so I just came over here. Hawks grinned proudly. Hawks? The number 3 hero? Midoriya screeched, and Monoma was at a loss. How? But, what? So, these are the two. Nizu walked over to Hawks, telling him stuff that neither Midoriya nor Monoma heard because they were too busy panicking internally. Hey, can you copy his quirk if you touch his feathers? Or must you touch him? I don't know. I'll need to try. Hatsum, do you have your tools? Midoriya yelled, worry evident in his voice. Yep. What do you need, Mido? Just pass it over. Midoriya promptly took his bracers off, and after catching the stuff Hatsum threw in his direction, he started fiddling with his gear. Hawks is an aerial fighter. We can't match his speed, but he needs space to use his wings. His feathers can attack. Electricity. Ranged attack. Nets? But he's too fast, but we can use his momentum against him and... Pass me the screwdriver. Monoma just grabbed said tool, passing it over wordlessly as he tried to figure out how to beat Hawks as well. I'll give you 5 minutes. And Hawks won't be wearing any weights because we don't have any that fit him. That literally makes no sense. Midoriya screeched as Shinso held 2 metal plates together as he screwed them together. The weights are adjustable. Midoriya and Monoma were let into the compound, and they were both silent, tensed up, waiting for Hawks to appear out of nowhere. They were listening out for the swish of the wind, the ruffle of feathers, anything to hint that Hawks was anywhere. They carefully made their way through the compound, in the direction of the gate, when suddenly, Midoriya pulled Monoma back. I wanted to surprise you. No matter. Hawks grinned, flying upwards as Midoriya tried to tackle him. Midoriya landed in a roll, whirling around midway, before aiming his bracers at Hawks before firing off a few blades. Hawks dodged them, before swooping down on Monoma, but Monoma managed to dodge in time, barely. He nicked Hawks' hand, and tensed up as he felt the familiar sensation of a borrowed quirk course through his veins. He remembered the plan. Getting to copy Hawks' quirk was a huge part of most of their 20 or so plans, and he was not about to reveal his own quirk and mess it up. They were lucky they managed to copy it so early in the fight. Midoriya was right about a lot of things though. Hawks' happy-go-lucky personality, the high probability he didn't know Midoriya's other persona, or Monoma's quirk, all of that was taken into account. They had a way to beat Hawks, but first they needed to ground him. Hawks shot feathers at Midoriya, but Midoriya jumped to the side, and leapt off a wall, forcing Hawks to fly even higher. Monoma! Go! He yelled as he ripped a knife out of its holder. Wait, I know you! Hawks said in realization. The fighting style, those green eyes, the blades, the way he held it. He flew closer to the ground. Akatani. I saw you in that building. Oh yeah? Midoriya growled. Monoma had already moved in the direction of the gate. Once Hawks was out of sight, he would activate the quirk and blast towards the gate, letting Midoriya distract Hawks while he did so. So, how you doing, kiddo? You weren't looking too hot the last time I saw ya. Hawks grinned. I'm fine now. Midoriya groaned. He knew Hawks wanted to meet, Aizawa already mentioned that, but now. Having this talk now. I can see that. Hawks replied, getting closer to the ground. You're adorable. You and the kid. I'm not. He replied indignantly. And leave Toshi alone. Nah. Hawks grinned, pulling out 2 long feathers and holding them out like knives. He charged at Midoriya, and Midoriya dodged and kicked off a wall to get above him. He embedded the blades on his shoes into the wall, using that as a grounding point for him to jump off the wall, over Hawks, before flipping over and firing a few more blades that were sparking with electricity. Hawks swerved to avoid them, until he was slammed into by Midoriya, who pressed his hands that were somehow glowing with electricity onto his wings, causing him to lose control over his wings and the feathers that were detached. They were sent tumbling onto the ground. Get off me, brat! Hawks hissed, pushing himself up. He shook himself, feeling a numb feeling coming from his wings. It would take some time for them to recover. Hawks stepped back, trying to avoid a slash by Midoriya. So, who are you living with? He asked, trying to distract the boy. Aizawa-sensei. Why? Wait, he already has custody over you? Why does that even matter? Midoriya, Izuku and Monoma Nito have passed the exam. Please head over to the observation room. Shinso was being held in Aizawa's arms, after getting dry, as he grinned at the screen, watching Midoriya and Hawks fight. Monoma, another person he liked more than the others, had sprouted wings and was flying towards the exit, and he cheered when he passed the gate. The screens went off, and Shinso giggled, leaning down to reach for Nizu's tail as it swished about. Hitoshi, no. Aizawa tried to pull Shinso away. Stop trying to grab the principal's tail. But it moves. It's all right, Aizawa. He's not hurting me anyways. Nizu smiled, turning around and letting Shinso pat his head. Zuzu is fluffy. And it was things like this that reminded Aizawa that Shinso was still a child. No matter how much he had been through, he just a kid, a toddler. Just a 6-year-old. He was smart, sure, mature, yes, but he was still easily distracted, like any other kid his age should be. And liked fuzzy animals, like cats. And apparently Nizu. But you're too much of a handful for anyone. Everyone turned to the door that led to the compound the last fight was held. Exactly. What makes you think you can even handle me? I'm really fast? So? Ingenium is really fast too. Hawks was picking Midoriya up by the collar as he carried him into the room, Monoma walking behind them looking totally lost. Midoriya was struggling, but they all know he wasn't really trying, or he probably would have broken Hawks' wrist by now. Sensei, tell him to stop harassing me. Hawks then stomped up to Aizawa, and by that time, Tensei, fearing for the chaos between the obviously protective Aizawa and the number 3 hero, started shooing all the students out of the room with Snipe and Kiyama's help. But the ensuing argument was very easily heard. Excuse me? What makes you think you even have the right to take custody over him? I'm the number 3 hero? And how old are you even? 22. It was ridiculously funny to look at them, and Nizu just had this grin on his face as he watched Aizawa, with Shinso in his arms and Hawks, holding Midoriya like a kitten, argue. You knew this would happen. Hakamata sighed, shaking his head. Why do I even bother? Shinso and Midoriya just watched the argument, not knowing how to intervene. Midoriya looked at Monoma pleadingly for help, but Monoma looked equally confused, dazed, and wide-eyed as the both of them. It looks like it's going to escalate into a fight. Ectoplasm grumbled, making 2 more clones of himself in case he had to restrain the 2 heroes. Just watch. Nizu still had that giant sheet-eating grin plastered all over his furry face. Bed. No fight. Shinso was in arm's reach of Hawks, due to Aizawa carrying him, and used that to tap Hawks on the nose, distracting both him and Aizawa. Fighting is bad. Until he caught sight of Hawks' wings, and his eyes lit up at the sight of the fluffy red feathers. It was eventually resolved in a compromise, with Aizawa unofficially adopting Hawks as he watched the number 3 hero sit on the ground with Shinso playing with his feathers, and Midoriya peering at a feather curiously as he bombarded the wing hero with question after question. The news that they all passed was music to their ears. The camp all of them were going. But then there was a major problem. Moss. They needed to get stuff for the camp. Insect repellent, sunblock, and probably shoes. But the last time he had been to a mall was with Aizawa, Kayama, and Yamada. And the time before that, he didn't even remember. He did remember trying to get clothes for Shinso, but he just ended up altering his old clothes that were way too small for him. And he was supposed to go with his friends? Sensei, please, can I not go to the mall? Midoriya was practically begging. Look, if it comforts you, I'll be tagging along. Inconspicuously, of course. Yamada sighed, but going shopping is a normal thing. We all know that you've been deprived of little comforts like this. Shopping is a very natural thing to do, and I think you should make the most of this and try to hang out. Be a normal teenager. But, Izuku, Aizawa spoke up, stop worrying. It's just a mall. Everything will be fine. Just relax for once. Of course, everything was not fine. It was never fine. He was a trouble magnet. He had grouped up with Monoma, Kendo, Uraraka, Ida, Todoroki and Aways, but most of them had ended up forming their own groups and wandering off. Shinso was with Yamada, somewhere in the mall, while Aizawa finished some paperwork. He went to the bathroom for a few minutes, and what did he see coming out? Shigaraki, with his fingers around Monoma's neck. Granted, he hadn't even met the villain before. But even though he no longer patrolled, the information ingrained in his head couldn't be removed so easily. Shigaraki Tamura, man-child leader of the League of Villains. Responsible for the USJ attack, and probably those Nomus at Hosu. Worked with, or probably works under, All For One, the villain with the ability to steal quirks. Yagi didn't have a successor yet, but they somehow agreed that he was probably the best person to go up against All For One. After all, he was quirkless. He didn't have anything to lose if he did end up meeting that 200-year-old villain. One For All was cunning, lying in the shadows, but Shigaraki? Midoriya didn't know what he wanted, but Shigaraki merely grinned at him before disappearing into the crowd. Monoma slumped against the wall, breathing heavily. Midoriya immediately went up to him, patting him on the back. You okay, Monoma? It's DMN. So that's what it's like. Tough. What? Being up. Yes. A real villain. Monoma, are you okay? Midoriya didn't understand. Do you want to sit down for a second? Actually. Yeah. Monoma wasn't expecting a hand to clamp around his throat. His breath hitched, and the man who grabbed his neck snickered. Calm down. I don't mean to do anything. I just want to ask a question, since I saw you hanging out with the Midoriya boy. Also, you don't want anyone else to panic. Or maybe die, do you? What do you want? Stain's ideals are being broadcasted everywhere, despite the fact he was beaten by a high school student. All he did was make some kind of speech after he was cuffed and chained and being dragged into a police van to be transported to Tartarus. Why weren't the Nomus effective then? They caused more havoc than the hero killer ever did, they destroyed buildings, but we, the League of Villains, ended up as the side story. Why are Midoriya and Stain the main thing now? Monoma really wanted to be snarky, but after knowing that he was the one that set those demed creatures all over Hosu, he didn't want to risk messing up. Stain's ideals are clear. He tried to remain calm, he wants a better society, and to do that, he killed heroes he deemed unworthy. He has the power to back it up, and he is respected for sticking to his ideals, even if they are wrong. Midoriya is strong, being a prominent figure in both the sports festival and then beating Stain. Because no one knows his quirk, since it hasn't even been seen before, it kind of sends a message in a way that quirks may not be as important as we think they are. All I know about you is that you seem to want endless destruction just for the fun of it. Shigaraki fell silent, and Monoma was really hoping whatever he said would satisfy the villain so that he and everyone else could live to see another day. You know, that's why you're all so irritating. Midoriya, Stain. It's all too similar to All Might. To create a world without All Might, and cause enough destruction to show them all how fragile their justice really is. That's my conviction. Everyone smiles, everyone is so happy because of All Might. Because they think he's infallible. I will bring him down and show him just how infallible their hero is. Monoma was silent the entire time as Midoriya dragged him to a nearby cafe, until Midoriya poked him on the shoulder and asked what he wanted. They eventually settled down with a soda each, Midoriya sipping his drink curiously. Never had a soda before? Yeah. I just drank water. Or coffee. Or energy drinks. This is actually nice. Monoma just remained quiet. That was Shigaraki Tamura. Did you see him often? As your other persona? No. I was lucky enough to not meet him. My fighting style is mostly close combat. I wouldn't want to fight him, given his quirk. You felt him clamp his fingers around your neck, right? Notice how he only used 4 fingers. Monoma tried to recall, but his brain was not retaining the information, and he shook his head. Figures. His quirk is like Uraraka's or Koda's. All 5 fingers need to make contact for activation. Midoriya held his hand out to show Monoma what he meant. He usually holds his pinky out so he won't disintegrate stuff. Wait, Monoma was still trying to reel his head around being a finger's touch away from being a pile of dust on the ground, while trying to process the information that the borrowed quirk from the contact gave him. Never mind. I know what you mean. You're taking this awfully calmly. I guess. You know what you're doing. And he touched my neck. I copied the quirk by accident out of shock. So I kinda know what you were talking about. Monoma just forced himself to not hold anything as he activated it, letting the 4 minutes tick by as they sat in silence. I'm just gonna file a report. Midoriya ended up going with him, before going home with Yamada and Shinso and screeching, "I told you so," at Aizawa. Notes. https://discord.gg/pgwttv7. Really random Discord server XD. We have voting, memes, games. Also spoilers XD. Chapter 28, Waterworks. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. The bus ride to the camp was mundane at best and uneventful. Kaminari could not sing for the life of him. Who told him he could? And was that a Japanese song or was it English? He could not tell for the life of him. Or maybe Midoriya was just grouchy because he hadn't slept a wink in the past few days. He managed to hide it from his classmates, but Shinso knew after the first day he went more than 24 hours without sleeping. Aizawa found out after 3 days. And it wasn't like he didn't want to sleep. He was tired. He knew he should be resting. Hekizawa, Yamada, and even Ida were reinforcing that all the time. But he just had a bad feeling about this camp. A weird flame in his stomach, churning weakly. It didn't affect him at all, physically, but it left him wondering just what the heck was going to happen. But just in case, he had made a lot, more throwing knives, a ton of the bladed ammo he used in his bracers, and who knew where they were all hidden in his school uniform, bags, his secret compartments in his bag, and in his shoes. He was supposed to be sitting with Todoroki, and Shinso was sitting with Aizawa up front. But Midoriya was just unable to calm down at all. Todoroki had asked him in concern, but he just brushed him off. He tried to sleep, turning one way then the other, but no matter how tired he was, how much he wanted to just push the pounding in his head that always came with not sleeping away, he couldn't do it. He just grabbed the energy drink from his bottle and chugged it like an alcoholic drinking after years of abstinence. He wasn't going to let something like having no energy affect his performance in class. They eventually made a stop at some cliff, and Midoriya was just looking around for any traps. Aizawa couldn't have made them, but it was just illogical to stop in the middle of nowhere, even if it was to stretch their limbs. Plus, 1B wasn't even here, so there was definitely something wrong with that. Midoriya stretched, twisting his head, sighing when he heard the popping of his joints on his shoulders, hands, and neck. The doors of black car that was parked next to their bus popped open. Long time no see, Eraserhead. The wild pussycats? Midoriya asked, before he looked at a boy who was too young to even be a hero. He looked about Shinso's age, if his height meant anything, and Shinso was also looking at him in curiosity. Eraser? I had no idea you had a kid. Sachikawa laughed, walking over to the tired hero and getting a better look at Shinso. Finally got a girl? He's adopted. Aizawa grumbled, holding Shinso tighter to his chest, before turning to look at the students who were scattered around their rest stop, looking at the pussycats curiously. Aizawa just sighed, before saying, "These are the heroes that will be working with us over the course of this training camp. They're a 4-person agency hero team that set up a joint agency. They're a veteran team that specializes in mountain rescues." Midoriya grinned, before he pointed down the cliff to the stretch of forest below. "You guys own the land here, right?" "Yup," Sosaki affirmed. "You'll be staying at the foot of that mountain." Upon the mention of that word, Midoriya realized what they were all standing on. Dirt, rocks, pebbles, soil. And then he realized what Sachikawa's quirk was. And the very point of why they were stopping here. Sachikawa had disappeared, but Midoriya had caught sight of her perching on top of the bus. He turned his attention away from her, and focused his gaze on the black-haired child who stood silently, aloof. "It's 9:30 in the morning. If you're fast, maybe around noon?" Sosaki's claws glinted as she licked her lips, and Kirishima yelped, "Not good. Let's get back. Back to the bus." Ashido screamed, and all the students made a mad dash to the bus. "Kittens who don't make it back by 12:30 don't get lunch." She grinned. "I knew it." Midoriya grumbled as he swung his foot into Sachikawa's fist before it made contact with the ground, stopping her initial ambush on the class. Sosaki leapt at him, forcing him off Sachikawa, and the hero used that chance to smash her fist into the ground, setting off an avalanche of rocks and dirt that managed to sweep everyone off their feet and into the forest below. "This is private land, so feel free to use your quirks as you see fit." Sachikawa grinned, yelling down the cliff, and Midoriya looked at Aizawa with a betrayed expression. "You planned this?" he accused. "Dad, I thought better of you." What? "You better take care of Hitoshi, or else, after I smash these earth monsters to a pulp, you're next." Midoriya yelled, sticking his tongue out at Aizawa as he leapt down the cliff after his classmates, much to the confusion of the two heroes and the black-haired child. There was silence, until Sachikawa asked, "How did he know about the earth monsters?" "That was supposed to be a surprise." "What are these things?" Kaminari screeched as he ran from one of the earthen beasts. Midoriya leapt off the cliff and landed on the beast with a solid thud, before digging out his newer, longer knives out of their sheaths in hidden compartments he had sewn into his breaths specifically for this, and cleaved off the beast's head. "Phew. Thanks." Uraraka had gotten knocked to the ground trying to protect Ida from a particularly nasty slash, and had gotten her arm cut in the process. Blood dripped from her arm, and Midoriya hissed. He quickly smashed the beast to bits, and promptly yanked his tie off, wrapping it around Uraraka's arm tightly. "Guys, gather in a group, don't get separated from each other," Midoriya yelled, still putting pressure on Uraraka's arm. "Jiro, Shoji, take the front. You guys have the best hearing, try to head in that direction. The camp is there." He pointed away from the cliff, and Jiro plugged her earlobes into the ground as Shoji transformed his extra ears into limbs. "Gotcha." "There's a man yelling. I think someone called him Tiger?" "Yep." "Another member of the Pussycats?" Midoriya nodded. "These things are made from Pixie Bob's quirk. They're not animals, sorry Kota. They're strong, but their weak spots are the joints. Like the robots from the entrance exam. Unless you're a heavy hitter or fast, stay with the group." Bakugo ended up at the back with Todoroki. Neither of them liked it, but it made sense. Bakugo blew them up and Todoroki froze them, but it left way too much debris in the way and they risked hitting the other students. Siro was busy wrangling the flying earth monsters with the help of Ashido. Ashido could cripple them with her acid, and Siro just tied them together, and with Sato and Kota's help, used them to smash other earth beasts up. Jiro and Shoji were busy making sure they were going the right way, cutting straight through the forest in a beeline for the camp. Azui was perched on Shoji's shoulders, tossing earth beasts away, and Shoji himself was multitasking between fighting, listening, and looking out for more danger. Kaminari was wielding a makeshift version of his support item. Midoriya had a part in designing it, and was able to briefly describe the basics of how the support item was supposed to help him aim, while Yaoyorozu produced the item out of her back, ripping the uniform in the process. She quickly ripped a metal pole out of her arm, smacking another monster in the face, and then she pulled a freaking machine gun out of her stomach and started raining bullets down the monsters. Midoriya was fending off more beasts, but while he had more stamina, his fighting style forced him to get in close with the beasts, and his uniform was starting to show where the beasts had tried to bite or slice him. "Watch out!" Jiro yelled, as another beast literally popped out from under their feet, catching Shoji off guard and causing him to slam into Yaoyorozu. She yelped, losing hold of her weapon, when another emerged from right under her and caught her in its grasp. Midoriya screeched and slammed into the monster, but the monster had left its mark before it crumbled back into dust. A long, nasty gash was left on Yaoyorozu's leg, and Midoriya hissed. Shoji had caught her, but was unsure of what to do next. Midoriya quickly grabbed the small bottle of rubbing alcohol he kept in a small, hidden compartment of his jacket, and ripped off another portion of his uniform, dumping the contents out. He pressed the cloth against Yaoyorozu's leg, and grumbled internally as she hissed in pain. Why earth of all things? Bacteria, insects, all sorts of unhygienic and dirty things lurked, and in such a large wound. Midoriya promptly tore his jacket off, tying it around Yaoyorozu's leg tightly. He jumped to the ground, and carefully took Yaoyorozu from Shoji's arms. Normally, if it was a broken foot or bone, he wouldn't suggest carrying anyone due to all the running and jumping he would be doing. But it was just a flesh wound, a rather deep one at that, but nothing major. And they needed their powerhouses to be running at full power. He quickly put his arms under Yaoyorozu's thighs, and she weakly wrapped her arms around his neck, before he started running, keeping pace with the group, with Yaoyorozu occasionally loosening her grip to make more weapons and items the others needed and passing it to them. They found Ken and Aizawa talking about something or another, one bee standing next to them patiently. "Hey, you guys finally made it." Kendo waved. "We were all screeching when your teacher told us he threw you down a cliff, and..." "Midoriya?" The students turned to Midoriya, the 1A students still way too tired and too confused to figure out what was going on. Then it clicked. All the students knew that Midoriya was strong. He had shown them time again and again that he was perfectly capable of holding himself in a fight. They were not expecting him to be so ripped. His uniform was singed and pretty much in tatters, from dodging boulders, trees, claws, and the very occasional accidental friendly fire. His tie was wrapped around Uraraka's arm, and was that his school jacket wrapped around Yaoyorozu's leg? His muscles were showing, his scars standing out against his pale skin. He carefully helped Yaoyorozu off his back, and they could all see his muscles flex as he did so. "Holy! That's so manly!" Tetsu gasped. "Aizu!" Shinso grinned, breaking the silence, dragging a very, very unwilling Kota behind him. "I'm adopting him." "Hey! I didn't agree to this." Kota protested, but Shinso merely ignored him and pushed him at Midoriya. "Kota, say hi to Izuku. I don't want to be friends with hero wannabes." Sasaki just laughed as Kota tried to shove Shinso away, but it was obvious that he was already loosening up around the other child. "Hey, Toshi, you do know some people don't want to be adopted, right? You can't just force him," Midoriya said, looking at Kota's confused expression. "To be fair, I didn't want to be taken in when you first found me." "Hypocrite." Shinso huffed, puffing his cheeks out and crossing his arms. "And you still did." Kaminari, Ashido and Siro had fallen to the ground in exhaustion and laughter at Midoriya's bewildered expression that Shinso was talking back. "You were like 1 year old. I couldn't just leave you there. And he's 6. Same age. No difference." Shinso grinned. Midoriya looked at Kota weirdly. He didn't notice it before when Tsuchikawa knocked them off the cliff into the forest, but now that he had a good look at Kota properly, he looked familiar. But he couldn't put his finger on it. "Have I met you before?" Midoriya asked. "You seem familiar." "I doubt it," Sasaki sighed, energy seeping out of her. "You were probably thinking of his parents. Water hose?" "Water hose?" Midoriya let out a strangled gasp. his brain desperately reaching out for his memories of the water-based hero team. He was just 12. He wasn't ready to take on all the high-class villains, but he was able to take down a few of the lesser villains. His elementary school was having a 2-day trip, but he wasn't allowed to go due to him being quirkless. He didn't want to go due to Shinso, anyways, but he had the whole day to himself. Shinso's school was having a field trip, and he did make the owner promise up and down to never let Shinso out of his sight at all. Shinso was excited for it. So while Midoriya wanted to explore a bit more, he couldn't go too far. So he had decided to visit one of the villages on the outskirts of Tokyo. It only took him 2 hours to get there by hitching rides on trains. He had 5 or 6 hours to spare, to explore the area, to maybe figure out how it was so peaceful and quiet, yet so bustling with activity at the same time, before he had to head back to pick his little brother up. His hood was down, and he was just wandering around when a loud scream pierced his ears. He immediately flipped his hood on, fishing his mask out of his pocket and putting it on, before he climbed up to the rooftop to figure out what was going on. Muscular. Midoriya hissed. He was in no way strong enough to take him down. He could see Water Hose, a team he had encountered before, pushing past all the screaming people, trying to get to Muscular. They were really nice. They were one of the few heroes that knew he didn't have an ideal quirk, yet still encouraged him to shoot for his dreams. To be fair, they didn't know he was a vigilante. He made his way towards the battle, dialing for an ambulance and pretty much every other hero agency to send help to take down Muscular. Water Hose could control water, but water wasn't going to be very helpful against him. But the Water Hose duo was severely underpowered. By the time he got there, which only took a few minutes, Muscular had already broke Karai Izumi's spine, leaving her lying helplessly on the ground in a pool of her own blood. He couldn't see her face, for she was lying face down, and he could hear faint gurgling sounds from her direction. Mikai Izumi lay in Muscular's grasp, his ribcage crushed from the sheer strength of the villain. Blood was seeping through Muscular's fingers, slowly, dripping down, dyeing the ground crimson. In a rage, he had leapt forward, slashing at Muscular. It was enough to shock the villain into letting him go, but not enough to injure him. He did notice that Muscular was missing an eye, though, and the socket was bleeding. He hissed, dodging a hit from Muscular, before the villain had tensed up. They felt the ground rippling, and Midoriya immediately jumped aside as a creature made of rocks busted out of the ground. "We got a call. What's going? Hey. Who are you?" "Wait." He heard Sachikawa yell, but he didn't stick around to listen to her berate him, or to continue fighting Muscular. Midoriya quickly turned around and ran, leaping up to the roof, scampering off to the train station. He couldn't stand it. He had failed. Karai and Mikai wouldn't be able to be heroes anymore even if they survived their injuries. Didn't they mention before that they had a kid around Shinso's age? Midoriya swore to himself. He couldn't fail again. One kid was now orphaned because he was too slow, because he wasn't strong enough. That night, as he checked the news with Shinso sitting in his lap, an article caught his eye. Hero News. Water Hose duo found dead after fight with Muscular. They were brutally beaten by the villain, and an image of the dead duo was shown on screen, though heavily censored, but Midoriya still slammed his computer shut. Shinso didn't need to see something like that. He didn't need to see that scene again. His heart clenched for Water Hose, for himself, for the poor kid who was left orphaned and stranded on his own. "I am so sorry," he gasped, looking down at Kota, who was looking at him confused. "What the hell are you talking about?" Kota snapped. "I'm sorry. This is my fault. I couldn't. I was there and I—" "What do you mean your fault? And you were there? You couldn't have been there. The only other person there was a guy in a green hoodie who we deduced was Akatani and—" "Wait, you're Akatani?" Sasaki was taken aback, her eyes widening. Midoriya fell on his knees and pulled Kota in for a hug. "I'm so sorry, Kota. This shouldn't have happened. Not to them, not to you." And for the first time, Kota didn't push him away. Because this was the first time someone ever said sorry to him. For losing his parents. Everyone else just said that he should be proud to have heroes as parents, that they were doing their jobs, praising them like heroes were gods. No one stopped to think about how he felt as a 3-year-old orphan who had just lost the two most important people in the world. Stupid Deku. Emotional sheet. Bakugo grumbled, but he knew that it was just Midoriya. His dad didn't want him, his mom didn't care for him. All he had was Shinso, and in a weird way, him, until he got into it. Thinking that he was the cause of Kota's parents' death was going to be harder on him than on anyone else in his place. Okay guys, go grab your stuff and see the rooms. We'll have dinner in 2 hours, so get moving, Aizawa announced, and everyone listened immediately to give the teenager and Kota some space. Kota just stood there, letting Midoriya hug him, trying to rub the tears that were welling in his eyes away. Notes. Big shout out to Empath, my kid and my new beta reader, for helping me eliminate silly mistakes, typos and grammar. https://archivoforum.org/user/empath3t1c/sud/empath3t1c. Also, Discord server. We have mini games, some spoilers, and a lot of random stuff in here. https://discord.gg/pgwttv7. Chapter 29. Training. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Kota had literally been dragged to the table by Shinso, and Shinso was sitting between him and Midoriya. Neither of them said a thing, looking at each other awkwardly as they ate. Midoriya's appetite had improved, not by much, but it was a lot better since the time they were taken in by Aizawa. Monoma sat opposite Midoriya, Kendo next to him, and beside her, Kota. Kota's eyes were slightly red and puffy, and he was just staring at his food forlornly. Is he okay? Kota signed, and to his surprise, it wasn't Midoriya that signed back, but Shinso, albeit clumsily and missing a few signs here and there. Fine. Need cool down. Midoriya occasionally glanced over at Kota, concern evident in his eyes, before quickly looking back to his bowl and stuffing a vegetable in his mouth. The air around them was thick with tension, and aside from the sounds of utensils hitting bowls and plates, no other sounds were heard from that table. Monoma glanced at Kendo, both wanting to break the silence, but neither knowing how. Midoriya had been there when Kota's parents had died. He had seen them die. No doubt the guilt was eating him alive and his overprotective instinct wanted him to take care of Kota, but he didn't know how to do it. Midoriya didn't seem to notice it, but Monoma did. The way how Kota also snuck glances at Midoriya when he thought the older wasn't looking, and the confusion swirling in his mind was so obvious, written clearly on his face. Shinso obviously had seen it. Kendo and Kota as well. He was pretty sure that anyone else sitting at their table would be able to see it. Only the two emotional knuckleheads weren't able to see it. Shinso was mouthing something at him, pointing subtly to Midoriya with his fork. Monoma had no idea what he meant, and just stared at the purple-haired boy like he had a screw loose, until Aizawa, being a psychic or something, came up, tapped Midoriya on the shoulder and said, "Go entertain Bakugo. He looks like he wants to kill Kaminari." He always looks like he wants to kill Kaminari. Midoriya muttered under his breath as he hastily picked up his bowl, before excusing himself from the table and turned away. Aizawa used that opportunity to gesture at Kota with his eyes and a faint tilt of his head, before he pointed Midoriya in Bakugo's direction. Kota visibly relaxed, and leaned forward, slouching. Shinso pat him on the back. And just like that, the tension surrounding the table disappeared. Is he always like that? Huh. Monoma found himself asking. How much of that was an act? How does he know exactly what you feel, and how to react to it to make you feel better? Kota demanded. How does he know it will make you feel better? How much of that is just fake? He thought Midoriya was acting. He's not acting. Shinso replied. Aizu always cares. How can he care so much about someone he doesn't even know? He remained quiet. He didn't know how to answer that. He just does. Why? Aizawa looked like he wanted to say something, but he was eyeing Kendo and Kota weirdly. Monoma finally got the hint, and whispered to Kendo, "Mind leaving the table for a sec with Kota?" He gestures in Aizawa's direction, and Kendo nodded, grabbing Kota by the arm, saying, "Come on. I heard you have a pet bunny at home. Kodai loves rabbits?" She dragged a confused Kota away from the table, and Monoma got up to leave when Shinso somehow stood up on his chair and yanked his arm back. "You stay and listen." Monoma obediently sat back in his seat. Not just because he didn't want to incur Midoriya and Aizawa's wrath if he somehow upset Shinso, but the expression written on Shinso's face was one that he had never seen him before. This was serious. "Kota," Aizawa said softly, "Izuku cares about people. It's in his nature. It's not my place to say, but he's very protective for a reason." "How does he know exactly what I feel though?" Kota asks, putting his arms on the table, resting his head on his arms. "How does he know what to say and react to make me feel better?" Aizu is Akatani. So, Shinso seemed to have wanted to make a point with that statement, but he seemed to have problems wording it, but Aizawa could tell where he was going with this. What Hitoshi means in that as a vigilante, he had to be perceptive in order to take down villains that were 3 or 4 times his size. Even though he's not a vigilante anymore, his ability to read and analyze people has been and always will be a part of him. But why would he care about me? He cares a lot. Especially for people facing similar problems as he did. Monoma sighed. Growing up without an ideal quirk, yet trying to do good in the world isn't easy. It's in his nature to worry about people he cares about. It's nice, comforting at times, even though it may seem like paranoia, but a little worry goes a long way. Why would a complete stranger like him bother with me? Kota was that close to yelling out of agitation. Shinso just stared at him blankly. Aizu just cares. No one, not even he himself, knows why. Shinso tilted his head to the side, shrugging. "That's how he found me." Kota just looked at him in confusion. He mentioned that he was adopted before dinner. "Aizu found me in the streets. My mom didn't want me 'cause my quirk is bad. Everyone didn't want me 'cause my quirk is bad. I didn't want anyone to take me because I thought my quirk was bad. Then Aizu just came along, took me to his home, took care of me even though no one took care of him. He just cares about people. That's just who Aizu is. My parents chose their jobs over me." Kota hissed. "They cared about me. And they still left me alone. Aizu chose me over everything else." Shinso slumped forward. I had a teacher. She locked me in a CL closet for the whole day. It was dark. I couldn't see anything." Shinso looked like he was having trouble speaking, but he still pressed on. "Aizu came and saved me. But then, I couldn't sleep because it was so dark at night and there was no one at home that cared, and it reminded me that I saw stuck in there in the dark and no one wanted to let me out and I couldn't move and couldn't get out and the door was locked and I was so scared and—" He coughed, and Aizawa settled down on Midoriya's chair, carefully patting Shinso's back. Shinso looked close to tears, and pulled his knees up to his chin, trying to find some kind of grounding before he continued. "Aizu knew. He quit being Akatani for me." But Kota knew there had to be more to the story. He had literally seen Akatani on television, getting beaten up on live television before Sosaki or Tsuchikawa turned off the television, and another purple-haired kid. Wait a minute. Wait, you. Television. He got hurt because of me. I don't. Shinso didn't want to speak anymore. He just curled up on his chair and clutched his shirt, tears pooling in the corners of his eyes. He hastily wiped them off, and Aizawa took a sharp intake of breath. Monoma quickly got up from his seat to fetch Midoriya. Aizawa gently ruffled Shinso's hair, and Shinso looked up at Kota. "You're lucky. No one wanted me until Aizu found me." That statement just ended up leaving a bad taste in Kota's mouth. What was right? What was wrong? Was being mad at his parents for doing their job right? Was hating heroes because his parents died right? Was hating Midoriya and everyone else for wanting to be a hero wrong? Kota didn't know anymore. Kota gently pushed open the door to the room the boys were sleeping in. He quickly identified where Midoriya and Shinso were, but when he tried to step into the room, he paused. Something in him, some small part of him that still didn't sit right with befriending Midoriya, stopped him. He hated heroes. His parents were heroes. But they ditched him for their job. They chose being heroes over him. That was the stand he took. But now, he no longer knew what was right, what was wrong. He shut the door softly, and Midoriya carefully opened his eyes. Peering at the door. He knew it was Kota. He saw him. He wasn't able to sleep and had tried to guess who it was. It wasn't any of his classmates or any of those from 1B. They were all in the same room, and Midoriya hadn't been able to sleep at all since they shut off the lights. He just stayed as still as possible, not disturbing Shinso, who was curled up by his side. None of them had woken up. It wasn't Aizawa, for sure, based on the gait and the sound of the footsteps. They were too light to be an adult, which meant it was a kid. And Shinso was right next to him, so by the process of elimination, it had to be Kota. He shut his eyes as Kota opened the door, straining his ears to listen to Kota breathing over the snores of his classmates. He was giving out an aura of confusion, and Midoriya really wanted to just rush over and help him figure things out. Losing his parents at such a young age definitely messed up so many things. And that was his fault. He wasn't fast enough. He wasn't strong enough. He had been there, so God-made close, but yet he failed. Because of his failure, 2 heroes were dead. Because of his failure, 2 parents were dead. Because of his failure, Kota ended up as an orphan and had developed a jaded view of the world, and because they were his parents, he also had a cynical view of heroes. Because he failed. But he knew he couldn't do anything. Kota was uneasy around him. He could only wait for Kota to make the first move. They were all woken up at 5:30 in the morning the next day, all except for Midoriya. Midoriya had apparently been up since 3 in the morning, nursing a cup of coffee in the common room as Shinso lay on a futon on the ground, sleeping on his lap. It was chaos. Ken and Aizawa had just barged into the room, apparently, Aizawa just grumbling at the kids to wake up, and Ken, being the more competitive one, had yelled at everyone to wake up. Kaminari ended up shocking some people, Tokage had panicked and split into 30 parts, and Tsuburaba had accidentally created an air barrier and smacked his head into it when he bolted up to a sitting position. In the end, it was approximately 6 in the morning when they started to exit the building into the forest, only to find Midoriya drinking coffee with a completely tired and deadpan expression on his face, his eye bags even more prominent than usual. Then, they revealed what they were going to be doing. They would be developing their quirks, pushing themselves past their old limits to make them stronger. Bakugo was forced again and again to plunge his hands into boiling water, before creating explosion after explosion. Todoroki had to constantly use his fire and ice to regulate the temperature of the water in the tub he was sitting in. Tokoyami was stuck in a dark cave, with a rampaging dark shadow screeching, and Kuwaro was in the same cavern training the range of his quirk against dark shadow. Siro was stuck shooting tape out of his elbows continuously, and Ito was just running all over the place to improve his speed and stamina. Rin, Tetsu, and Ojiro were fighting each other, and Kaminari was running his electricity through a large-capacity battery so he wouldn't short out so easily. Yaoyorozu and Sato were eating as they used their quirks. Awaze was welding everything Yaoyorozu made together at a breakneck pace, and poor Kota was trying his best to yell. Aoyama was firing laser after laser into the sky, and Uraraka was tumbling down a cliff in a giant inflated balloon-like structure to try and reduce the nausea. Azui was climbing a cliff face. Ashido was constantly firing acid, and Jiro was strengthening her earphone jacks by hammering them against the cliff. Shoji and Hagakure were sparring to improve their quirks. Tokage was constantly pulling herself apart and putting herself back together, and Kamakiri was forming blade after blade, hacking away at the vines that Shiozaki kept on making. Kaibara was hammering away at another cliffside, using his quirk. Fukudashi was constantly yelling out onomatopoeia after onomatopoeia, and Komori was growing fields and fields of mushrooms on everything. Kodai kept enlarging and shrinking trees, rocks, and Tsunatori was hammering at them with her horns, breaking them into smaller pieces and giving Kodai more things to work with. Bondo was continuously making glue, and Yanagi was trying her best to levitate as much of it as possible, passing it to Tsuburaba and letting him use his air prison to transport it to Hananuki, who softens the ground and mixes the glue in with it. Shishida, Shoda, Monoma, Kirishima, Kendo and Midoriya were having a 5-way battle. Shoda practicing the timing for his twin impact to deal the most damage. Shishida was trying to mow down the smaller and more nimble students. Kirishima was using his hardening to defend from both Shishida and Shota. Kendo was practicing her mobility with her enlarged hands, and Monoma was just copying everyone's quirk and trying to lengthen the time he could use each quirk for. Midoriya was just dodging everything, practicing how to attack and defend from a multitude of different opponents. At last, at dinner time, they finally found something that Midoriya wasn't good in. Was downright horrible in even. Studies, he was perfect. Quirk analysis, genius. Fighting, explementary. But cooking? Bakugo could only stare in utter disappointment as Midoriya burnt the entire bowl of vegetables. Again. How do you even do that? Bakugo demanded, pulling Midoriya away from the fire after he utterly burnt and charred the 5th bowl of broccoli. It takes forever to even cook vegetables. How the F dash? How do you even turn them into charcoal? I can't cook. Midoriya whined, as Shoji pulled him over to chop the carrots instead. The last time I tried to make fried rice, the stove exploded. The F dash, Deku? How dash? Baku found a knife embedded in the bricks that made up their stove, and Midoriya grinning at him creepily, as he chopped up carrot after carrot without even looking at the chopping board. Kakin, what did I say about swearing? Notes. Credits to Empath, my lovely kid and beta reader, for making this chapter enjoyable for everyone. https://archivoforum.org/user/empath3t1c/sud/empath3t1c. Also, Discord server. We have mini games, some spoilers, and a lot of random stuff in here. https://discord.gg/pgwttv7. Chapter 30, Muscled Out. Notes. Also, we hit 100k words, yay. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Midoriya watched Kota walk away from the camp as they started eating. Shinso was also looking in the same direction, and Midoriya just shoved whatever he had left on his plate into his mouth, before he scooped up a slightly larger portion for Kota. He quickly got up, and Shinso picked up his half-finished plate, before they both walked towards where Kota was last seen, with just an alert from Aizawa for him to get back in 15 minutes for activities. The winding trail that they took was quiet, serene. He could see why Kota would come here when he needed to escape the chaos of the pussycats. He eyed Kota sitting by the edge of the cliff, looking at the scenery below, until the sound of Shinso accidentally kicking a rock sent him whirling around in a state of shock, standing up, before he realized who was there and his features settled in a frown. How did you find this place? I mean no harm? Midoriya blurted out, nearly flinging the curry up into the air when he wanted to raise his arms as a sign of surrender to placate the angry child. I mean, I just want to give you food? I thought you might be hungry. I don't need your pity. Kota snapped, but he was dragged over by Shinso. Eat with me. Shinso's words from the day before echoed on his mind, and Kota didn't even bother trying to push Shinso away. Midoriya just placed the plate of curry down, before he backed off to give the two children space, moving to sit down, leaning against the cliff. Shinso was busy saying something about Shiro insulting Yaoyorozu and how Jiro and Kendo smacked him, but he was talking way too fast for Kota to make out any details. He glanced at Midoriya, who was not making a single movement, almost like he was waiting for him to act first. He was glad for that. He wasn't ready to confront Midoriya yet, about how he operated, about his parents' demise. Kota carefully scooped up a spoonful of curry, placing it in his mouth. He actually was kinda hungry, he realized, eagerly taking another mouthful. Hey, I gotta go back for the night exercises. You'll be okay staying here? Midoriya called out, standing up. Shinso chirped out a reply, and Midoriya disappeared down the path that he came from. The two children sat there in peace, watching the stars, until the forest burst into flames. Midoriya was very bored. 1B was stationed in the forest, and they were supposed to scare the 1A students who were supposed to go into the forest, grab some tags with their names on it, and return. And there was the problem. Hatsum wasn't here because she was still in the support department, and there was an odd number of students. He was currently on his own, waiting for his turn. Aizawa was with Kan and Tiger, planning something back at the camps. Tsuchikawa sniffed the air. What's that burnt smell? Everyone turned to look at the sky, the black smoke rising up behind the trees clearly visible against the blue night sky. Is there a fire in the mountains? The faint blue glow behind the trees lit up, and Midoriya se in a breath. He had met a person that used blue fire before, a few months back, while on his search for Shinso. A man in his early 20s, getting assaulted for who knew what. Midoriya had fended off the attackers, and had gotten a good look at the scarred man. Bright cyan eyes, black spiky hair, and most notably, the gnarled, wrinkled purple skin that covered his lower face and neck. He had gasped when he noticed how horribly scared he was, and in the darkness, had thought they were bruises. The man who called himself Dabi, an alias for sure, had reassured him that the scars were caused by his own quirk from overworking, a blue fire flickering to life in his palm to show him. He really hoped it wasn't him. He tensed up. Shinso and Kota were still there, somewhere. On the cliff that no one knew about. All of a sudden, Sachikawa glowed red and flew backwards, and a sickening crunch was heard as her skull was wedged between the ground and a long, thick staff held by a person with long red hair and sunglasses, alongside a person with green skin and purple hair. Midoriya groaned. Sheet. That's Magna. They committed 9 armed robberies, 3 murders, and 29 attempted murders. Midoriya growled, stepping forward. This is serious. Sosaki immediately activated her quirk, sending it out to the students and teachers alike. Oh, the little boy knows his stuff. Hikishi laughed. How are you this evening, UA High School? We're the Vanguard Action Squad of the League of Villains. Iguchi yelled. League of Villains? Again? Ujiro hissed. What are they doing here? Sato whispered. Should I crush her face? Hikishi mocked, placing a foot on Sachikawa's body. Don't you dare. Sosaki hissed, getting her claws ready. Wait up. Don't be hasty. It just depends on whether having power over life and death follows Stain's tenets or not. Iguchi pulled Hikishi back slightly. You're the ones his ideology brought? Ida demanded, but Kirishima pulled him back. Not now, Ida. With the glasses. You were the one that helped bring about Stain's end in Hosu City. I apologize for the late introduction, but I'm Spinner. The one who spins his dreams into reality. Get out of here. Sosaki ordered. I sent out instructions. Vlad King and Eraser should be on their way, and Ragdoll should be helping them. Don't fight. Class rep, you're in charge. Go now. I need to go get Kota and Shinso. I know where they are. Midoriya called out, running in another direction, until he got to the cliff where Kota and Shinso were. Except he had to climb up 2 cliff faces to get there, or take the super long route instead. Midoriya activated the blades on his shoes, and the claws on his gloves. Thank goodness he managed to convince Maijima to let him and Hatsum finish that support item before the camp. He walked backwards, before he started running, leaping into the air and landing on the cliff face, his claws and blades digging into the earth, before he leapt upwards again, scaling the cliff. We're being attacked by 2 villains. Pixie Bob's down. It's possible that there are more. Everyone get back to camp immediately. If you come across an enemy, don't engage and just retreat. Aizawa and Ken jumped up from their seats, and Tiger's ears perked when he heard what happened to his fellow pussycat. This wasn't another USJ incident where Midoriya could pop out of nowhere and play the all-seeing god. They were on foreign turf, and they needed to know what was going on before they could figure out how to fix it. They immediately rushed out of the camp, only to find thick black smoke filling the air above. Is your worry taking precedence? A man with black hair asked, shoving his hand in Aizawa's face, blue fire erupting from his palm. Aizawa quickly leapt into the air and dodged the fire, before wrapping his capture weapon around the intruder and smashing his face into his knee. He smacked the man onto the ground. Tell me your purpose, numbers, and positions. Why? The man sneered. Otherwise, this would happen. Aizawa harshly twisted the man's arm, and a loud crack was heard as his shoulder was dislocated. Your other arm's next. Let's do this logically. Breaking your legs would make transport more annoying. Are ya in a hurry, Eraserhead? The man taunted. Aizawa-sensei. Ida yelled with Ojiro, Kota, Siro, Sato, Ashido in tow. As expected of a UA teacher. Hey, hero, Are your students important? The man laughed as Aizawa tried to rein him in again, only for the man to melt into brown goop. I hope you can protect them to the end. See ya later. Get inside. Ken ordered. Tiger and I will be here to stand guard. Hey, do you smell something burning? Kendo asked as she peeked out a bush. Now that you mention it, yeah. Hananuki replied, sniffing the air. It's a bit smoky. Did we scare Bakugo and Todoroki that bad that they used their quirks? His vision blurred and he hit the ground. Hananuki. Kendo took a small whiff and immediately covered her nose and mouth. Yui, don't breath it in. She yelled, immediately grabbing Kodai with an enlarged fist. It's poisonous. She quickly tried to round up the other students, taking care not to let them breathe in the toxic gas, when a bunch of gas masks were thrown at them. Put them on. Komori ordered, tying a gas mask over the passed-out Shiozaki's face. Tetsu was with her, with Shota and Tsunatori. There are villains here. We should try to get out. I know she said we shouldn't engage, but the villains definitely won't let us run. We'll fight if we really have to. Yairo's aside, bringing back a few more 1B students. The students with long-range defensive quirks should take the front and the back. Let's go as a group. Kendo, help me carry Hananuki. We heard explosions on the other side. That's probably Bakugo and Todoroki. Tokage announced. I think Tsuburaba is somewhere there too. Shoji and Tokoyami should be in the forest as well. They went in before them. Shinso and Kota backed away from the towering figure leaning over them. I'm so sorry, Kota. I have no idea where you usually go off to. Shinso is with you, isn't he? I'm so sorry I can't come to save you too. Come back as soon as you can. I tried searching somewhere with a nice view, and I ended up finding a face not on the list. Nice hat you got there, kid. Trade with me for this lame mask. They made me wear this cause I'm new, saying they couldn't get the shipment in time or something. Kota and Shinso promptly turned around and ran the other way, but the cloaked figure just jumped over them, grinding his boots into the dirt as a show of power. Let me get a shot in to cheer up. Kota finally got a good look at the man as he lunged forward to hit them, and it was only pure luck that Shinso had shaken out of his stupor in time to pull him out of the way. Muscle fibers sprang out of nowhere, blonde hair flowing in the wind, the face, the eye, Kota knew them all. They were all ingrained in his head, the suspect from the news report from the day of his parents' death. He remembered from the report that the man was missing a left eye from the attack. The man in front of him had mechanical left eye. Who are you? Shinso yelped. My, direct to the point. The man froze, his eyes dull. What did you do? Kota asked, shaking on the ground, tears dripping down his face. He turned to look at Shinso, wiping his tears as the shorter boy frowned, sweat dripping down his face. Brainwashed him. I don't know, how long? I can hold him. We should go now. Kota stammered, eyeing the body of Muscular as he stood completely still. He tried to shake the memory out of his head, the announcement of his parents' demise, but the feelings he had held in for 3 years came rushing out, and he found himself unable to move. I don't know if there is a range. If I get too far, they'll come after us. Shinso hissed, clenching his fists as he tried to focus on keeping his powers over Muscular. I can only keep it up for about 3 minutes, without getting a headache. Neither of them were able to move. Kota, from his memories and emotions, and Shinso, from the strain of trying to mentally restrain a man many times his size. His mind was chaotic, difficult to grasp on. He was too afraid to even make a command. Any single action by the villain was capable of squishing them into a pulp without any effort. Time ticked by, and Shinso could feel the headache pounding in his brain, like someone had taken a sledgehammer and was smacking it against his skull while he was being run over by a steamroller. Suddenly, out of nowhere, the earth shook, his control slipped away, and Muscular stood there in all his glory. You really are a curious one. I never thought a child would have the guts to do that. Shinso was lying on the ground, knocked down when the earthquake struck. He was breathing from the usage of his powers, sweat soaking his shirt as the cool breeze made him shiver. He had never gone past 3 minutes whenever he practiced, but he had kept the brainwashing ongoing for the past 10 minutes, and his head felt like it was going to explode. His vision was spinning, blurring, and Shinso no longer knew what was in front of his face. Kota tried to help Shinso up, just barely managing to pull him to his feet, when Muscular charged at them again. He quickly shut his eyes, bracing himself for the powerful impact. Another figure leapt up the cliff, sliding across the ground, tackling Shinso and Kota out of the way. "Why'd?" Kota cried out, crawling to his knees as Shinso lay on the ground, trying to look up but failing from the intensity of his headache, managing to catch a hint of green. "Aizu? Don't worry. I'll get you guys out of here." Midoriya Izuku. "You were on the list." Muscular grinned. "Right at the very top, in fact. Damn it. I didn't expect there to be a villain here." Midoriya hissed to himself as he stationed himself between the two kids and the villain. And of all villains, it had to be this shithead. The GPS signal here is pretty bad too, without the proper equipment. I can't hope for reinforcements like I did when I fought Stendhal. It's just me. Just me against this villain, one of the worst matchups for me. Hitoshi already did what he could to buy time. Now it's my turn. Thank gods I brought my support weapons under my hoodie. Midoriya stood up, grasping a knife in each hand from the holders on his legs, before aiming the blades at Muscular. "I'm not gonna let you hurt them. Not again. I'm not going to fail again." Muscular cackled. "You sound pretty pathetic, no? Admitting you failed? Honestly, kid, I have no idea what you mean. We were told to take you alive, but honestly, I can just say you were weak and died. I'll be sure to torment you thoroughly." He tore off his cloak and rushed at Midoriya, but Midoriya simply dove beneath him, kicking his ankles and making him trip. He sailed over the two kids, crashing into the cliff face. He needed to get back to camp, fast. Shinso was already worn out, and Kota was too emotionally drained to run. He could either carry them or fight, but he couldn't do both at the same time. Not unless he called for help. But he couldn't call anyone while he was fighting or carrying them. Damn it. He tried to get some distance away from Muscular, but the villain just pulled himself to his feet and leapt at Midoriya. At the last second, Midoriya jumped, the blades of his shoes digging into the earth, and flipped over Muscular. At the very least, he had to lead Muscular away from Kota and Shinso. And that meant that he had to fight and keep the attention on him. Midoriya tried to jump again, but Muscular just grabbed onto his arm and smashed him into the cliff. He hissed in pain as pain flared in his shoulder. Muscular shot another punch at him, but Midoriya managed to sidestep it this time and activate the blades on his bracers, slicing a bit of muscle away as he tumbled aside. "Oh, you have toys as well." Muscular laughed, before lunging forward again, kicking Midoriya straight in the ribs and smashing him into the cliff. Midoriya pushed himself out of the crevice he created in the cliff face, hitting the ground unceremoniously. "I'm so weak. Blood. This is what I wanted. This is so fun." Muscular cackled, as Midoriya pushed himself up, blood dripping from his temple and down his face. He shot forward, dodging a punch from Muscular, and nailed a hit in Muscular's gut, but the muscles around his stomach prevented him from taking any real damage. Muscular grabbed his arm, right around the bracer. Midoriya activated his bracer, and the blade shot out of it, through the muscles on the villain's arm, up until it hit the bone. "You still have tricks up your sleeve?" Muscular grinned, picking Midoriya up with his injured arm and bashing him into the ground. Muscular's arm was bleeding, blood trickling down from where it was sliced, but the muscles just started knitting themselves back together, until you couldn't even tell he had been hit if not for all the blood. On his arms and on the ground. Midoriya pushed himself to his feet, wiping the blood off his brow, before he stepped back as Muscular shot towards him. He ducked, and winced as a few rocks hit his head when Muscular hit the cliff face behind him. He quickly dove out of the way as Muscular brought his arm down, digging out a large portion of the earth in the process. "Don't do that," Midoriya protested. "You'll bring the entire cliff down on us." Kota had his arms wrapped around Shinso, trying to help him get up, but Shinso was just leaning on him completely. His head felt like cotton was stuffed in it, and he wasn't even sure what was going on. "Hitoshi, come on." He waved his hand in front of the other's face, getting no response. "Come on, it's just exposed muscles." I'm sure I can muscle contractions? Electric impulses. That could work. Muscular swung at Midoriya, who leapt off the ground and stepped onto the cliff, before turning around midair, his hands sparking slightly with electricity. Muscular threw another punch, but Midoriya just grabbed onto his arm, using it to change his direction, before pressing his palm onto the exposed muscles on his biceps. Muscle contraction is triggered when an action potential travels along the nerves to the muscles. He remembered reading that in a science book, so long ago. All the muscles that Midoriya touched contracted at once. And because it was muscular, there were a lot of muscles. Before Muscular could do anything, the muscles in his bicep contracted, forcing his arm to jerk back, his fist now facing himself, and he was unable to stop the fateful collision between his fist and his face. Midoriya landed in a tumble and turned back to check on his handiwork. "Smart move, kid, I'll give you that." Muscular sneered. His nose was bent out of shape from the impact, and the left side of his face was bleeding, the mechanical left eye sparking in the socket. But it wasn't enough. Muscular rushed forward, kicking Midoriya in the chest, before slamming him into the ground chest first. "You're good, but you're no hero. You can't even save yourself." Muscular taunted, stepping down on Midoriya's arm. "Be honest with yourself, brat." Midoriya winced as Muscular put more pressure on his arm, and he heard something snap. "Hopefully it's just the radius or ulna that's broken. Please, just not the humerus. At the very least, if the humerus is intact, I can still do a bit of damage." A rock hit Muscular's head, and the villain paused in his actions, turning around to face a crying Kota and Shinso, who was lying down some distance behind him. "Water hose, Papa." "Mama, did you torment them like that too, before you killed them?" Kota yelped, tears running down his cheeks. "Water hose? Your parents were heroes." "Oh, this ought to be fun." Muscular rubbed his hands together, before stepping on Midoriya's back, pinning him to the ground. "First I kill the parents. Then I kill the kid. It's perfect. What do you think, little Midori?" He turned back to Kota. "Water hose, it's thanks to them that my left eye is artificial." Midoriya was trying his best to get Muscular off of him, to no avail. Muscular was just too strong and heavy, and with his broken arm and in a horrible position to push himself up, Midoriya was still stuck under Muscular's foot. "That's your own fault," Kota yelped. "It's because of people like you that it always turns out like this. Kids are always shifting the blame like that." Muscular sneered, putting even more pressure on Midoriya. "That's not good. It's not like I have a grudge or anything, you know. I just wanted to kill and they got in my way. We just did what we wanted, and that was the result. You're a god medfu. Freaking nut job." Midoriya seethed, his arms trembling as he still desperately tried to get up, managing to catch his swear in time in front of Kota and Shinso. "Oh, you just amuse me. Trying to threaten me, yet trying to censor a swear? I do know what you were originally going to say, kid." Muscular just laughed and bent down, smashing his fist into Midoriya's back, lodging him into the ground, before deeming him as not a threat. "Doing what you want, that's not wrong at all. What's wrong is wanting to do something you are unable to do. You're just all bark and no bite. Your parents were just like that. And what better way to end that little lip service from your little water hose parents by killing you?" He turned around and stalked towards Kota. Kota flinched, unconsciously taking a step back, and Muscular got closer, towering over him completely. "It will be so much fun when I finally break you to bits. Heroes risk their lives to make lip service into reality, idiot. Plus, villains keep on doing their stupid monologuing and keep on failing. Aren't you being a bit hypocritical?" Before he could move, something shot at him from behind. Muscular immediately moved to dodge it, a blade flying past his nose, before Midoriya nailed him in the eye, his fist sparking with electricity. In his left eye, to be exact. The device embedded in Muscular's left socket started smoking, and Muscular screeched in pain as it started heating up, clutching his eye as he stumbled about. He attempted to punch Midoriya, but Midoriya managed to dodge in time. The punch was embedded in the side of the cliff, and Midoriya heard a rumble. Muscular let out an ear-piercing howl as the eye in his socket exploded. Midoriya rushed over to check on Kota and Shinso, the former having fallen backwards in fear. Not bad. But I'm done playing around. Muscular roared, more muscles forming around his arms as he bulked up, expanding even greater in size. Muscular launched at Midoriya again, who ducked under it, and tried to aim a slash at Muscular's stomach, but the sheer amount of muscles there made it almost impossible for him to harm him. Kota, grab Toshi and get out of here. I'll hold him off. Midoriya yelled, as Muscular grabbed him by the neck and bashed him to the ground. A punch was aimed at his ribs, and Midoriya bit back his hiss in pain. Kota just stood there, close to tears as he watched Muscular beat Midoriya down. Izu. Shinso choked out weakly, trying to get to his feet, but fell down again before he even managed to push himself off the ground. He wasn't faring any better, wearing his sweat-drenched shirt from the overuse of his quirk. He was shaking even more violently, and had curled into a ball in an attempt to conserve some heat. Izu chose me over everything else. He quit being Akatani for me. He got hurt because of me. Kota felt his heart clench. This is what Shinso meant. Midoriya was risking his life, risking everything he had ever worked towards, just so he could buy Kota and Shinso time to escape. He was doing everything he could to keep Muscular's attention on him. How could he have been so blind? I'm going to be honest, Midoriya. I didn't expect you to still be conscious. Oh well, I guess I'll have to force you to use your quirk now. Muscular grinned, as he picked Midoriya up and bashed him into the ground again. Kota, about your mother and father. Water hose. It's true they ended up leaving you behind, but there were definitely lives saved because of what happened to them. I'm sure that someday, you'll meet someone, and then you'll understand. Someone who'll risk their life to save you, someone who'll be your hero. Water smacked into Muscular's face, and he stopped his assault on Midoriya to turn and face the source of the liquid, water. To stop. Leave him alone. Kota yelped. You're so eager to die? Later, okay? I'll kill you later, just. Suddenly, the rumbling sound grew louder, and the ground started to shake. Out of the corner of his eye, Midoriya spotted a rush of earth flowing down the side of the cliff, right where they happened to be. Watch out. He tackled Kota and Shinso out of the way, ignoring the throbbing sensation running through his body, before he rolled out of the way and away from the incoming landslide. The rushing flow of dirt smacked straight into Muscular's chest, knocking him to the ground. The impact triggered another landslide on the cliff they were standing on, smashing Muscular all the way down to the bottom of the cliff, but Midoriya was lucky that he managed to get enough headway, and that the landslide was only large enough to engulf the villain. Midoriya breathed as he sank to the ground. He wasn't sure if Muscular was still conscious, or was even still alive from that. He really hoped that he wasn't able to come after them. His body ached, his ribs hurt like his arms felt like they were going to drop off. But he couldn't let his guard down yet. Kota was fine for the most part, but Shinso very clearly wasn't. He needed to check on Shinso. Izu. Shinso weakly muttered, and Midoriya promptly put his hand to Shinso's forehead, as the younger whimpered at the contact and shivered even more. Shoot. He's burning up. Hang on, Toshi. Midoriya quickly took his hoodie off, wrapping it around Shinso's body, and cradled him in his arms, even though his arms were screaming at him to stop exerting so much effort. Kota, can you hang on to me? I'm sorry, I don't have enough hands to carry both of you at once. Hitoshi needs to be looked at, and we need to put out the fires. Your water quirk can do that. On top of that, they may not just be after me. We need to get back to camp, and with Muscular here, we can't afford 2 trips. Kota wordlessly climbed up Midoriya's back when the teenager squatted down, and wrapped his arms around Midoriya's neck, as the older started jogging back to camp, trying to stop the tears that were welling up in his eyes. Notes. Credits to Empath, my child and beta reader, for making this chapter enjoyable for everyone. Also, I finished writing this about 30 minutes before the end of the day here, so they were really helpful and did an awesome job with this in the short amount of time I called them to help. https://archivoforum.org/user/empath3t1c/sud/empath3t1c. Also, Discord server. We have mini games, some spoilers, and a lot of random stuff in here. https://discord.gg/pgwttv7. Chapter 31 Out. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Aizawa burst into a clearing, coming face to face with Tsuchikawa lying on the ground, bleeding from the head, and Sosaki trying her best to evade both Hikishi and Iguchi at the same time. She was bleeding from the arm as she tried her best to dodge the two villains. Aizawa quickly erased Hikishi's quirk before she could use it on Sosaki, and kicked them in the jab, sending them crashing into a tree. He jumped, dodging a slash by Iguchi, before he stumbled back, trying to get in close. Hikishi had gotten up again, and Aizawa flinched as he felt himself pulled back in her direction. He quickly turned around, trying to use the momentum against Hikishi, but Hikishi dodged the attempt. Aizawa erased her quirk, and used that split second of confusion Hikishi had to kick her to the ground. Hikishi scrambled to get their weapon, before they disappeared into the forest. No. The students are in the forest. Sosaki hissed. Tell the students to use their quirks. I'll take full responsibility. The students are the targets. As of now, they need to survive, and to be able to match up against villains who are willing to kill and have much more experience, they need to use their quirks. I met a man with a blue fire quirk, but he melted into sludge, so I'm pretty convinced the real one is causing the fire, and they have another person with a cloning quirk. I'll handle this guy. Go get them. Sosaki yelled, dodging a hit from Iguchi, before she performed a cartwheel to gain some distance. Go. Almost. This. Midoriya muttered, until he suddenly stopped, leaning against a tree, as he hacked out some blood. Izuku, are you okay? Kota couldn't help but ask. Yeah. I'm fine. He got my ribs. Midoriya coughed again. Come on. We need to go. Everyone. We have been alerted that the students are most likely the targets of this attack. Classes 1A and 1B, in the name of Pro Hero Eraserhead, you are granted permission to engage in combat. Repeat. In the name of Pro Hero Eraserhead, you are granted permission to engage in combat. He should be in the forest now, trying to get you all. There is a fire user with blue fire and a villain with a cloning quirk as well. DMN. Something must have happened. Midoriya took a sharp breath, before he headed in the direction of camp again. He was going to cut straight through the area where the night activities were being held. Hopefully, Sosaki was able to handle both Hikishi and Iguchi. But she had met with Aizawa for her to broadcast that message, so it should be fine. He finally managed to make it into a clearing, only to find it empty. Tsuchikawa still lay prone on the ground, but she wasn't in any immediate danger. He coaxed Kota into shifting into another position, before he set off into the forest, determined to find his friends and his teacher. What the F is this? Bakugu roared, as ice appeared in front of him and warded off the attack. Don't run carelessly into anything. Todoroki hissed, Tsuburaba on his back. We're the targets. We should get back now. I have to follow. I have to do my job. Moonfish muttered, his elongated teeth making it harder to talk. I don't give a DMN without anyone says. And you think his F-face will just let us leave? Bakugu roared, charging forward with an explosion, but Moonfish merely shot more blades in his direction. Todoroki promptly fired off his ice quirk, but Moonfish just dodged his attempts and disappeared into the woods. DMN it. He knows how to use the terrain with his quirk. Todoroki sighed. Even though he physically doesn't look like much, Moonfish stabbed his teeth into the ice, lifting himself upwards, over the students. Show me your flesh. F you, Bisu. Bakugu sneered, but Todoroki just yelled in warning, don't use large explosions. You'll set everything on fire and we'll all die. Die, icy hot. And there's also gas, so we can't retreat. They're trying to drive us into a corner. It makes sense though, seeing as we're the targets. Just set it on fire. And we'll all burn to death. I thought you had a bigger brain. Monoma popped out from a tree, tumbling gracefully to the ground. You think I should copy his quirk? And drool and stab your teeth everywhere? You're annoying enough, Blondie. And you're as charming as ever. Monoma rolled his eyes. Did you hear that, Kendo? Tetsu yelled, we have permission. Wait, but we're targets as well. We should prioritize getting our classmates out of here and only fight when necessary. Kendo ran after him. Do you even understand the gas? You're saying it's dangerous, right? I'm not dumb. Mandalay's telepath didn't say anything about gas. Kendo hissed, she's met Aizawa-sensei, but no one knows about the gas. That means it's probably concentrated around this area since it's flowing in one direction instead of diffusing. And it's a little denser here than before. So what you're saying is that it's probably someone's quirk? Tetsu asked. Yep. Kendo nodded. It's probably swirling around the source. Because it gets denser, we'll have less time. So let's charge through it and punch them. Tetsu roared, before he leapt in the direction of the denser cloud of gas and charged forward. Kendo right behind him. Shiozaki and the others suffered because of this. I hate it. It pisses me off. Let's do our best. Yeah. Tetsu could barely make out a person standing in front of him, and he immediately leapt forward. Got you. You're still human, no? A man with a helmet and a gas mask said, taking out a gun. Oh wait, I remember you from the UA Sports Festival. You can harden yourself. Tetsu hissed internally at the bullet ricocheted off his metal face, cracking his gas mask into two. A gun doesn't work. But I guess it doesn't matter. It's just a matter of how long you can hold your breath in this gas. Determined, Tetsu charged forward, only for the gun to be aimed in his direction and fired again. Even if you can harden yourself, you're charging straight in? Give me a break. You go to a prestigious school. You're smart, aren't you? Use your brain a little. If you don't, you're not worth my time. Tetsu saw the gun being ped in Kendo's direction and immediately dashed in to deflect the bullet. It hammered against his forehead, cracking it and drawing some blood. 2 against 1 with one of you hiding for a surprise attack? That's such a weak plan. This gas is being produced and controlled by me. It's telling me your movements with its fluctuations. You can't hide from me. Why can't you figure that out? You go to UA, don't ruin my image of it. That's why you're being attacked like this now. Mustard started releasing more gas, clouding the area around the 2 students to the point that they could barely see in front of them. It's no good. You're bleeding. Let's retreat. Kendo hissed, but Tetsu just charged forward, only to get smacked in the head by Mustard. He tumbled to the ground, hissing in pain. Why aren't you softer than before? Is it mental fatigue or something? You can't breathe either. You really can't brace yourself anymore? Does your hardness depend on your stance? A metal bullet smacked Tetsu in the arm. He curled up, trying to take the impact with the least amount of damage. For simple guys like the ones that just harden themselves, you guys usually end up in a test of endurance, right? You just rush in without thinking about stuff like that. Another bullet made it mark on Tetsu's back. You guys are going to be heroes when you grow up, no? I think it's strange. Another bullet ricocheted off Tetsu's arm. A world where someone with a one-track mind like you is fawned over just because of where you went to school, it's not right, is it? Mustard kicked Tetsu harshly in the chest and shot him again. Tetsu tried to get a breath of air, before forgetting that this was Mustard's domain and that he couldn't breath. He felt his vision getting blurry, turning black and white. Tetsu! Kendo yelled, rushing at Mustard, but he just sidestepped her. Didn't I tell you I can tell how you're moving from the flow of the gas? Kendo's hand enlarged, smacking Mustard right in the face. That doesn't matter. I can't believe you look so triumphant with a pitiful quirk like that. Mustard hissed, but Kendo merely enlarged her hands and swept them around, dispersing the gas. You're the stupid one. Carrying a gun like that is saying you're not confident in a fight. Above all, for those at UA with a one-track mind. Mustard didn't even get to listen to her finish her statement as Tetsu planted his fist in Mustard's gut, knocking the man out. It's dispersing. Kendo sighed as the air around them cleared. Tetsu took a large breath of air and breathed, lying down on the ground next to the downed Mustard. You'll pay for ruining out camp. A gunshot? Midoriya mumbled, as Kota flinched at the sound and pressed himself closer to Midoriya as he ran. He needed to find at least another person. Shinso and Kota weren't burdens, but in this state, he wouldn't be able to help them escape and get out. Shinso couldn't move, Kota was tired, and he couldn't help them if he was stuck fighting someone. He rushed through the forest until he saw something coming at him. He swiftly dodged it, but rammed his shoulder against a tree. He stifled his cries of pain until he felt someone grab him as they dodged another attack. Shoji? Midoriya? And Shinso and Kota, is it? Shoji sighed, shifting his grip to account for the two other children. He doesn't look good. He's pale. Shoji moved, accidentally jostling Midoriya's broken bones, and he hissed in pain. You shouldn't be moving with those injuries. Shoji lightly berated. Wasn't that Dark Shadow? Yes. We were ambushed by villains and I covered us. But it triggered the quirk he tried so desperately to hold back. Midoriya hissed, so to get out of here, we need to deal with Dark Shadow as well. Get away from me. You'll die. Tokoyami yelled. Dark Shadow screeched and attempted to attack, but Kirishima came out of nowhere and punched it, Kaminari right behind him. What's going on? Kaminari asked. Shh, quiet. Shoji hissed, leading them behind a bunch of trees to hide them from Dark Shadow's view. Midoriya had shifted in Shoji's grasp, so that he was facing both Shinso and Kota. Kota had slammed his hands over his mouth in an attempt to keep quiet. We got the warning. A villain came out of nowhere, and we managed to get out at the cost of losing a bit of my arm. It's just a duplicate, so it will heal, but I don't think he took it well. Righteous indignation and regret are strong emotions. Coupled with a sentient quirk. Shoji nodded. It's attacking indiscriminately, reacting to any kind of sound. Getting fire, or finding Aizawa should help. Do any of you have a torch or something? Kaminari asked. No. DMN. Where's Kaken? I thought he went before your group, and Kirishima's group went after you and Tokoyami. Midoriya asked. Kaken's explosions and Todoroki's fire should help too. Shoji paused. I heard a few explosions before, but that was before I ended up chased back. We should find them. Midoriya nodded. They're closer, and we may need Dark Shadow in case we run into more villains. Kaminari nodded. Alright. So, how do we find Bakugo? Follow the noise of explosions. Kirishima grinned. Before his face fell, we should keep an eye out for Jiro and Hagakure too. They went before Bakugo and Todoroki. Oh, and Uraraka and Tsu. Gotcha. Shoju put Midoriya on the ground, and he moved so he was carrying Shinso properly. Kota, can Shoji carry you for a while? We can move more efficiently. Kota clung to Midoriya's leg, looking hesitantly at Shoji, who was looking back at him curiously, before he nodded. Shoji lowered himself to the ground, allowing the smaller boy to climb up his broad back, using his limbs to hold him in place so he wouldn't fall off. It was then Kirishima realized how much blood Midoriya was covered in, and Shinso clutched in his arms. Oh geez. What on earth happened to you guys? Toshi overused his quirk and lost too much body heat. Midoriya hissed, and Shoji noticed how he didn't even bother talking about his own injuries, worrying more about his little brother. He was pretty sure Midoriya had a few broken bones. Let's go. The faster we lure Dark Shadow to Kaken, the better. I'll get its attention. Prepare to run. The four teenagers slowly crept along the path, careful to avoid making any sound, until Kaminari stepped on a branch, alerting Dark Shadow to their presence. Sheet. Run. Kirishima yelled, dashing forward. With a rabid screech, Dark Shadow raced after them, claws swinging. Trees flew all over the place, and it was only sheer luck that neither of them were injured in the chaos. Hold him for a second. Midoriya yelled, carefully pushing Shinso into Kirishima's arms. Kaminari, follow me. He grabbed Kaminari and ran back, directly towards Dark Shadow. No. Kota yelped. No, what are you doing? Tokoyami choked out, tears pooling in his eyes. Electrocute me. Midoriya, are you nuts? Kaminari yelped. You'll get hurt. Just do it or we'll all get hurt. Midoriya snapped, activating the blades on his bracers. They burst out, and Kaminari released some electricity. The electricity arced, racing towards Midoriya, before it jumped and crackled in the metal blades. Midoriya quickly swung them in Dark Shadow's direction, stunning the quirk. Tokoyami desperately tried to reel in his quirk, but it was still way too strong for him. Come on. We have a few more minutes. Midoriya yelled, grabbing Kaminari and running back towards Kirishima and Shoji. They continued on, trying to listen out for Bakugo's explosions, and another screech pierced the air behind them. Shoot! He's up! A set of blades rose up, high into the air in front of them, and Kaminari shrieked, "What is that? No one here has a quirk like that. Must be a villain. Change in plans?" Midoriya yelled, "Lure Dark Shadow towards it." Dark Shadow screeched again, and Midoriya kicked a rock at it. "Follow me, you chaotic little birdie." That probably set the quirk off even more, and Dark Shadow rushed at Midoriya. He twisted on his foot, dodging it, and Dark Shadow crashed into a tree, screeching in indignation. An explosion caught their attention, and an ice spire rose into the air, high above the trees. "Die, motherfucker!" Another explosion rang out, and the ground trembled, a deep pulse vibrating the ground and almost making them lose their footing. Shoji burst into a clearing, coming face to face with a sheet ton of ice, fire and explosions. Bakugo leapt into the air, blasting a man who was being held up by the ridiculously long blades emerging from his mouth, but a blade suddenly split into two, one heading right in Bakugo's direction, forcing him to use another explosion to dodge it. Jiro had plugged her earlobes in the ground, carrying an invisible figure with clothes, sending her heart beat out through vibrations in the ground. Monoma was firing ice out of his arm, alongside Todoroki, trying to fend off all the blades that Moonfish was somehow able to control all at once. "Shoji!" Jiro yelled. "Watch out!" A blade swept down again, and Shoji was barely able to dodge, getting a long nick along his arm. Kirishima tanked a hit with his back, trying to protect Shinso, and Kaminari leapt aside in time, as Midoriya parried away a few blades that had converged on him. "Oh, tasty. So many targets?" Moonfish mumbled, and Todoroki hissed, blasting him with fire, only for him to dodge. Suddenly, a loud shriek tore through the air, and Dark Shadow tackled Moonfish, sending him crashing to the ground. Dark Shadow kept on attacking Moonfish, despite his best attempts to defend himself. The blades that emerged from his teeth were promptly broken by the rampaging Quirk, and Dark Shadow finally sent Moonfish flying, crashing into tree after tree, until he came to a rest, sprawled on the ground, bleeding from the mouth and the other wounds he got from Dark Shadow's relentless assault. Bakugo promptly blasted Dark Shadow, and Monoma and Todoroki both set their hands on fire, the latter careful not to burn Tsuburaba. Dark Shadow shrieked, as it slowly weakened, before with a final pitiful wail, it retreated back into Tokoyami. "I am sorry." Tokoyami breathed as he sank to the ground, and Kaminari pat his back comfortingly. "Hey, not all of us have perfect control over our quirks." He grinned, and Kirishima passed Shinso back to Midoriya. Shinso coughed weakly, and unconsciously pressed himself closer to Midoriya, whimpering. "Shoot, I think he's getting worse. Where's Aizawa-sensei?" Midoriya growled. "Not here. We haven't seen him." Jiro shook her head, Hagakure's still in her arms. "Hagakure's here. She was knocked out by some gas before I managed to drag her out." Monoma rubbed his arms. "Sheet icy hot, how the heck do your arms not fall off?" "I beg your pardon. Your body adapts slightly to adjust to the quirk you copied, but it's not as resistant to the quirk as Todoroki is." Midoriya interrupted. "We need to head back to camp. He said there were more targets here. We're just sitting ducks now." "Yeah." Todoroki nodded. "We will deal with everything else later. Tokoyami, Bakugo and I should stand at the side to protect the group. Jiro, Shoji and Monoma in the middle. You guys can't fight in this state?" "Yeah." Monoma coughed, some faint burn marks already forming on his arms. "I don't think I can fight like this." "Carry Toshi. He likes you. I'm sure he won't mind if he wakes up." Midoriya carefully passed Shinso to him, and Monoma tried to warm up his body with the rest of the time he used Todoroki's quirk without harming himself. "Camp's that way. I hear Vlad King and Tiger." Jiro pointed with an earlobe, and Shoji confirmed it. "All right, let's go." With Jiro pointing the group in the right direction, they made their way forward, until suddenly, they heard a cry from Kota. They quickly whirled around, just in time to see Bakugo and Shoji disappear into two small, cyan, marble-like capsules, with Kota yelping in surprise as he was held up by a masked man. "Who are you? What did you do to them? Give them back!" Midoriya yelled, tensing up, ready to spring forward. My name is Mr. Compress." The man giggled, "And I think not. One target in the bag, 2 hostages. And oh my, I never expected to run into a group with 3 people on the list." Midoriya hissed. He was definitely on their hit list, according to Muscular. Either Bakugo or Shoji was another target, and Midoriya was betting that either Todoroki or Tokoyami was the third. "Let him go!" Kirishima yelled. "He's just a kid. Why should I?" Seiko mocked, before he shot forward towards Jiro, hand outstretched. Kaminari pushed her out of the way, and upon contact, he was also turned into a cyan marble. Seiko leapt backwards, away from the group. "Sheet! He's using those capsules to compress them. That's his quirk!" Midoriya yelled. "Smart, aren't ya?" Seiko grinned, before he leapt over the group, heading straight for the woods, Kota still firmly in his grasp. "Let me go." "Izuku!" "After him!" Kirishima yelled, as Midoriya dashed forward, hot on Seiko's trail. Azui stuck her tongue out, trying to catch the blonde who was after Uraraka, but she just leaped over it, slashing her knife across Azui's tongue. "Karo!" She reeled in her tongue, ignoring the metallic taste of blood in her mouth. "Hi! I'm Himiko Toga." The blonde grinned, throwing a knife at Azui. Azui jumped to dodge it, but Toga threw another knife, and it caught her by the hair, and she slammed into a tree. "Let's be friends." "Friends don't try to kill each other." Uraraka yelled, charging in, trying to kick Toga. Toga just dodged it. Before she rushed Uraraka with a knife. "That means we're friends, right?" Uraraka grabbed her by the wrist, and used the maneuvers she learnt while at Gunhead's agency, and flipped Toga into the ground, dislodging the knife from her grasp. Suddenly, Uraraka was kicked off Toga. "Toga, are you okay?" Seiko asked. "Yep." Toga righted herself. "I made some new friends too." "Oh my god, you have a kid. He's adorable." "Let go of me." "Compress. Get back here, you butthead." Midoriya shrieked, but Seiko ducked as he sailed over his head. "Is butthead even a swear?" "Not the time, Kaminari." Kirishima yelled. "We got a target. Let's regroup." Seiko grinned, and Toga smiled back. "Okay." She grinned, "But I want the kid. He's adorable." She snatched Kota right out of Seiko's arms, before running into the forest. Kaminari and Kirishima shot off after Toga. "We'll get her. Deal with Compresstation or whatever his name is." "Kota!" Midoriya yelled, as Kota cried out at the horrible way Toga held him and in fear. With that distraction, Seiko's hand shot out, encapsulating Todoroki, before he shot off, leaping into the air, leaving Tsuburaba's unconscious body to fall to the ground. "Shoot! Todoroki!" Tokoyami hissed. "Uraraka, can you use your quirk on Tokoyami and I? Release your quirk when I tell you to. And Sue, can you throw us? Monoma, Jiro, get them back to camp, and get Hitoshi treated. Got it?" Monoma replied, cradling the child to his chest. Both girls nodded, and Uraraka activated her quirk. Azui immediately wrapped her tongue around them, and threw them in the direction she saw Seiko jump. Midoriya could see Seiko clearly. They were high enough. At this speed, they should be able to get him. Uraraka. Now, they felt gravity take hold once again, and they barreled directly into Seiko, and they were sent tumbling to the ground. Ah! Seiko's hold on his capsules loosened, and they rolled out of his grasp, right in front of a shoe. Aizawa headed straight for the heart of the fire. He had already knocked Hikishi out, and had already run into Kendo and Tetsu, who had already taken out Mustard, and told them to get back. He didn't see anyone else. He didn't know where they were. He needed to stop the fire, because there were still more students in the forest. He couldn't afford to let them get caught up in this. He made it into a clearing and he paused when he caught sight of 2 people. One man in skin-tight bodysuit, and the other was an eerily familiar scarred man. "Dabi, can we go now? We must have patience." "Hold up twice. We're supposed to meet Toga, Mustard, and Compress. The gas is already gone. Mustard probably got taken out." He's so weak. He's weak to his own quirk. What did you expect? He's a genius, Aizawa hissed, before lunging, erasing Dabi's quirk and knocking him to the ground. Babigawara immediately made 2 clones of Dabi, and Aizawa winced as the fire burnt his arm. Guys! I found an adorable kid. I want to drink his blood. Toga grinned, holding Kota by the neck as he struggled. Kota! Aizawa hissed, let go of him. No. He's mine now. Toga pouted, as Kirishima and Kaminari came barreling out of the forest. Sensei? Just a few seconds later, a scream rang out, and Kaminari and Kirishima dove to the side as something smacked against the ground. 3 marbles rolled up to his feet, and he eyed them warily. They looked harmless, but in a world full of quirks, they could be anything ranging from grenades to just toys. Let them go! Midoriya hissed, shoving his foot into Seiko's face. Tokoyami was lying on his legs, trying to get up. Seiko kicked the dazed Tokoyami off him, before he reached up to grab Midoriya's leg, twisting it harshly. A loud crack rang out, and in a moment of instinct, Aizawa activated his quirk. He immediately jumped away when Shoji suddenly appeared right where he stood, shooting up out of nowhere. Bakugo and Todoroki appeared right next to him, all 3 of them equally dazed and confused. My, Eraser. I did ask if your students were important, but I didn't actually think you'd manage to reacquire 2 of our targets. Midoriya looked up from his position on the ground, clutching his broken leg, and his eyes zeroed in on the scarred villain. Dabi. He did not realize he had said that out loud. Dabi turned towards the green-haired boy. He had his suspicions when they first saw the list of targets, but hearing his voice, seeing him face to face, he had no doubt who this was. Akatani. Dabi forced himself to look away. He couldn't afford to bring more attention to Midoriya. He was already number 1 on Shigarkai's hit list, and heck did he owed Midoriya his life. He may be a villain now, but he sure as hell had morals, unlike some flaming garbage sheet called Indefensive. But Babigawara noticed him immediately. Oh, Dabi. You're famous. I know you. Who are you? Shut up. I don't even know him. You piece of shit. Dabi immediately turned to Aizawa. 3 targets are here. And we have none of them. A pity. But we have this cutie. Toga clutched Kota close to her chest, and he struggled in protest, shrieking, let go of me. Kota. Midoriya ignored the pain in his leg as he lunged at Toga. However, he was caught by Babigawara, who grabbed him by his broken arm. Demon kid. Seiko muttered, I broke your leg, and you can still jump? Midoriya hissed in Babigawara's grasp, before he lashed out with his good leg to aim a kick at Toga. He got 3 stab wounds in the leg for his attempt. He snarled, harshly swinging his foot to nail Babigawara in the side. Babigawara hissed, and dropped him on instinct. Midoriya landed in a crouch, wincing as blood flowed down his leg and hissed at the pain the pressure on his broken leg caused. He did his best to stand, and lunged at Toga again, but this time, Babigawara retaliated, kicking him harshly in the chest and creating a copy of Dabi and Seiko. Aizawa immediately used his quirk on Babigawara, causing the clones to turn to sludge, but Seiko engaged him in combat, forcing him to turn his attention to the villain. Midoriya activated the blades on his bracers, struggling to stand as he felt his ribs crack, as Babigawara created 2 more Dabis. Shoji and Tokoyami were battling a Dabi, the cloned fire user weakening Dark Shadow too much for it to be of any use. Dabi's fire was also way too hot for Shoji to get in close, until Bakugo barged in, blasting the fire away, but Dabi just dodged his explosion. Iguchi had also come in out of nowhere, and Kaminari and Kirishima were doing their best to hold him off. Meanwhile, Midoriya was trying to evade Babigawara, dodging his measuring tapes, but he knew he couldn't last long. Aizawa was doing his best to keep Seiko occupied, but his fighting style required close combat, and he couldn't keep his quirk up forever. Seiko could, and the second Aizawa's hair fell down to his face, Seiko rushed in. Aizawa hastily dodged, ignoring the burning sensation in his eyes, and hissed as a large rock was suddenly dropped onto him. Toga grinned, and Dabi took Kota from her. Kota shot out some water from his palm, spraying it on Dabi's face, but Dabi just looked at him, unamused. Suddenly, a pitch-black portal appeared, and everyone turned to see what happened. "Well, we're done here," Dabi announced as he walked back into the portal. "Wait up, face!" Bakugo roared as Iguchi, Toga and Seiko disappeared into the purple mist. Midoriya hissed, dodging a hit by Babaigawara, but his broken leg finally gave out, and Babaigawara slashed him with his tape measure and kicked him straight in the chest. He was sure he heard his ribs crack. Midoriya was sent flying, coming to a rest at Kuroji's feet. Shoji heaved the gigantic rock off of Aizawa and helped him to his feet, not noticing what was going on. Well, I guess this wasn't a total waste of time. Primary target acquired. Bakugo and Todoroki would be a bonus, but oh well. Kuroji drawled, picking Midoriya up. "I found Muscular trapped under a landslide. You really gave him a run for his money." Midoriya tried to fight back, but he simply wasn't able to do a thing against the intangible man. His entire body was aching, and he could tell he was starting to have trouble breathing. "Deku!" Bakugo roared, trying to blast his way to Kuroji, but Babaigawara smacked him with his tape measure before leaping into the portal. "Izuku!" Aizawa straightened up, ignored his bruised back and dislocated shoulder, as blood trickled down his face. He tried to wipe the blood on his sleeve and looked up to activate his quirk on Kuroji, but the second he opened his eyes, the mist villain was gone. All they could do was stare helplessly at the forest that was set alight with cyan blue flames. We lost. The air at camp was gloomy. Everyone was looking at each other, not saying a word. Most of the students had made it back, either found by Sasaki on her way back, or made it back to camp on their own. Some were unconscious from the gas, like Bondo, Hagakure, and Kaibara, but Tetsu and Kendo had taken mustard out relatively quickly, and those who were exposed to barely enough gas to pass out, like Tokage and Rin, were already starting to wake up. Shinso had already been treated by Kan and Tiger, being diagnosed with mild hypothermia from being in a cool environment with damp clothes, as well as quirk exhaustion. But being brought through an area that had faint traces of Mustard's knockout gas hadn't helped his condition. He was lying on a futon in the common room, along with all the other students who had passed out, with Monoma sitting right next to him. Those that were awake the entire time were huddled by the door, with hope shining in their eyes. The only people who were missing were Aizawa, Kirishima, Kaminari, Shoji, Tokoyami, Bakugo, Todoroki, Midoriya, and Kota. All of them were strong in their own right, and with Aizawa to aid them, they should be back. At the very least, if all of them came back alive, everything would be fine. "Die, icy hot. Just shut up for 1 second, would you?" "Hey, it's Bakugo!" Ashido squealed and rushed to open the door. Some students, like Yanagi, Monoma, Fukudashi, Jiro, Kendo, Uraraka and Siro rushed out to greet their friends. They counted 7 people. They were missing 2 people. "Where's Midoriya?" Monoma asked. At the mention of Midoriya's name, Aizawa and the 6 students practically deflated. Aizawa's shoulders drooped more than usual. There wasn't a hint of a smile on Kirishima or Kaminari's face. Bakugo wasn't exploding anything for once, and Tokoyami and Todoroki just looked so miserable. Shoji's face was downcast, obvious even though he had covered most of his face with his mask. "Where's Kota?" Sasaki yelped as she made her way to the door, Ken right behind her. Aizawa slumped down even more. "No." She covered her mouth, trying to stop the sobs that were making their way up her throat. "This Aizu?" Monoma turned only to find that Shinso had flipped over somehow and was trying his best to push himself up, but to no avail. His eyes were still clouded, and he was pretty sure that the poor child was still disoriented and confused. Aizawa pushed his way past the students and crouched down in front of Shinso. He pulled Shinso up into a hug. "I'm so sorry, Hitoshi." Aizu. It seemed that Shinso didn't really hear him, and he yanked on Aizawa's capture weapon weakly. Aizu. "I'm so sorry, Hitoshi." Aizawa sounded like he was choking, and clung onto Shinso tightly, resting his chin on the toddler's fluffy hair. No. Shinso had tears pooling in his eyes. "Aizu? Not here. Kota? They got him, Hitoshi. Him and Kota. I'm so sorry." Shinso was barely in the right mind to register what was being said. No matter how cloudy his head was, how much the room around him was spinning, how his head felt like it had turned to mush, how he felt light-headed and woozy. But he understood. They got Izuku and Kota. And Shinso promptly shut down. Notes. Credits to Empath, my child and beta reader, for making this chapter enjoyable for everyone. https://archivoforon.org/user/empath3t1c/sud/empath3t1c. Also, Discord server. We have mini-games, some spoilers, and a lot of random stuff in here. https://discord.gg/pgwttv7. Also, comments help me track how much people like a chapter, so please. Chapter 32, Tracker Out. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. 19 students, 2 children, 6 pro heroes. 6 students avoided the entire fiasco. 22 students exposed to the knockout gas, 7 students knocked out by it. Most of the students had made it out of this nightmare, with mostly minor injuries. The worst one was Yaoyorozu, with a minor concussion. All except for one. Midoriya Izuku, kidnapped by the League of Villains. And one Izumi Kota, taken as well. Shiratoko had also gone missing, presumably taken by the League as well. Yue's reputation, surprisingly, hadn't been hit. Due to the well-resolved USJ incident with the very same group of villains, they believed that they had noticed the buses leaving UA on their lengthy journey to the home of the wild pussycats, and as such, left it as that. To them, UA was still the safest place on Earth. Everyone believed that if this had taken place in UA, it would have turned out differently. Even though some of them were still skeptical, there wasn't much they could do anyways. And Midoriya Izuku's parents weren't complaining, so everything must be fine, right? Ishiyama had promptly started building the dorms when UA got the alert. Kayama, Snipe, and Ectoplasm immediately helped with the furniture, trying to do anything they could to get their minds off this grave situation. Midoriya was gone. Shiratoko and Kota as well. They knew, all the teachers knew that Midoriya, Todoroki and Bakugo were the 3 primary targets. Kurojiiri had literally said so. They were probably targets because of the sports festival. Tetsu had mentioned that during his interrogation, when he fought Mustard. And that was because they were all powerful in their own right. Bakugo had raw strength and excellent battle instincts. Todoroki kept his cool, and his quirk was unique and powerful, even if the user couldn't use it properly. Midoriya was a battle strategist, a quirk analysis, being able to see the weaknesses in fighting styles and exploit them, and was also good with weaponry. But Aizawa and Yagi knew that it didn't just stop there. The League of Villains was associated with All For One. A man that stole quirks. Something that Midoriya didn't have. If they found out he was quirkless, what would they do? Kill him? Hold him ransom? Try to make him join them? And what of Kota and Shiratoko? Would they be killed too? Used as leverage against them? Out of all the kids that made it out so far, Shinso was in the worst condition. He was lucky his case of hypothermia was minor and had gone away in a day. But he was absolutely devastated. He just curled up in a ball, under the blankets, and never said a word, his eyes hollow, absent. Of the signature light and excitement, he only ever reacted to Aizawa, Yamada, Bakugo and Minoma, but even then, it was just clinging to them as he continued to suffer in silence, drowning in his pain and misery, never saying a single word. All Hero Corps students were required to stay in UA for their protection. Pro heroes were stationed outside, as Nizu and other heroes worked on upping the security once again. All the injured students were fine, and those that were still passed out from the knockout gas were resting, the others waiting for them to wake up. He was fine physically. But mentally? He was horrible. The added fact that he had separation anxiety, and that he had been forced away from Midoriya for an entire day was probably driving him crazy, but he knew that asking for him wouldn't help anyone. He knew what had happened to him, but they didn't know when they would get him back. But he never said a word. He didn't drink or eat anything. Shizenji had to force him to use an 4-drip, alongside his medicine that she decided to give him when she heard that he had been carried around all night with hypothermia. All the students were quiet, the air around them was heavy, filling them all with dread. They were all sleeping on futons, waiting for anything to happen. They wanted to know if Midoriya was okay. He clearly wasn't. He was at the hands of villains. Kurogiri said that he had beaten Muscular, but at what cost? All hope wasn't lost yet, but it was dwindling until Yaoyorozu suddenly spoke up, a day after the kidnapping. Yaoyorozu was thinking. Her head was swarming with thoughts, with molecular formulas for a variety of things. But there was something important that she knew she was missing. Something that could change the tide of everything. And it came rushing back to her. The tracker. She suddenly shot to her feet, blanket falling off her lap as she stumbled, running to find Aizawa. Hold on. Jiro yelled as Shoji held her back gently. We'll go get him. Get all the other heroes as well. She yelped. Yanagi and I put a tracker on the lizard guy. Oh, so that is what it was. Yanagi muttered. Aizawa, Sosaki, and the other UA teachers burst into the room, and the students opened a path for them to make their way to Yaoyorozu. I made a tracker. I asked Yanagi to put it on the green lizard guy, as I distracted him. That's how. I got a concussion. When it's in range, it should have a signal. Alright, so can we access it? Aizawa asked. Yeah. Can I eat something? She asked. It didn't take long for Lunch Rush to WHP up a dish full of carbohydrates and lipids, and Yaoyorozu wolfed it down. She put her spoon down and opened her palm before closing her eyes as a phone-like device emerged from her palm. It's not just a tracker. I think I also added a microphone function, but I'm not sure. She quickly took hold of it and pressed a few buttons before a loud yell rang out through the device. Izuku! At the first mention of the name, Shinso, in Minoma's arms, perked up. Sosaki's eyes widened. That was Kota. He was fine. He was alive. Nizu had reached out a paw to take the device, but his paw froze, almost like he wanted to listen at what was going on right now. This could be an opportunity to hear their plans. My, such a strong resolve. Might be easier to work on you, no? How old are you, child? Aizawa said in a breath. They were threatening Kota. What did they want with him? No. Leave. Leave him alone. You freak. A choking sound was heard, and they all winced at how bad Midoriya sounded. He's just a kid. He doesn't deserve this. Aizu! Shinso yelled, leaning forward. Yamada quickly grabbed a hold of him before he fell, and he was just struggling against Yamada, as if that would allow him to get closer to the source of Aizawa's voice. Well, since you aren't cooperative, we have no choice, you know? I'm pretty sure it won't take long to coax a scream out of the little one. All of them gasped. They were threatening to hurt Kota to get to Midoriya? Leave him alone. As long as you're a good boy, the child won't have to suffer your fate. Shinso froze. They heard a breath hitch and a faint rattling of metal. They could hear someone breathing and a quiet, almost unnoticeable wheeze in pain. It went on for a good 5 minutes, of someone who they presumed was Midoriya holding his breath. A loud crash startled them out of their thought of what was going on. I wanted to test this out first. It seems like it hasn't done much. Then again, it wasn't a very powerful quirk in particular, but seeing you so beaten up, I'm honestly surprised you're still conscious. Wanna try the next one? Izuku! Kota sounded like he was close to crying, and the chains were rattling a lot more closer than before. Iguchi was probably next to Kota for the sound to be that loud. Iguchi wasn't harming him, at least, not in a physical way, but they couldn't help but hate the green-skinned man for forcing Kota to go through something like this. This one is perfect for you. Ready, Midoriya? I really want to hear you scream in pain. They couldn't stop themselves as they heard Midoriya's breath hitch, as the sound of metal chains clattering together rang through the tracker. A loud crack resonated out, and there was a sharp intake of breath, before the sound of metal hitting the ground was heard. They realized this entire time, Shinso had been silent. They carefully turned to face him, so as to not startle him. He was pale. Deathly pale. Like he listened to it, and his mind was supplying him the entire scene, like it were playing out in front of him. No. Stop. Don't hurt him. Shinso cried out, as if the other party could hear them, with tears welling up his eyes. His desperate cries for the villains to leave Midoriya alone broke their hearts, and they all felt so regretful that he had been kidnapped. Interesting, it looks like they didn't do much. Tell me, Midoriya, how do you feel? A loud bang was heard, scaring them all. I asked for a reply. Or did I break you already? You were pretty broken when you got here, with a broken arm, a broken leg, and half your ribs were wrecked. Muscular smacked you into the ground, didn't he? You were no match for him in terms of physical prowess. Aizawa gave a sharp intake of breath. Midoriya had all those injuries, and he was still flinging himself all over the place? What was wrong with his problem child? I am surprised how you managed to stay alive so long while quirkless. Tell me, Midoriya, how do you feel? Your dream of being a pillar for those with weak or villainous quirks, or even the quirkless, shattered, right here, right now. 15 years of work, all down the drain. This was let's say a gift from way back. It makes you more sensitive to pain. A lot more sensitive. A crash was heard, and they all held their breaths in anticipation. Let's see how much this would hurt, the body changing to suit its needs. You know, only a handful of people who survived this, and they all ended up as Nomus. But you're quirkless. This is interesting. So interesting. How much more can I do before you break? They're gonna what? Uraraka gasped. They can't dash. No. Midoriya. Ida yelped. What are they doing to him? A sharp gasp of pain was heard, and everyone promptly shut up as they listened, straining their ears to try and listen to what was going on with Midoriya. They heard a soft whimper in pain, and then a sharp bark of laughter that Monoma immediately identified as Shigaraki's. Izuku. Stop it. Leave him alone. Stop it, please. Stop hurting him. Kota's heartbreaking pleas broke their hearts even further, shattering the broken shards to ash and dust. They could hear choking sounds, harsh intakes of breath, metal hitting metal, until it finally died down, leaving only the sound of empty, hollow breathing. The air was tense with anticipation, everyone silent as they waiting anxiously for someone, anyone, on the other end to speak. What had happened over there? Was Midoriya okay? Oh my, this certainly is interesting. You're still conscious. And you barely made a sound. This is going to be so much fun. I am so looking forward to breaking you. All of them heaved a huge sigh of relief. Midoriya was alive. He was still himself. He wasn't a Nomu. They could still get him back. But how much time did they have? How long were they going to torture the boy? How long were they going to be entertained before ultimately deciding to kill him? Nizu managed to snap himself out of his stupor first, carefully taking the device from Yaoyorozu. He cleared his throat, but looked like he was at a loss for what to say. This will definitely help us get him back faster. Yagi left the room, in search of one Togata Mirio. He didn't like the vibes that they got from the interaction on the other side. And frankly speaking, he did not know how to deal with emotional teenagers. He would let Aizawa and Ken take care of their kids, and provide support from behind when needed. He could feel a fight coming, and he wanted to light the next match before his torch was to be potentially blown out. Aizawa and Ken were left in the room, and the second the other teachers left, they broke. Some students, like Uraraka and Tokige, had broken down in tears. Tetsu and Kirishima were sparring, yelling at each other in frustration. Bakugu was currently blasting air, as profanities filled the air. Some others were more calm. Shishida, Tokoyami and Todoroki, though they still looked very shaken, were sitting quietly on a futon. Shoji and Sato were staring at nothing, and Azui seemed to be deep in thought. Jiro, Yorozu and Kendo just looked at each other, disappointment and regret shining clearly in their eyes. Monoma was sitting quietly by himself, arms wrapped around Shinso, like he himself couldn't process what had just happened. No. Shinso mumbled as he clung to Monoma, burying his face in his shirt, before he stopped moving completely, freezing in Monoma's arms. Hey Shinso. Snap out of it. Monoma shook Shinso, and he just looked at him with those haunted, dead-looking eyes. There wasn't the energetic sparkle, or the usual intelligence he had come to associate with the child, just emptiness and darkness. Shinso tucked into a ball again, hiding his face in his knees, before he let the darkness take over, as he sunk back into his mental void, letting himself sink deeper and deeper. It was too much for him to handle. Monoma pulled Shinso in, resting his chin on the younger's head, trying to ignore the tears welling up in his own eyes. Notes. Credits to Empath, my child and beta reader, for making this chapter enjoyable for everyone. https://archivoforum.org/user/empath3t1c/sud/empath3t1c. Also, Discord server. We have mini-games, some spoilers, and a lot of random stuff in here. https://discord.gg/pgwttv7. Also, comments help me track how much people like chapters. Why I like reading comments XD. Chapter 33, Tracker in. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. It was dark. That was all he knew at that time. His head was hazy, and the shadows were twisting, turning, churning, as he tried to look around and recall what happened. Midoriya had saved him and Shinso from Muscular. They found more students, and he was grabbed by someone. He was passed to another person, then another. He saw Midoriya get beat up again. Then it all turned to black. He curled up in a ball, just noticing the chains around his wrists, clicking together ominously as he moved. There was a grunt next to him, and Kota flinched, turning his head hastily to identify the sound. He saw Midoriya's emerald green eyes gazing up at him, dazed. Kota? Kota let out a small whimper. He shouldn't be scared. He shouldn't. They beat Muscular, he got crushed by a landslide and fell down a cliff. So why was he so scared? Hey! Kota! He didn't even notice that Midoriya had sat up and saw the visible wince on his face before he pulled him in for a hug. His head bumped against something metallic and he looked up, eyeing the heavy metal collar around Midoriya's neck cautiously. Careful! Midoriya hissed as Kota accidentally pressed against him too hard. My ribs are busted, ow. Sorry. I'm fine, Kota. He knew Midoriya won the sports festival. He knew he took down Akaguro. Was this why they seemed so eager, so desperate to catch him? He was distracted from his thoughts when the door to their cell opened and the lizard guy came in. Midoriya hissed at him, protectively wrapping his arms around Kota's trembling form, even though he knew he wasn't making his broken ribs any better. He tugged on Midoriya's chains gently. They're coming to check on you soon. I'm supposed to sedate you, but you seem pretty banged up and shackled properly. No need for it. Midoriya wasn't sure if this guy, Spinner, was trying to help or not. Or trying to trick him. He'll figure that out later. But for now, he was not the threat. Soon footsteps echoed down the hallway, and Kota huddled even closer to Midoriya, afraid. Midoriya put his arms around Kota, shifted into a kneeling position, and snarled when Shigaraki and an unknown man walked up behind him. Thu. Midoriya hissed before he coughed, and Shigaraki merely sneered, we finally got you in our grasp. Tell me, kid, what do you think we're gonna do to you? I don't. No, steal. Steal my... Quirk. Midoriya tried to snap, but his coughing fits which resulted in the expulsion of blood was not helping. Peeks us off. Shithead. My, a rude one no. You mentioned this was the one that escaped? The man with a mask asked. Akatani. We bugged Stain as he left and we managed to catch that bit about him. It got smashed when they started fighting, though. A purple-haired man replied. Midoriya eyed the man warily. Purple hair. Purple eyes. Exactly how Shinso described him. Were the one that kidnapped Midoriya received a kick in the face, and his breath hitched. His back hit the wall, and he let out a quiet hiss in pain, glaring venomously at the man. If his ribs weren't broken before, he was damn well sure that they were broken now. No. It is not kidnapping when I'm taking back custody of what belongs to me. Though his views no longer aligned with mine, so he needed a little more convincing. Midoriya didn't have time to process the statement, as a hand shot out to touch his forehead. He felt something sifting through his thoughts, invading his personal privacy. His quirk, maybe? Interesting. No one wanted you. Your parents abandoned you. Your old classmates hated you. Even now, your current peers still don't know how to handle you. What dash? Did it hurt, boy? When All Might told you that you couldn't be a hero? I don't. No. He coughed. I honestly don't remember. And I'm pretty darn happy now. So why? Why the heck do you care? What do you want? Join us. He stated, join us and we'll overthrow the heroes that have wronged us, suppressed our abilities, forcing us to be someone we don't want to be. Well, you'll be a god-made tyrant, if you were allowed to rule. I'm glad you're not ruling the world. Midoriya doubled over to hack out some more blood, but wasn't able to do so as the masked man put his hand on his face again. He waited and waited for the masked man to crush his skull, to dislocate his jaw, to gouge out his eyeballs. He waited for something to happen. Nothing happened. He felt a faint feeling, a phantom poke here, a prod there, as if someone was looking for something in him. Very similar to how Aizawa's Quirk felt when he was looking for the... He realized just who this was. You're all for one? The man pulled his hand back, and Midoriya was sure he was snickering just under his mask. You really do surprise, Midoriya Izuku. Not only do you know my name, but you got this far, bested your peers, defeated Stain, all the while Quirkless? Yeah. Wanna try me? I will, child. This will be even more fun than trying to kill All Might. Let's see how much you can take before I break you. I saw you wanted to prove the world wrong, didn't you? Be a pillar for those with weak or villainous quirks, or even the quirkless. Midoriya grit his teeth. So, what? He spat, before pain suddenly flared through his system, and Midoriya bit his tongue, trying to prevent himself from making any sound. Now boy. You don't want me to, I don't know, accidentally give you a quirk, do you? Midoriya's blood ran cold. He worked so hard, so goddamn hard, to keep up with the others. To make up for a lack of a quirk. 10 years ago, maybe he would have been happy to get a quirk. To finally be able to fit in, to be a hero, to be loved and cared for. But he found Shinso. He got Bakuga back. He found a family in Aizawa, in all his friends in Ua. He didn't want a quirk at this point. You know, how rare it is to find a quirkless person now. All my experiments, all the nomis, they originally had quirks. Most of the quirkless population are dead or elderly. That just wouldn't do. I do wonder how a naturally quirkless person would react to being given a quirk. You sick dash. All for one lunged at him, forcing his head against the wall. His arms were being weighed down by the cuffs, pulled down by the ridiculously short chains, leaving Midoriya unable to struggle to free himself from the villain's grasp. He wasn't able to struggle anyway. His injuries were far too serious for him to actually do any damage, especially while chained up. Midoriya felt a pressure in his head. Like something was pulsing, feeling foreign, cold. It started off as a dull presence, poking, prodding, until it became more powerful, forcefully shoving its way into his head, down his veins, through his blood. Midoriya resisted. He pushed back, shoved with all his might. He was at a stalemate with the offending presence, and he was determined not to lose. Kota watched in awe, his shock forgotten, as Midoriya engaged in the mental battle. As he struggled, pushed back, not even giving an inch. His brow furrowed, sweat and blood dripping down his body onto the ground. Midoriya focused, pooling all his mental reserves, forcefully pushing against it, pushed against All for One, and shoved him out of his body, out of his head, with a feral roar of, leave me alone. Midoriya lurched backwards, out of All for One's grip, leaning against the wall as he breathed, sliding down the wall until he was sitting on the cold, hard ground, forcing air back into his lungs. His injuries stung. His broken bones were screaming at him, and waves of pain washed over him, crashing into him again and again. All for One looked at his hand in awe. This was the first time someone said no to taking a quirk. This was the first time someone resisted. This was the first time someone ever succeeded in fighting back. Shigaraki was watching in interest, his eyes glinting as he eyed his mentor. Izuku! Kota yelped, and let out a whimper as the chains pulled away, dragging him away from Midoriya, courtesy of Kurogiri. He tried to reach out, but he wasn't strong enough to pull himself back. He couldn't do anything as he was dragged closer and closer to the masked man. My, such a strong resolve. Might be easier to work on you, no? All for One said, ruffling Kota's hair as Shigaraki picked Kota up by the collar of his shirt. No. Leave. Leave him alone. You freak. Midoriya spat, struggling to his feet and failing due to the short chain on his collar. He choked against the collar for a second, before he managed to lean back against the wall. He's just a kid. He doesn't deserve this. Well, since you aren't cooperative, we have no choice, you know? Midoriya's eyes widened, and he promptly froze, asking desperately, leave him alone. Kagetsu bent down to grab his collar, and Midoriya just let his body go limp. He yanked Midoriya back into a kneeling position, and Midoriya was no longer fighting back as he kept his eyes on Kota. As long as you're a good boy. All for One purred, letting Shigaraki put Kota back on the ground before placing his hand on Midoriya's head again. The child won't have to suffer your fate. Midoriya felt that familiar sensation, and tried to ignore that feeling. He tried to stop himself from pushing it away like he did before. If I do it, Kota gets hurt. He grimaced, holding in his screams of pain as his entire body felt like it was set on fire. It burned. He felt too hot, his surroundings freezing. Why was it all so cold? What did they do to him? His body felt drastically different, like it was on fire. His heart burned, his blood churning in his veins, and he felt the very strong urge to throw up. He felt like his body was turned inside out, his insides ripped out and replaced with nothing but fire. His head spun, and his surroundings were nothing more than a kaleidoscope of colors as they blurred and focused continuously. All for One finally pulled his hand away, admiring his handiwork, ignoring the fact that Midoriya had literally crashed into the ground, looking at him in a pained daze. I wanted to test this out first. It seems like it hasn't done much. Then again, it wasn't a very powerful quirk in particular, so I'm honestly not surprised. All for One looked at him, Midoriya breathing as he lay on the floor, suppressing any noise he felt he may make. He shuddered. It was cold. So cold. He was sure the temperature in the room hadn't changed at all, so why? Izuku. Kota managed to get to his feet, rushing over to Midoriya's side, but Iguchi held him back, careful so that he wouldn't hurt the boy, but firm enough so Kota couldn't do anything but struggle. This one is perfect for you. Ready, Midoriya? I really want to hear you scream in pain. All for One pressed his hand onto Midoriya's face again, and if he was to say that what previously happened was bad, this was infinitely worse. He felt that his skin was changing, that he was being ripped apart from the inside out. Pain flared through his entire body, and he in a breath on instinct, and almost threw up as he began to choke on his own blood. He lurched backwards, slamming his head against the cold brick wall, a loud crack ringing out from the impact. But he didn't hear it. All he could hear was his ears screaming, his body screeching in agony, his lungs hissing from the stress placed on it. His ribcage was on fire, his muscles burning and spasming as he tried to hold. In his screams of pain. He didn't even know how much time had passed, just that the world was turning into a blurry vision of pain as his insides felt like they turned to ash. The pain finally died down, and Midoriya quickly inhaled, trying to bring oxygen back into his battered lungs. He inhaled sharply as he accidentally moved, and a rib poked his lung. He coughed out more blood, before lying limply on the ground, warily eyeing All for One as he looked him over. Interesting, it looks like they didn't do much. Tell me, Midoriya, how do you feel? Midoriya didn't even have the energy to reply, until All for One picked him up by the collar and slammed him into the wall. I asked for a reply. Or did I break you already? You were pretty broken when you got here, with a broken arm, a broken leg, and half your ribs were wrecked. Muscular smacked you into the ground, didn't he? You were no match for him in terms of physical prowess. I am surprised how you managed to stay alive so long while quirkless. Tell me, Midoriya, how do you feel? Your dream of being a pillar for those with weak or villainous quirks, or even the quirkless, shattered, right here, right now. 15 years of work, all down the drain. All for One chucked, as Midoriya squirmed in his grip. His fingers morphed into needles, and he stabbed Midoriya in the neck, before they changed back. This was let's say a gift from way back. It makes you more sensitive to pain. A lot more sensitive. Midoriya hissed as All For One slammed him into the wall, and he was sure All For One was grinning maniacally behind the mask. He supported the boy with one hand, his other one raised in front of him. Let's see how much this would hurt. The body changing to suit its needs. You know, only a handful of people who survived this. But you're quirkless. This is interesting. So interesting. How much more can I do before you break? Kota watched in horror as All For One's fingers started growing, turning into long, sharp, blue points, and stabbing Midoriya in the chest. He yanked his fingers out, leaving Midoriya to gasp sharply and fall forwards. His muscles convulsed, he felt like his body had turned to mush. Pain snaked through his limbs, down his spine, much stronger than before, and he let out a small whimper in pain. He clenched his fists and grit his teeth. His body felt like it was shifting, sliding against other parts, constantly changing, pushing past his skin. He was an outsider to his own body, and he couldn't do anything, only watch, and feel the blood rushing to his head, listen to Shigaraki cackle like a maniac. His eyes ached, and they felt like they were going to explode, and he quickly closed his eyes, trying to ignore the feeling that his skull was going to blow up as the pressure behind his eyes grew even greater. His ears ached, a strange force pressing down on him, and he desperately curled into a ball, trying to suppress the pain that was racing through him. Everything hurt, everything was screaming in protest, it was too loud, yet it was too soft. He couldn't hear anything, but the shrill cries of pain that flared up from all his muscles couldn't be ignored. He thought he heard screaming, but that was probably a figment of his imagination. He was barely registering anything that was happening, as he dully felt something move, piercing his skin. He couldn't breathe, it was like a snake had wrapped itself around his lungs, harshly constricting and preventing him from taking in the oxygen his body so desperately needed. Finally, the tremors that racked his body died down, leaving Midoriya lying in a pool of his own blood. His face and his body was caked with sweat. A tingling feeling crawled under his skin, through his veins, throughout his entire body. He could feel something, akin to a beast in hiding, waiting for their prey before pouncing out, but it was weak, restrained. His head was fuzzy, filled with static, and he clung to himself desperately, trying to ignore his shudders as he wrapped his arms around himself. It was him, but it didn't feel like him. It wasn't him anymore. What was he even now? Was he still Midoriya Izuku? Or was he a mindless being, a wandering soul, and this searing sensation of pain was just an illusion? He didn't care. He couldn't care. Pain was still overriding every single thought, every single nerve. He couldn't even twitch, couldn't even shiver without feeling pain rush through his entire being. Oh my, this certainly is interesting. You're still conscious. And you barely made a sound. All For One chortled as Midoriya flicked a dull emerald eye at him. This is going to be so much fun. I am so looking forward to breaking you. Iguchi carefully released Kota as All For One exited the cell, and he was careful not to come in contact with the pool of red that was growing larger by the second. Kota didn't care. He rushed towards Midoriya, who was lying there, looking at nothing with a blank, dazed expression. He carefully nudged Midoriya, and the dull, emerald eyes moved to look at him. Midoriya tried to lift his arm, but gave a small hiss as his arm refused to move. Kota sank to his knees, and tried to make himself as small as possible, tucking himself against Midoriya's chest gently, and cried. Notes. Credits to Empath, my child and beta reader, for making this chapter enjoyable for everyone. https://archival4own.org/user/empath3t1c/sud/empath3t1c. Also, Discord server. We have mini-games, some spoilers, and a lot of random stuff in here. https://discord.gg/pgwttv7. For those of you that voted for torture in my server poll. Well, here you go. Also, comments help me track how much people like chapters. Why I like reading comments XD. Chapter 34, Chains. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Dabi sighed as he carefully wiped all the blood off Midoriya, and bandaged all the open wounds he had. Iguchi had already cleared out the cell, clean of all the blood and was currently holding on to Kota. He kept his arm pressed against Midoriya's, trying not to feel guilty that he was partially responsible for Midoriya's condition. If they had just gotten out with Bakugo, he didn't want to hurt his little brother or the teen that had saved his life. But here he was, the boy at his feet, as cold as a corpse, his head way too warm compared to his body, his heartbeat too fast, too faint, for it to be healthy. His eyes were clouded with pain, and he was twitching every other second, his labored, shallow breaths being accompanied by the occasional blood-filled cough. Dabi carefully looked around, checking to see if Shigaraki or Kurogyari were watching. They would kill both him and Iguchi if they realized what they were doing. But they weren't as bad as his father. He was still guilty about leaving Todoroki alone to face his father's wrath, but he couldn't take it anymore. And now, there was another kid his brother's age, lying down in this cold dark cell, and he couldn't help himself. He wasn't able to help Todoroki, but at least he could help Midoriya. He carefully procured a syringe, gently pressing it into Midoriya's arm, before pushing the plunger, injecting the contents into Midoriya's bloodstream. "What did you do?" Kota hissed as he tried but failed to punch Iguchi, who placed him beside Midoriya. "Don't worry about it. Just some painkillers and some mild sedatives to clear his head." Dabi sighed. It took a few minutes for it to take effect, and the haze cleared from Midoriya's eyes slightly, and he leaned back against the wall, his breaths evening out slowly. "You feeling better now, kid?" "I think so." His speech was slurred, but it was still coherent enough for them to hold a conversation. Midoriya gently wrapped his arms around Kota, not wanting to break anything else by accident. "Are you hurt?" Kota shook his head, wrapped his arms around Midoriya's side. "We need to talk to you about something. In 2 days, during UA's press conference, something's gonna happen, something big. We can try to use that distraction to get you out, but only one of you." "Huh. Don't be silly. We're villains. You think I didn't notice the little tracker your creation friend and levitation friend put on me?" Iguchi rolled his eyes. "I would have removed it if it were anyone else trapped here. But it's you. I wouldn't mind the heroes busting in here to save your butt." "No swearing." Dabi and Iguchi looked at Midoriya, who looked at them confused until he realized what he had said. "Sorry. Habit? There's a reason I gave her a light concussion instead of, I don't know, knocking her out for weeks. Depending on who we ended up nabbing, a broken tracker wouldn't help anyways. Anyways, back to the point, assuming the heroes do get here, we can only help one of you get out. They definitely dash. If you're gonna get anyone out, let him go." Midoriya coughed, and Dabi gently patted his back to aid with his coughing fit. "He shouldn't go through this. None of them do. Let Kota go back." Dabi sighed. "Still the same old selfless brat." Iguchi snorted. "There's a reason why Stain called him a true hero. There's a difference between being selfless and a reckless idiot." "Excuse? Are you insulting me?" Midoriya hissed. The foreign feeling of something crawling beneath his skin had started up again, and he didn't like it. "If it were anyone but you, I would be content letting them rot in here. You saved me back then, and I still have morals. Thank you very much. Yet you're a villain?" Dabi rolled his eyes, before shackling Midoriya and Kota again, albeit gently. "You're Quirkless apparently. No idea why they're cuffing you in Quirk suppressing cuffs, but whatever. I have no idea what they did to you, but they wouldn't do it with no reason. I'll come back later. Handman wants to talk." He moved to exit the cell, Iguchi right behind him. They didn't notice that the light in Midoriya's eyes had faded, as Kota curled up against him, wondering why it suddenly felt colder. He attributed it to the shackles. The day after tomorrow. They just had to wait it out. The students just stared at the newly created device in Yaoyorozu's hand. Aizawa didn't want to involve them any further, but both he and Ken knew how worried they were of Midoriya. Allowing them to listen in wouldn't do any harm. They were expecting to somehow hear them trying to hurt Midoriya, to hear Kota screaming in protest. Instead, they somehow heard that the fire user Dabi and the lizard man, Iguchi, were willing to go behind the league's back to help Midoriya, and they were acting like a bunch of friends instead, 2 villains and a former vigilante student. Not out of the goodness of their heart. Because one revered Akaguro, who called Midoriya worthy. Another one is repaying Midoriya for saving his life. Midoriya's kind, selfless personality gave him this chance. This glimmer of a chance that he could get out alive. Getting out unscathed was thrown out the window long ago. They already hurt the boy and threatened Kota. Yaoyorozu felt dread. The tracker had only worked because Iguchi allowed it to. He knew it was there, and knew how to remove it. That defeated the whole point of having a tracker. Maybe next time, she should stick the trackers on people that are dumb and hide them where people won't think to search for it. Aizawa noted that they said 2 days. The specific day they would hold the press conference. Of course, that was the original plan. They watched the sports festival, there was no doubt they would watch the press conference as well. They were planning to distract them with the conference, and jump in to save Midoriya and Kota, asking they managed to find the location. Night Eye had also gotten lucky, and found the location of a nearby Noma factory when he bumped into a villain when he had a headache, accidentally activating his quirk and somehow being fortunate enough to find that clue. But knowing they also had something planned on the same day was worrying. They were going to make use of the press conference too? Maybe he should ask the big three to stay back and help protect them, just in case. Shinso had relaxed slightly. Not enough to be significant, but he stopped clinging to Monoma so tightly, allowing Yamada to pick him up to try and lift his spirits. But all in all, the overall mood of the Hero Corps students was lighter. Midoriya was still alive, he was getting treatment, painkillers at the very least, and the villains were helping him by trying to let Kota return. They didn't like that Midoriya was suffering, that he was getting hurt, but it was only because it was him, that they were getting more help than expected, from the most unexpected place. The next 2 days were not good for Midoriya at all. Midoriya didn't know what to feel, when Shigaraki kicked him into a wall. He knew that he should be feeling something, maybe anger, hate, or just something, but he just felt empty inside, hollow, dead. Must be whatever facepalm injected me with. He stayed quiet, and endured Shigaraki's childish tantrums. He couldn't make a sound anyway, even as he felt his ribcage crack again. He had threatened to hurt Kota, and Midoriya knew that no matter what, he could not let that happen. The only time when they could hurt him was over Midoriya's dead body, but he was sure as hell going to find a way back to prevent that as well. He knew he had a fever. Running around in the cool air, being dumped in an unsanitary cell, and bleeding profusely while lying on the cold hard floor probably made him sick, and it made him wonder what sickness he had caught. He doubted that he would get treated for it. These villains weren't doctors by any means. They wouldn't know how to treat it, and even if they did, they'd probably not treat him and let him suffer. Shigaraki was mad with Midoriya, and Kurogiri suspected that Shigaraki was still bitter over the USJ, where they were utterly humiliated when all the students escaped and they were being wrecked by a boy who hacked into the USJ. He had wrapped Midoriya in chains and electrocuted him in saline water. He had stuck him in a freezing ice bath, which probably ended up giving him hypothermia. Midoriya decided that he really hated bars. Alcohol messes with your senses. It didn't matter if he liked the taste or not, he just hated how confused and woozy he got, how blurry everything was, how none of his senses were cooperating with him. This time, he was currently being chained up in the bar, while Kurogiri wiped down his glasses after he very politely asked Midoriya to test some of their alcohol. He wasn't that bad, and stopped asking when Midoriya shook his head tiredly, after Hikishi shoved a can full of the horrid drink down his throat, but Shigaraki, oh, he was horrible. Shigaraki just grabbed an oddly shaped bottle from who knew where, popped it open, and shoved the bottle into Midoriya's mouth, forcing the horrendously bitter citric liquid down Midoriya's throat. His throat felt like it was burning, the acidic sour liquid trickling down, and his stomach was churning like the waves in an intense storm, not sitting well with the liquid that he was 100% sure was not supposed to be edible. "Are you nuts?" Dabi yelled, ripping the bottle out of Shigaraki's hand. "What is wrong with you? This is car battery acid. Are you trying to kill him?" Midoriya felt like he was on fire, and he couldn't stop himself as he lurched forward and retched. He didn't have anything in his stomach, and didn't drink enough of the nasty acid for him to puke. He ended up lying on the ground, curled up in a fetal position as he dry heaved, clawing at his throat, his entire body on fire, choking and gagging. Iguchi forced him into a sitting position, pulling Midoriya's hands away. He poured some water into Midoriya's mouth and forced him to swallow it, ignoring Midoriya as he tried to push Iguchi away, scratching and clawing at his arms. In the end, they had to end up knocking Midoriya so that they could pour water down his throat without any resistance to try and dilute the acid that Shigaraki introduced into his system. He's a prisoner. He's supposed to listen to us, you're not supposed to listen to him. Shigaraki, this is irrational. I was merely offering a drink. And he's not a prisoner, you know he wants to recruit him. Yes, we gave him a gift. And he's so ungrateful. Shigaraki snapped before he stomped out of the bar. Kota just tried to snuggle up to Midoriya. He was awfully cold, and he wrapped his arms around Midoriya's freezing hand and leaned against him, trying to take comfort that he could still hear Midoriya's heartbeat. The poor boy had also gotten several stab wounds from when Shigaraki tried to kill Kota, and Dabi and Iguchi were banned from getting any more medical supplies to patch Midoriya up. Let Tamura have his fun. He won't kill him. All For One had said. Yeah, right? Dabi scowled. That's only cause the kid is a determined piece of shit. He had already noticed that in the 3 days Midoriya had suffered at the hands of the villains in extreme pain, that a small portion of his hair was turning white. Toga liked to braid it as she stabbed him. Even when he was free, there was no doubt that he was going to be plagued by nightmares and night terrors. The kid didn't show it, but the way he cradled Kota protectively, glancing around him like they would be attacked any minute was obvious. Given what he had been through, and what he heard of the younger Shinso's kidnapping, it was obvious that he was paranoid. Babigawara and Himiko had also spent a large chunk of time messing with Midoriya, which often resulted in Midoriya gaining new stab wounds on his arms and torso, and on his back. It was not until Shigaraki had disintegrated Midoriya's shoulder right up to the bone, that Kurogiri finally got tired of it, and told him that they still needed Midoriya to be presentable and functional. Shigaraki just gave a childish huff, and stomped away. Midoriya just looked dead the entire time as he took Shigaraki's abuse. His face did scrunch up in pain, but the determined lights in his eyes no longer lit up. There wasn't a hint of any emotions on his face, not happiness, sadness, not even anger. Kurogiri just assumed that the pain was overriding everything. After all, he didn't have a proper face. It was hard to read his own emotions too. Why should he bother with how other people express theirs? The press conference was coming up soon, and UA will fall by their own hand. If that didn't go as planned, well, UA would never be the same again. And whatever Babigawara and Toga did, it's bound to traumatize the two kids forever. The Midoriya and Kota they would meet would no longer be the same people they knew. We're terribly sorry for everything that has happened. If not for the initiatives taken by the students, I'm afraid that this would have turned out even worse. Aizawa apologized. It was true. If Yaoyorozu hadn't created the gas masks, more students would have fallen to it. Kendo and Tetsu would not have been able to take out Mustard. Midoriya had taken out Muscular, saving Shinso and Kota. Bakugu, Todoroki, Kirishima, Kaminari and his problem child had used Dark Shadow to defeat Moonfish, before subduing the quirk with its known weakness. Who knew how many more would be hurt if they didn't do so? It pains me greatly to say that even though most of our students came out with injuries that were easy to fix, one was taken. One student, one child, and one pro-hero. I do believe that, despite this, we will get them back, and this will not ever happen again. For now, please accept ours, and the Pussycat's apologies for our incompetence. He couldn't even describe how much it hurt. He had adopted them. One of his kids were kidnapped and practically getting tortured, and the other one was shutting down, mentally and physically. The separation anxiety wasn't making it any better, and any progress they made so far was completely erased, and they were pushed back 10 steps for the 2 they made. He knew he was also breaking down, deep inside. But he had go stay strong. He was Eraserhead, the man famous within UA for pulling logical ruses, being a ruthless judge of potential, and not letting his emotions get the better of him. He needed to be there for his students, to be the pillar of support that they needed, one that they could rely on when they all felt broken. Once the heroes saved them, once he got Midoriya back, reunited with Shinso, alongside Kota, who he was also fond of, then he could cry. Only then Could he lock himself in his room and cry? He could be weak, hidden behind a locked door, where no one could see him. Cry in anger, in frustration that this had happened, sob in relief that his kids were safe and alive. If they were even alive. They're alive. Izuku is a stubborn little sheet. There's no way he'll die so easily. He's just a kid. A teenager. He's not a pro hero. He doesn't even have his provisional license. Shut up. He smacked himself mentally for these thoughts as he bowed, alongside Kan and Nizu. The blasted event was finally coming to a close, and Nizu and Kan let him go back to UA first, seeing as he had been addressing the crowd most of the time. They were answering the rest of the media's questions as he rubbed the horrible hair gel out of his hair and changed into his regular jumpsuit and scarf, when his phone suddenly vibrated as it sat on the table. He carefully reached over and tapped it to see what the message was. Ecto, we have a situation on campus. Ecto, the purple-haired man who kidnapped Shinso, and a blackbird. Notes. Credits to Empath, my child and beta reader, for making this chapter enjoyable for everyone. https://archivoforum.org/user/empath3t1c/sud/empath3t1c. Also, Discord server. We have mini-games, some spoilers, and a lot of random stuff in here. https://discord.gg/pgwttv7. Also, comments help me track how much people like chapters. Why I like reading comments XD. Chapter 35, Flight. Notes. I would like to say some stuff first. When I write a FIC, I usually leave subtle hints for future events all over the place. Some are obvious, some aren't. But the hint for this chapter, see the end of the chapter for more notes. The alarms blared, and all the students looked up from the television to look out the window. Should we stay inside? Kirishima hesitantly asked. Most of the students were awake, save for Hagakure, Kaibara, Tsuburaba and Hananuki. Shiozaki and the others had already woken up, and while they were still suffering some of the negative side effects like nausea and bouts of dizziness, they were mostly okay. Oh no, please come right up. I want you to see this. An unfamiliar voice blared through the loudspeakers. Failure to do so will result in one child called Kota to be no more. I do expect to see 35 students, 1 toddler, and 3 pro heroes stationed here. He knew. This person, this villain putting Kota's life on the line, he knew. He knew how many were still unconscious from mustard's gas, and how many teachers were here. Snipe, Kayama, and Ectoplasm shared a look before they nodded, and kept an eye on the Hero Corps students as they trudged out onto the fields. The field was dark, but Ectoplasm pressed a button on his phone, and suddenly, the entire area was flooded with light, brightening up the entire area. My, we're in the spotlight now. A man with purple hair, much like Shinso, was seen, standing there, all alone. Bakugo was carrying Shinso in his arms, the alarms having shaken the younger out of his near-dissociative state, and he just stared at the man in horror. Who are you? And who are you associated with? Ectoplasm asked, but the man just turned to Shinso, ignoring the pro-hero completely. Hello, Hitoshi. Happy to see me. Shinso froze, and Bakugo could feel him tensing up. He tightened his grip on the child, and snarled at the man, Who are you? Greetings. I suppose I should introduce myself, as I see that I am trespassing. My name is Shinso Kagutsu. I should like to reacquire what is mine, but sadly, I have other priorities right now. He raised his hand, and swung it downwards, and a loud screech was heard as a black figure descended from the sky. We're terribly sorry for everything that has happened. If not for the initiatives taken by the students, I'm afraid that this would have turned out even worse. Midoriya wasn't even listening to what was being broadcasted by his teacher and surrogate father, as he sat in the corner of the bar, chained to the wall. His heart was still pounding, his muscles felt like they were filled with lead and his head hurt. Kota was wrapped in his arms, trying to ignore the pool of blood that was steadily growing from one of Babaigawara and Toga's more elaborate pranks. The rest of the league had kept their eyes glued to the television, laughing and joking amongst themselves at their victory. Hello? Pizza Dielvoi, Kamino store. The wall behind Iguchi's suddenly exploded, and Yagi burst into the room. The door was flung open, the wood from Nishiya's arms growing and expanding as they spread out, wrapping each villain up in the plant-based hero's tendrils. Dabi's signature blue flame started showing, but Sorahiko leapt in, jumping off walls and crashed into the cremation user, knocking him into a daze. During the press conference? Already? Seiko yelped. When one goes on the offensive, they lack defense the most. Kamihara muttered, opening the door to reveal a squad of policemen. Nishiya looked around, to ensure that he had caught all the villains, until he laid his eyes on the wounded figure in the corner of the room. Sheet! Nishiya whispered, horrified, as Yagi turned to Midoriya. The collar around his neck and wrists looked heavy, and his arms were covered in burns, slashes, knife stabs, and the signature broken and cracked wounds that came from Shigaraki. His emerald eyes were no longer shining and bright, but dull and dark. His gaze was half-lidded and unfocused, as he stared at the heroes at hand, his face emotionless and expressionless. Kota had buried his face into Midoriya's chest, shaking in fear as he clutched at the black shirt the teen was wearing, tears forming in his eyes. Yagi made his way over, and Midoriya just looked at him as he came closer. Kota turned around and whacked Yagi's hand away, crying, "Go away. Don't hurt him. I'm sorry, young Midoriya and young Kota. I'm sure you were scared." He held his hands out in a placating gesture, but Kota just glared at him. Yagi reached out and gently tried to unlock the cuffs, under the gaze of Kota, only to find they were Quirk suppressive cuffs, and he wouldn't be able to break them without risking Midoriya and Kota's health even further. "It's fine now, young one. We'll get you out. You guys really came?" Shigaraki started. "You fools. You're the ones trapped here." "Who are the fools now, Shigaraki Tamura?" "Kurogyri. Get the Nomus." Kurogyri tried to open up a portal, but failed. "I'm sorry. The Nomus at the fixed location are no longer there. This is the end," Yagi declared. "The end? Don't be silly. Justice, peace. I'll destroy this garbage heap that you put a lid on with such vague ideals. It's for that purpose that I set all might apart and started gathering people for my cause." Shigaraki stood up, despite Nishiya trying to force him down, and continued, "Don't be ridiculous. This is just the beginning." "Kurogyri." Kamihara promptly transformed and pierced Kurogyri, knocking him out. "Didn't I tell you to stay put?" Sorahiko snarled, "Atsuhiro Seiko, Shuichi Iguchi, Toga Himiko, Babaigawarajin." With little information and time, the police officers worked to determine your true identities. "Do you understand? There is nowhere to run now." Kamihara made his way over to Midoriya to break the cuffs. "Where is your boss, Shigaraki?" Yagi asked, but before anyone could reply, Midoriya muttered, "Nomo Factory. Black Mask. Ambush. You effing brat." Shigaraki screamed, when all of a sudden, portals made of black goop appeared out of nowhere, Nomus emerging from all of them. It shut. "What about Kurogyri? He should still be out cold. He couldn't have done it. Kemui Woods. Don't let them go under any circumstances," Yagi ordered, as more black goop was expelled from Midoriya's mouth. He hunched over in pain as the same happened to Kota, and all the other villains, engulfing them and disappearing into thin air. "Midoriya! Kota!" Yagi yelped as he tried to get a hold of the duo, but the black goop fell right through his fingertips, leaving only the shackles hanging in midair before they clattered to the ground. "No!" Yagi screamed. "Endeavor! We need backup!" Nishiya yelped, only to find that the streets below were crawling with Nomus as the heroes tried to subdue them. "All Might! Tsukachi here! We got Nomus that emerged from black goop. The same one that Midoriya reported to have kidnapped Shinso, but the user was found dead. It's him." "Genist, didn't you take control over there?" "Genist?" Hakamata trapped several Nomu with his string, as Takayama grabbed a hold of a few and Sakamata crushed a few more. Chatora cradled Shiratoko protectively, as Takayama whined, "Ye, are these things really alive? Is it really okay for this to be so easy, Genist? Don't think about difficulty and importance together." Hakamata replied, "Don't see anything suspicious up here," Hawks said, over the comms as he flew around in the sky. Anything you want me to look out for? Make sure Endeavor doesn't burn people. Hakamata mumbled. I heard that. Is she your teammate? She's still breathing. I'm glad. Sakamata looked around, trying to identify the footsteps that he heard from somewhere. But her conditions, what did they do to you? I'm sorry, Tiger. She always had a good quirk. It was the perfect opportunity, so I took it. Just like with that poor boy. Are you in the league? What are you talking about? Hakamata hissed, as Chat-Aura ordered someone to get a light. Oh, the green-haired child, of course. The man continued. He lacked the gift that most of you possessed, so I may have given him a gift or two. After my body turned to this, I depleted a lot of what I'd stocked up. Hakamata promptly restrained the man, but the ground started trembling. Watch out. He promptly latched onto everyone with his fibers, before flinging them out of the way, just as the man's hand flickered with black and red electricity, and a loud explosion rocked the entire area, knocking them to the ground. Hawks was sent flying a few blocks from the blast. As expected of the number 4 hero, Best Jeanist. To be able to manipulate everyone's clothes and pull them aside in an instant, that quick decision-making and skill, you must have nerves of steel. Hakamata struggled to get up, but suddenly he felt a strong force bash him, right in the guts. He felt his bones shattering, his muscles being torn apart, and promptly collapsed. Your quirk is the strength from a large amount of practice and practical experience. I don't need yours. It doesn't go with Tamura's deposition. Just like the 2 quirks that I no longer possess. Black goop appeared out of nowhere, spitting the villains and the 2 children out, hacking and coughing, much to the surprise of the heroes that were starting to push themselves to their feet. That, Kagutsa gasped, was disgusting. Midoriya promptly fell on his butt, supporting himself with one hand as his other was wrapped around Kota protectively. He coughed out a mouthful of blood, head reeling from the sudden teleportation, as his heart pounded. His body much warmer than before. His skin felt prickly, and his arms felt different. The smells were too strong. The sounds were too loud. It was too bright. Everything hurt, his muscles, his heart, his bones. Everything crashed into him with the force of a tsunami, and he was left on the ground, trying to process the fear, the anger, all the emotions that he did not feel in his time as a captive. Midoriya! Kota! Chat-Aura yelled, as he covered Shiratoko with his own body. They came much earlier than we anticipated. Shigaraki apologized, but I believe we can still put the plan in motion. With a rush of adrenaline, Midoriya shot to his feet, startling Kota, not noticing that his were burning with hot, angry flames, and snarled, "You! What are you dash?" All for One slammed his hand into Midoriya's face. Be a good boy for now. You'll have your turn later. His hand glowed red, and the flames died down. Midoriya's body slacked, and he dropped Kota, the boy tumbling harshly to the ground. Kota looked up as All for One removed his hand, and could only stare in horror that Midoriya's eyes were no longer emerald, but were blood red, his body crackling with red electricity, before they died down. Do it. Even if it fails, do it over as many times as you need to, Tamura. That's why I'm here. It's all for you. Kota tried to scramble away from the scene, and Iguchi picked him up gently, shushing him. He tucked a small piece of paper in the boy's pocket, and whispered, "Give it to the heroes when you get out of here. Now go. I believe your equipment should be wired in already." His hands turned into jagged, red spikes, and they stretched over, piercing Kurojire's unconscious body. Get out of here before that blasted symbol of peace gets here and ruins the plan. Wait, if you can warp, then can't you get us out of here? Ikichi asked, starting to panic. I got it recently, Magna. It can only teleport short distances and I can only bring people to or away from me. I can also only send them to someone I am familiar with. Kurojire can do it, and I believe the puppeteer and Midoriya have a little gift on their hands for you. Hey! Iguchi yelped, as Kota was suddenly ripped from his grasp, fibers connected to his clothes, as he tumbled in the direction of Hakamata, before he suddenly changed direction and flew into the arms of Sakamata, who just managed to push himself up. Jeanist, you really have outdone yourself, no? You're still conscious? All for One stated. Kota, Chatora reached out. Are you okay? Kota took one look at Shiratoko, who was still passed out on the ground, before he let out an ear-piercing shriek and pushed Chatora away. Go away. You fake. Sakamata managed to get a firm grip on Kota before he tumbled out of his grip and turned his body so that he could no longer see Shiratoko, as Katora's face fell when he saw Kota act so adversely to Shiratoko. She's a fake. She hurt him. She's bad, Kota cried, before the adrenaline that filled his system drained out of him, and he passed out in Sakamata's arms. Kota, what did they do to you too? Chatora gasped, looking guiltily at the child that lay in Sakamata's arms, wondering how could they have let this happen in the first place? We'll deal with this later. Sakamata reassured Chatora, as he looked forlornly at the unconscious Kota. Oh dear men. What was that? Hawks demanded as he swooped down on the two heroes. Was that Izuku and I saw? Yep. Chatora nodded solemnly, gesturing to Shiratoko and Kota. They need medical attention, fast. It's too dangerous here. Treat them gently, we're still not sure of Ragdoll's state. Kota collapsed from exhaustion as far as I can tell. Hawks immediately scooped Shiratoko with an arm, Kota in the other. I'll get them to you. Then I'll come back to help. Oh, so. Hakamata muttered over the comms. They mentioned. I think go. Help them. Hawks just chirped an okay in response, before he took to the skies. Two portals opened up, and Kagetsu pressed his hand on Midoriya's head, before the both of them walked into one portal, the rest of the villains into the other, Seiko and Toga dragging the unconscious Dabi behind them. A rush of wind started up after the portals closed, and All For One turned to face the source of the wind. I'll have you return everything, All For One. Yagi roared, emerging from nowhere, smashing his fist into the villain. Will you kill me again, All Might? All For One mocked, catching Yagi's hand. The figure dove down, their black plumage making them hard to see in the dark, swooped at Ojiro. Ojiro, I don't want to hurt you. Stuff. Ojiro barely managed to dive out of the way as the bird barreled past him with a loud squawk, before they rightened themselves and flew up. They crackled slightly with red electricity, and dived down again, this time aiming at Tokage, but she just split into pieces and avoided the attack. Stop making me hurt them. They sparked red again. However, the two attempted attacks allowed them to make out what the creature was. A large, human-sized black bird, with red glowing eyes. Kiyama hissed. The easiest thing to do was to knock them out, the bird and Kagetsu. Her gas could the trick, but they were too close to the students. And this thing had wings, and if it was smart enough, there was no doubt it would be able to blow the gas right back at them. They flew at Todoroki, but he created an ice wall in front of it, and it swerved, almost crashing into Monoma, but with a loud, painful squawk, it veered past him, before it managed to catch its balance as it turned around and flapped its wings, coming to a halt in front of Bakugo, looking at him and the child in his arms. Like hell I am going to let my body do this to them. They're my friends. Kagetsu snarled as he raised his hand. Still fighting? You're a effing pain in the butt. I hate you. Leave Toshi alone. Leave my friends alone. The bird screeched, turned around, and glared hatefully at Kagetsu, before the red electricity appeared again. The bird gave screech, dropping a few centimeters, before they caught themselves and took to the skies once again. Ectoplasm snarled, as he created more clones to cover the students. The bird was no ally of this villain, just a poor, unfortunate soul unlucky enough to be caught up in this. They couldn't use force on them, as they did nothing wrong. Being controlled was not a nice feeling. Being forced to do something bad against their will. To hurt people, it was horrible. In that instance, even though he was terrified, Shinso saw those red eyes turn emerald, but he didn't know if that was his imagination or not. Midoriya opened his eyes, after the searing sensation in his brain finally died down, leaving a dull throb in its wake. He could see All For One in front of him. He could see Dabi and Kurogiri knocked out, Toga, Babaigawara, Kagetsu, Seiko and Hikichi standing around, Iguchi holding Kota carefully, not at all like Toga did it at the training camp. He tried to turn around, to get another vantage point. His body didn't move. What is this? He growled, All For One, what did you do? A voice echoed in the back of his mind, and he turned around, only to find a dark void of black. Nothing really. Just keeping you occupied and trapped here. All for One's voice echoed, and Midoriya turned back around, watching things happen in front of him like he was watching a movie. He watched as All for One stabbed Kurogiri with his quirk. He watched as Kota flew out of Iguchi's arms, and screeched with worry and anger and fear and so many other emotions that he couldn't control, his hands burning with red and black flames, and his body didn't even move. I can control you, basically. Also, don't even bother trying to break out. The last person that managed to break out, and I let him, just to see what would happen, was stuck in a coma for a month before he finally died from an aneurysm. Midoriya could make out that the man was laughing, as Kagetsu tapped him on the head, strings wrapping around his arms and legs, tied around his neck, and he was forced to watch himself walk through a portal that led into Yue. Now, let's see you transform. Well, before he could even voice the question to the God-Dmed voice of All for One in his head, he felt something in him shift, like SWCH had been flipped. Similar to how Aizawa looked him over that time, looking for a quirk, but now, instead of an outside influence, it felt like he was the one flipping the SW. And that there was actually a SWCH this time. Midoriya felt the prickling feeling come back again, and watched in horror as his legs bent the wrong way, his arms started sprouting dark, black feathers. His fingers elongated, the muscles stretching out, pressing against the threads that were the work of Kagetsu. The threads fell away, letting his wings continue to expand. He could feel a tail emerging, but he couldn't see it. Feathers emerged from everywhere, shooting out of his follicles, and his wounds did not like it at all. Blood dripped down his black plumage, getting trapped in the feathers. His nose, beak, now itched, the horrid, metallic scent drifting deep into his nostrils, but he wasn't allowed to somehow scratch his beak with the sharp, clawed talons that were now his feet. He resisted the urge to throw up. He couldn't do so anyway. There was thread tying his beak up, and he was still not in control of his body. He couldn't open his beak anyway. With a flick of his finger, Kagetsu had Midoriya up high in the air, soaring through the sky, wind ruffling his feathers and aggravating his wounds. He could only watch himself climb higher and higher, the exertion on his muscles tearing his wounds open, blood slowly starting to trickle out. Put me back down. You're gonna kill me at this rate, Midoriya hissed, trying to look around for something, anything he could try to hit to weaken All for One's hold on him. If he could just turn back. He watched as Kagetsu spoke into a microphone on his collar, the door to the UA buildings opening, the students and teachers flooding out. He was too high up to make out who they were, though, but it seemed like most of his friends were fine. He did a mental count. 35. Around 5 teachers, but 3 of them were ectoplasms as far as he could tell, so there were only 3. My eyesight is good. Yes, but it isn't this good. He muttered to himself, ignoring the creepy chuckling of All for One echoing in his head. His body suddenly felt tight, the strings pulling him downwards, and Midoriya felt his body get forced downwards. His wings straightened out, as he saw himself dive down, right towards Ojiro. No, Ojiro, I don't want to hurt you. Stop. He bashed his fist against the screen, the transparent wall that separated his mental state from reality. It cracked red under his attack, the crimson electricity flowing through his system, but he persevered, ignoring how his hands burned from the contact. His hand made it through, and he seized control, pushing back against the force that was trying to shove him back. He opened his eyes, and Ojiro was right in front of him. He let out a panicked squawk, and forced himself to bank right, flapping his wings hard, and just barely missed colliding with Ojiro. He heaved a sigh of relief internally, but in that instance, he was blasted backwards, once more trapped in his mental void. Stubborn child. All for One admonished, don't even bother trying. You'll end up killing yourself. Shut up. Midoriya roared, the impact from landing aggravating his wounds further. He wasn't sure if his real body was suffering from anything he received in this inky black void, but he sure as hell did not want to risk it and try. His little stunt in trying to avoid hurting Ojiro had torn open one of the injuries he had gotten earlier, and it hurt a lot, stinging as the cool air rushed past it despite all the feathers. He was forced to dive down again, this time at Tokage, but he wasn't particularly worried for her. Her quirk was perfect for this, her reaction time superb, and he could already see her starting to split apart when he was 2 meters away from her. That didn't mean he wasn't angry. "Stop making me hurt them," he roared, punching the screen once again in frustration, to no avail. "Just give up and become my servant." Midoriya raced forward, wings outstretched in Todoroki's direction, and he heaved a sigh of relief when Todoroki made a gigantic ice wall, Kagutsu's strings forcing him to swerve to a side. He panicked again when he saw he was going to crash right into Monoma. He shoved himself at the wall again, electricity flaring, and seized control again, letting out an angry screech of, "Like hell I am going to let my body do this to them. They're my friends." He quickly twisted his wing, veering past Monoma as he attempted to dodge the speeding avian. Midoriya managed to catch himself in time, carefully adjusting his position midair so he wouldn't accidentally hit Bakugo and Shinso. All for One did not immediately seize back control, and he heard a snarl, "Still fighting? You're a effing pain in the butt." Midoriya whirled around, the threads wrapping around his body too tight for him to change back, if he could even figure out how to do that in the first place. Even turning his head was painful, as the threads dug into his neck and tore the feathers apart, leaving lacerations on his skin. He noticed Shinso flinch from the corner of his eye, and hissed, "I hate you. Leave Toshi alone. Leave my friends alone." Of course, mentally, it sounded like coherent words, but the sounds that left his beak was definitely an unintelligible screech that no one could understand. "Just stop fighting me, brat. This is for your own good." Midoriya hissed in pain as his head flared with pain, causing him to lose control once again. "Just stop this." Midoriya hissed, whirling around. "This is my head and my body. You don't get a say over what I do." "Too bad then. If you don't want to listen to reason, then you're just a vessel. You're smart, but your stubbornness is your downfall. I suppose I should just turn you into a Nomu after we're done here." Midoriya flinched, taking a step back. A Nomu? He didn't want to be a Nomu. He didn't want to hurt his friends. "We still have the child. We can just kill him now that you're useless." Midoriya paused. Oh gods, whatever had happened to Kota? He felt so guilty. He had been selfish, thinking about himself this entire time, and hadn't even spared a thought to think about whatever poor Kota was going through right now. He had seen Kota get flung over to Chitara, but he didn't put it past All for One to somehow get him back. With unlimited quirks at his disposal, he couldn't think anymore as he slammed his fists against the transparent barrier, throwing his entire body into it, trying to somehow break through, wincing as pain flared through his body when he forced himself to veer off course to avoid hitting another student. "Give up already?" "Never. I guess I don't have a choice." All for One side, as Midoriya hissed as pain flared through his entire being. He grit his teeth, as his blood burned, his muscles spasmed, his heart beating so erratically it felt like it was going to explode. He could do nothing as he collapsed into his mental void in pain, but watch as his body was forced to attack his friends over and over again. He closed his eyes, and tried to keep his tears to himself, as he heard the cries of terror of his friends ringing in his ears. This game kept on going. The bird would keep on swooping down, targeting a student, and for no reason, would crackle with red sparks as he narrowly dodged. As far as Kayama could tell, their power was not electricity. Their quirk was a bird, and Kagutsu was controlling their every movement. That still didn't explain the sparks though. Kagutsu's quirk was thin, fine strands of thread that was barely visible, wrapped around different parts of the body to control them. They had finally managed to find a match to Shinso's description after so long, after they checked the list of deceased people. The students were still confused, but they had managed to regain themselves, and those with weaker quirks had huddled into groups by several teachers. Some students, like Tokoyami, Todoroki and Tokage, could easily fend the avian off, and Snipe was trying to shoot Kagutsu. Of course, anytime Kagutsu thought Snipe was going to shoot him, he forced the bird to fly between them, which took that directly out of the question. But Kayama could tell that something had changed. The bird was now continuously sparking red, and no longer tried to avoid hitting students. Shiozaki had narrowly managed to dodge, and the bird had crashed into Kirishima and Tetsu, but lucky for them they didn't get any damage due to their quirks. Kayama rolled out of the way as they barreled past again, as Kagatsu moved his hand upwards, and the bird spiraled into the sky. That's it. I'm tired of playing. Against the night sky, the avian was barely visible, but they could all tell they were up there, as their eyes flickered between the bird and Kagatsu, waiting in tension for one to attack. Go get the kid for me, will ya? Kagatsu grinned evilly, throwing his hand forward. Bakugo hissed, and took a step back, his hand outstretched, popping with mini explosions as he looked around, trying to pinpoint the location of the avian. The birds swooped down from behind him, flying eerily silent as they tucked in their wings and spun into a barrel roll, their velocity increasing exponentially, and meters before they hit the ground, they straightened out and zoomed towards Bakugo. Bakugo turned his head around, eyes widening as he realized just how close they were. He placed his hand over Shinso's shoulder and tried to brace for impact. Shinso looked as the rapidly approaching avian, looking right into the eyes of the creature that terrorized them this entire time. But he caught it this time. He looked at them, but all he could see was fear, anger, sorrow, guilt, pain, dread. Everything he had seen in Midoriya's eyes a year ago when he had been kidnapped. And Shinso couldn't help himself. Izuku! The bird's eyes snapped open, alert. They lifted their heads slightly, eyes burning red, and with a loud, angry-sounding screech, electricity exploded from their body, dissipating into the air, right before they jerked and tilted 90 degrees, barely missing Bakugo and Shinso by a hair's breadth and veering horrendously off course as they smacked into the ground harshly with the sound of bones breaking being heard. They all flinched as the creature dug a huge trench in the ground, students jumping out of the way as the bird skid past. They crashed into the side of the UA building with a loud, ominous crack that echoed in the night sky, dust and dirt being kicked up upon impact. Under the spotlight, a long trail of blood could be seen, and black feathers as well as thin, silvery threads littered the soil. The trench was around half a meter deep, and at the end, lay the downed bird as they struggled to get up. Kayama winced as she saw their bloody, broken wing, the one that had made contact with the ground when they tried so desperately to avoid hitting Bakugo and Shinso, and cautiously eyed the bird as it rightened itself, blood dripping off multiple wounds, most of which should not have even been caused in you due to not being hit by anything at all. The bird tried to stand up, using the wall as a support, their good wing pressed against the structure in a very human-like manner. The bird winced, looking confused, disorientated, as they gasped for breath, looking unstable on their legs that were covered in gashes and lacerations. They looked up and immediately locked their eyes on the figure of Kagatsu. Diamenet. The strings must have come off from the skidding. Kagatsu hissed, flexing his fingers experimentally, just as the bird shot forward, faster than any of them had ever seen them, despite their broken wing, tackling Kagatsu before any of them could react. I'm too weak. I can't even protect my friends. I couldn't protect Kota. Midoriya couldn't bear to watch himself hurt any more people, as he curled up in his void and tried to fight through the pain he was in, both mentally and physically. His old wounds were reopening. His mental scars of being so helpless, being torn right open. He felt like some mad person was tearing him up with a scalpel, making cuts everywhere that hurt, and ripping them apart with maximum precision that made it hurt the most. Izuku! Midoriya snapped to attention. He was headed straight towards Bakugo and Shinso, and neither of them were in any position of move or dodge in a way that wouldn't get them hurt. Leave them alone. Midoriya shrieked as he started to panic. He put all his body weight into his attack, and smacked against the screen with all the strength he had. Angry, red flames danced on his shoulders, combating the red electricity that ran through every fiber of his being. But he didn't care. He didn't feel any pain. He was just so angry that they wanted him to hurt his friends. Angry that Kota had been hurt because of him. Angry that Shinso was suffering, that all his friends were suffering, and he was here adding to that pain by terrorizing them, albeit unwillingly. He could feel the wall, the barrier, the one god-made thing that kept him like this, that forced him to watch himself hurting everyone, tensing up, growing stronger as he fought, but he pressed on, doing anything he could to push it back. "You're gonna kill yourself, kid." All For One's voice resonated in his head, but he also sounded strained. "Leave me alone." Midoriya roared, as the wall finally cracked and shattered. He reached out and snatched control back, forcing himself to swerve off course as he desperately tried to avoid colliding with Shinso and Bakugo. He hissed as he felt his wing bash into the ground, and it felt like his skin was ripping off his bones as he skid against the ground. He crashed into a wall, and he groaned, the world spinning around him as he tried to regain his bearings. His vision was blurry, the metallic scent of blood lingered in his nostrils, and he tried to steady himself as he stood up on his talons. His wings ached, and he shook his head, trying to clear his mind, and focused on the one person on his mind. Kagutsu. He got his mind back. And he was somehow able to use his body. He didn't care why or how he had gotten control back. What he needed to do was to take Kagutsu out before he decides to control someone again. And if the villain ended up bloodied and bruised because Midoriya couldn't control himself, he would deal with that later. He charged forward, ignoring the pain that seared up his arm. He rushed at Kagutsu, tackling him, smacking into the man's chest at breakneck speed. Kagutsu was thrown back several meters, smashing into the wall that surrounded Yue, as Midoriya flew back into the air. "He's knocked out," Midoriya noted. "He can't hurt them." He can't? The injuries he suffered from the past few days finally caught up with him, and Midoriya felt everything hit him at once. Pain seared through his veins, and with a pained squawk, Midoriya fell from the sky as everything turned back. Ectoplasm stared, horrified, as the bird dropped to the ground. All the students and teachers were way too far to do anything, and Kayama had already dialed for Shizenji's help. Suddenly, a figure with red wings swooped down, deposited an unconscious Kota with Monoma, Shiratoko with an ectoplasm clone, before he was flying back up to catch the bird. "Why is everyone unconscious?" he asked. "Man, you sure are light. Lighter that Izukuin, and he's hella light." Hawks carefully brought the bird down to the ground, where Shizenji had been fetched by Ida, when he realized that the bird was not just a bird. A mop of dark green hair with a small white highlight could be seen, as feathers slowly shrank down and buried themselves under his skin. His wings folded in, the muscles twitching and changing, slowly shrinking back into human arms. He carefully laid the child on the ground as the rest of the students apprehensive approached, and they all stared horrified as the rest of the feathers disappear, as the boy coughed up blood even while unconscious. "Deku?" Uraraka gasped. "Izuku!" Shinso shrieked, pushing himself out of Bakugo's grip as the older boy stood there, shell-shocked. Shinso pushed himself up, crawling over to Midoriya's body, reaching out for his hand. "Aizu? Aizu? Aizu? No. He curled up next to Midoriya, his small body racked with sobs, as he cried, clutching one of Midoriya's ice-cold hands. Midoriya's body was littered with open wounds, blood flowing profusely. One of his arms was twisted in the wrong direction, his chest covered in stab wounds, his wrist and shoulder partially disintegrated. If not for the fact that he had practically been a bird and had been flying around, not to mention his chest was moving faintly, they would have thought he was dead. Shizenji quickly took his temperature and hissed, "His body's too cold, but his forehead is burning up. Ectoplasm, help me get him to the infirmary. Shiratoko too. Monoma, Bakugo, bring Kota and Shinso." Notes. Credits to Empath, my child and beta reader, for making this chapter enjoyable for everyone. https://archivoforum.org/user/empath3t1c/sud/empath3t1c. Also, Discord server. We have mini games, some spoilers, and a lot of random stuff in here. https://discord.gg/pgwttv7. Also, comments help me track how much people like chapters. Why I like reading comments XD. Chapter 36, 2. Notes. So, today is July 16th for me. My 3-month alive on AO3 anniversary. So have a few updates OWO. See the end of the chapter for more notes. Monoma, Bakugo, and Shinso had literally been locked outside the infirmary as Shizenji worked. Shinso had ended up crying himself to sleep, sobbing into Monoma's shirt, but Bakugo and Monoma weren't much better off. They were sitting on the ground, leaning against the wall. Shinso was pressed between Monoma's knees and his chest as the older boy hugged the smaller boy, trying to comfort Shinso while trying to calm his own beating heart. Bakugo had dozed off when Aizawa ran into the hallway, having been filled in by Kiyama when he was halfway to the school gates. "Where is my kid?" Aizawa screamed, as he almost ripped the door off its hinges as he barged into the infirmary. "Who are you?" He glared at the red-haired woman that had her hand on Midoriya's shoulder and on Shizenji's arm, and was about to attack her when Yamada ran in, grabbed Aizawa, and tried to lug him out of the infirmary to let the two women treat Midoriya in peace. "Hold up. Show. Sorry, recovery girl," he yelled. The red-haired woman was an old friend of Shizenji's, someone who used to work with her, to aid her as she tried to heal Midoriya. Her quirk allowed her to assess the physical bodies of people or objects through contact, making her perfect for reconnaissance and information gathering. She was no doctor, but if she was in contact with someone else, she could relay the information to them. Shizenji thought he was already in a bad condition. She was horrified when her old colleague showed her the true extent of his injuries. His torso, chest, legs, arms, and even his neck were covered in injuries. Stab wounds, lacerations, and some parts were very badly disintegrated. His stomach lining was a mess, corroded, while his throat and mouth looked like someone had dumped acid on them. His bones were cracked, like someone had shattered them and super-glued them back together to form a human skeleton. His heartbeat was weak, his breath shallow, and she feared that if they had gotten him any later, he would have died. His broken arm was the least of their problems at the moment. She couldn't use her quirk to treat him. He had already been pushed past the limit and had no energy left to spare. She could only hope that he could make it until morning, when she could call in another friend for their healing quirk. She was working in another hospital now, and wouldn't be off his shift for an hour or two. They were lucky that Midoriya was a fighter. His heart had given out 2 times during the night, and Shizenji's other friend had managed to get to UA in time for her to heal Midoriya sufficiently enough for him to be out of the danger zone. She still kept a close eye on him. The vitals were out of the danger zone, yes, but it was nowhere near safe. But it gave her a short amount of time to check on the other 2 patients to ensure they had nothing similarly devastating. Kota had collapsed from exhaustion, mostly. Malnutrition and dehydration as well, but it was only for 3 days, so it wasn't too severe. Shizenji mused that he should wake up in a few hours at the maximum a day. Shiratoko was mostly fine as well. She seemed mentally stunned, but given a few days she would recover. She didn't get any injuries, surprisingly, but Chatora mentioned something about All For One saying that he took her quirk, and Shizenji sighed. While checking on him, Shizenji had found a piece of paper in his pocket. She opened it up, finding a few words like heartburn, avian, and modified written on it, and she tucked it into her pocket. Shiratoko was a good hero. Her quirk, Search, was essential for the wild pussycats, allowing them to find victims and assess their injuries so they could figure out the best way to save everyone. But Midoriya, he was still in a horrible state. "How is he?" Aizawa demanded. "Stable," she muttered wearily. "Took some time, but he's stable now. He's not on the verge of dying anymore." Aizawa gulped, gripping his scarf in anger and frustration, guilt and regret. His problem child had almost died. Because he was weak. Too weak to even protect his kids. He had seen Midoriya get taken. But he had been stupid and ended up trapped under a freaking boulder. This could have been avoided if he had just... Kiyama smacked him on the back, shaking him out of his thoughts. "Think later. Listen now." He had bruises and stab wounds all over, those are stitched up. The parts of his skin that had disintegrated are also fixed with minor skin graftings. His stomach and throat are absolutely wrecked, like someone poured acid down his throat or something. After he wakes up, if I can't heal them up, he's going to be on a liquid diet for a long time. Besides, from his arm, his bones are surprisingly intact. But that isn't the concern now. Shizenji huffed and took out an X-ray, showing the X-ray to the rest of the staff. "I'm telling you, This is not a normal human skeleton. The rest of the teachers could see Midoriya's skeleton, with faint cracks running all over his bones, but they couldn't find anything wrong with it. It looks normal. Shoyuta. She's a doctor. She should be able to tell the difference. First, I should tell you that I have the medical records of the students. Midoriya has records of full body checkup he did here because he never had one before. His medical file was literally empty when he applied here. She said, "Look at this and this." She took out another X-ray and continued, "This was his skeleton before he was kidnapped. And this is his skeleton now. As you can see, some of the bones are slightly different. They're hollow. Midoriya was 45 kilograms before he left. And if I take into consideration that he suffered from anemia, dehydration and malnutrition, he should be around 40 at the minimum." She tapped the X-ray again, frustration in her voice. "He's around 25 kilograms now. I can't measure it properly while he's still passed out and so heavily injured, but he's around that weight. He's not supposed to be so light. Would this affect him in any way?" Ishiyama asked. "He would have to take some time to get used to being lighter. He may end up using too much power when he jumps and runs, and may end up injuring himself." Shizenji nodded. "Other than that, we will just have to wait until he wakes up." "Nizu, I found this in Kota's pocket. It looks important, but I can't make heads or tails of it." She procured the paper out of her pocket and passed it to Nizu. Nizu looked at the paper carefully, eyeing the words on it, before he nodded, "I'll try and see what I can get out of it. Aizawa, stay with Shinso in the infirmary. I don't think he's going to be happy. The rest of you, try to deal with the media and tell the students." With everyone's attention on the press conference, what had happened in UA was not well known to anyone. They could play it off that a villain had decided to attack UA while it was vulnerable, but he had been apprehended and that would be the end of it. Plus, none of the other students had been hurt. The faint beeping of machines filled the infirmary. Kota and Shiratoko lay on two different beds, with the pro hero connected to a heart rate monitor. Kota groaned as he opened his eyes, flipping over slowly to his side. He could see Aizawa, dozing off as he sat on a chair, one arm curled around Shinso, who was curled up on his lap. He sat up and eyed his surroundings. He caught sight of something green, and he shifted his position slightly to see what it was. To his horror, Shiratoko was lying prone on the bed next to him, and he did what came naturally. He screeched, tumbling off the bed in a panic, waking up Aizawa and Shinso. Shinso shot up, looking around wildly, before Aizawa grabbed him tightly with one hand and lowered himself to the ground. He reached out to Kota with his other hand, gripping his shoulder. "Kota? Kota?" Kota whirled around, his eyes wild, filled with fear and anger and suspicion, but the second he laid his eyes on Aizawa and Shinso, he calmed down, taking deep breaths as he tried to calm his racing heart. "It's okay, Kota." Aizawa pulled Kota in for a hug. He croaked, his throat parched from the 3 days in captivity. Shinso grabbed his water bottle and gave it to Kota, who gulped the contents down gratefully. "Where are we?" Kota asked. Aizawa replied, as Kota placed the empty bottle of water on the ground. "Izuku? He's fine. Recovery Girl is keeping an eye on him, but he's fine. He'll be fine. It's Izuku after all, he's strong." Kota didn't know if Aizawa was trying to console the kids or himself, but Kota didn't care. Midoriya was alive. He wasn't dead. He was here. They were safe now. No more worrying about Shigaraki. No more fear, waiting for Toga and Babaigawara to strike again. No more being scared of All For One or anyone else. Kota felt his eyelids droop, and Aizawa pulled him and Shinso into his chest, wrapping his arms around them. Yamada found all three of them asleep on the ground when he came to check on his best friend and kid. He grabbed the blanket off Kota's bed and draped it over the two sleeping kids and pro hero before he carefully walked out and gently shut the door. Aizawa hadn't slept once ever since Midoriya's kidnapping, taking short 5-minute naps before he startled himself awake and resumed whatever he was doing. Yamada was glad that he was finally sleeping properly, even if it was on the floor of the infirmary. Nizu tapped his chin, deep in thought. He had done his research on the few words scribbled on the paper, and the handwriting was horrible. It took him some time to decipher it, but once he did, and did his best to dig up any information he could get his paws on, he had come to the realization that these were a bunch of quirks. And next to each quirk name was a word. Give or use? He didn't think too much about it. He needed to find out more about the quirks. Heightened pain was self-explanatory. It caused the victim to feel more pain than usual and wore off in 2 days at the maximum. It belongs to a villain called Kutsu, whose dead body had been found 15 years ago in an alleyway, and he was presumed to have died of suicide at the age of 25. Niza hissed. It makes you more sensitive to pain. A lot more sensitive. This quirk had been used on Midoriya, and his situation was already bad enough, and yet he was forced to feel even more pain. At least the quirk had already worn off. Mind containment was also pretty self-explanatory. It allowed the user to contain the victim in their own mind, allowing them to see what was going on but not letting them get control of their body. Much like Shinso's brainwashing, but mind containment gave the user general control over the victim's body. They could walk, but they couldn't speak, or control minute body functions like writing. It belonged to an elderly psychologist called Matsu Kokoro, who died of a heart attack at the age of 62. The victim could fight back, and it usually resulting in sparks of red electricity. Much like the sparks of electricity that Kayama, Snipe and Ectoplasm had reported. It made Nizu's blood boil that poor Midoriya had to suffer at the hands of the villains for so long, and was even forced to attack his own friends. The principal was not a forgiving mammal, not by a long shot, but seeing what the vile humans had done to Midoriya. If he wasn't a hero, he would have wanted to hunt them down and kill them. Avian was a quirk that allowed the user to transform into a bird. Their arms and legs would morph into wings and talons respectively, and the quirk granted the user the gift of flight in partial or full bird transformations. The feathers were stiff, but light, and the user gained an enhanced sense of hearing, smell and sight. It belonged to a teenager called Tori Hain, who went missing 20 years ago. His deceased body found a month later. Niza found it weird, since there was no species of bird that possessed enhanced sight, hearing, or smell, but he just pegged it down as the quirk having picked out the best of everything. This one was obvious in how it was related to Midoriya. Midoriya had been given this quirk. Nizu knew the boy was quirkless, that he wanted to prove that quirks weren't everything. He worked his way up, literally from the bottom, only to have 15 years of hard work torn up and thrown away in one move by All For One. It was despicable. All For One knew that Midoriya wanted to prove a point, and specifically did the one thing that would ruin it. Giving him a quirk was one thing, but giving him a flashy quirk, a transformation quirk at that, was just too much. Adaptation was straightforward as well. It forces the body to adapt to suit its surroundings or new conditions. For example, if a person in a place with high altitude and the quirk was used, the person would develop more alveoli in order to get more oxygen. It also allowed a person to adapt to bodily changes, such as losing a limb or getting paralyzed by healing wounds and making new nerve connections. However, the bigger the change, the more pain the entire adaptation process takes. Nizu thought about it long and hard. Midoriya had broken bones from his fight with Muscular. Shizenji mentioned that his bones were cracked, with a different body structure. This quirk had been used on him. To force him to adapt to his new avian quirk, changing his body for him to use it most efficiently, making him lighter and changing his skeletal structure. The last one was a huge unknown. Heartburn was a fire-based quirk. It allowed the user to give off flames of a wide variety of colors based on their emotions. The flames they gave off were harmless for the most part, and only hurt people when the user wanted it to hurt someone. It was the quirk of a 37-year-old woman called Shihiro Kanjo, who had been kidnapped 30 years ago and had not been found. She had been presumed dead. Heightened pain, adaptation, and mind containment were quirks used on the boy. The word use next to them made sense now. Both heartburn and avian had the word give next to them. Going by the same logic so far, Nizu came to a conclusion. All For One gave him two quirks, heartburn and avian. But adaptation had been used on the boy after the two quirks had been forced into him, if he was taking what he heard over the tracker into account. So what were the effects of adaptation on heartburn? And more importantly, could they be reversed? And if so, at what cost? Notes. Credits to Empath, my child and beta reader, for making this chapter enjoyable for everyone. https://archivoforum.org/users/empath3t1c/sud/empath3t1c. Also, Discord server. We have mini-games, some spoilers, and a lot of random stuff in here. https://discord.gg/pgwttv7. Also, comments help me track how much people like chapters. Why I like reading comments XD. Chapter 37, Wake. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Yagi breathed as he surveyed the damage done to the area during his fight with All For One. It was a pretty even fight, All For One using the multitude of quirks he possessed to counter the sheer amount of strength that One For All had stockpiled. He had been sparking with red electricity a couple of times during the fight, and Yagi just assumed that he was charging up some sort of attack. All of a sudden, the villain hunched over, gripping his head in pain as Yagi stood back, careful not to let the crimson strikes of electricity hit him. He could only watch as All For One shook, before the electricity finally dispersed, leaving him dazed and shocked. Yagi took the opportunity to knock him out with a well-placed punch. He had no idea what had happened that caused All For One to suddenly lose track of the fight, but he just counted his blessings. If he had been forced to exert himself any further, he may end up revealing his true, weakened form to the world when he deflated. At least, this gave him that one extra minute so that he could effectively hand All For One over to the authorities and make his escape. How is he? Uraraka asked. The second Kiyama stepped into the room. Bakugo and Monoma had been sent back earlier, and were bombarded with questions. Neither of them knew anything about Midoriya's state, and seeing the expression on their faces, they had stopped, and decided to wait for one of the teachers to break the news to them. Sosaki and Tsuchikawa were temporarily staying in UA, as investigations at their hideout took place, trying to find out how exactly the villains knew when and where to strike. They were the ones looking over the students as the rest of the teachers talked. Chatora was with the remainder of the heroes that had gathered for the rescue mission, getting checked over from the aftermath of Yagi's battle with All For One. Hakamata had gotten the most serious injuries, but even he was well on the way to recovery, so no one was too worried at that point. Is Midoriya okay? Kirishima asked, as the rest of the students crowded around Yamada and Ishiyama, all of them asking about Midoriya's well-being. He'll be alright. Recovery Girl said that he's fine. We'll have to wait until he gets more energy and stamina to completely heal him, but he'll make it. Some sighs in relief were heard, as the rest of the students perked up in happiness that Midoriya was alive. But since when could Deku turn into a goddamned bird? Or make electricity? Bakugo roared, explosions popping on his palms in frustration. He's quirkless. Where are the shitheads that did to him? I'll kill them. The rest of the students clammed up, processing Bakugo's statement, before they turned to the teachers for an explanation. Honestly, we don't know at this point in time, but I'm sure Nizu and Recover Girl will figure it out. Yamada replied. Also, there's something we need to talk to you guys about. Yamada and Ishiyama broke the news that they were building new dormitories to maximize security. They weren't making it compulsory for all the students, but they mentioned that they would need their parents' permission to do so. Aizawa, Ken, Yagi, and Ishiyama would spend the next few days speaking to their parents to try and convince them to let the students stay in the dorms. As such, they would finally be allowed to go home. Todoroki didn't look happy about that, but he didn't say a thing. No. Nizu just looked at Shizenji with an unreadable expression, as Aizawa tried to process what was going on. Hold up. You're saying that All For One gave Izuku 2 quirks, based on that piece of paper and what we heard. But you're saying he doesn't? Aizawa asked. Quirks give off energy, and each one is of a different wavelength. Given then you're telling me about 2 quirks that are nowhere near each other, I should be able to pick up energy signals of 2 distinct wavelengths. She held up a scanner. As it showed one line on it, it only senses 1 quirk. Then where did the second one go? Aizawa hissed. We all heard what happened over the tracker. We can't tell much by the sounds that Izuku made, since he tried to stifle everything, but based on what All For One was saying, he tried to give Izuku a quirk 3 times. He resisted at the first, and after being threatened with Kota's well-being, he gave in. All right. Shizenji nodded. She had been attending to other students at the time, and hadn't heard what was over the tracker. What other quirks had been used on him? Heightened pain, that should have worn off by now. Mind containment, that's why we never saw any traces of heartburn. Nizu groaned. Under the effects of mind containment, he is unable to express his emotions, so we couldn't see him use any fire at all even if he had the ability to do so. And in the end, he's probably been pushed too far past his limit to do anything else. And adaptation. I believe that is the quirk that forced Midoriya's body to change to suit avian and heartburn. There was something obviously wrong. Kota lived with the wild pussycats for 3 years. He knew all 4 members, and clearly didn't have anything against them besides from his distaste for the heroes in general. But he was so scared of Shiratoko. Chadora had mentioned it when he gave his report on the rescue mission. Aizawa had seen the fear in the boy's eyes, wide and clear. Chadora said that Kota called Shiratoko a fake. The fake what? Besides from malnutrition and dehydration, Shizenji had given him the all-clear, stating that he was good to go. He needed a lot of rest, but he didn't have to spend the entire day cooped up in the infirmary. Kota and Shinso got along well, back then at the Pussycats' hideout. They still got along well, if you counted both of them wallowing in despair as they huddled together as getting along well. Aizawa could only watch the 2 kids sit in the infirmary, looking so sad and sorrowful as they looked at Midoriya lying on a bed, his skin pale and his eye bags prominent. He had bandages wrapped over his torso, neck, arms and legs, covering the multitude of stitches and bruises that now adorned the poor child's body. Shinso reached out, gently grabbing hold of that small lock of Midoriya's snowy white hair, before he let go, and sank into his chair. Kota just curled up on a ball in his chair, shivering, and Aizawa draped a blanket over him as he graded tests and worksheets. With a frustrated groan, Aizawa leaned on his table, pressing his forehead against the papers he was supposed to be marking. He didn't want to do anything. He wasn't in the mood to do anything. His kid was alive. But what else was he suffering from? Kota had clearly been traumatized by something, which led to him being scared of Shiratoko, who had been moved to the room where the pussycats were residing in the time being to avoid spooking the boy. What about Midoriya? Unlike physical injuries, trauma stays. It lingers, it never truly goes away, and when you finally thought you were free of them, it appears, scaring you to hell and back and setting you back a few steps. Aizawa knew that feeling. Ever since Midoriya had stumbled back into UA, covered in his own blood, doing his best to rescue Shinso, he had nightmares. Nightmares that Midoriya didn't know him, didn't respond like he had that fateful day. If he hadn't, he would have died. If he wasn't so headstrong, stubborn, and determined, he would have died. Aizawa was afraid he would lose someone he cared about. He cared about Yamada. He cared about Tensei and Kiyama. He cared about Shinso. He cared about his students. He cared about Kota. He cared about Midoriya, and he couldn't stand thinking about how he would live his life if he even lost one of them. And it scared him that once again he had almost lost Midoriya. Almost lost the poor teenager who had been shunned for being quirkless, called a demon for standing up for himself, who had no one to take care of him as a kid, and was forced to mature too early, too soon. The poor child who would literally give his life to save another person since even he believed that he was worthless, even though he never said it out loud. Aizawa leaned back in his chair, before he walked over to Shinso and Kota. Come on. Let's grab something to eat before the students storm the cafeteria. Shinso stubbornly shook his head, and grabbed onto Midoriya's bandaged arm as firmly as he could without the risk of injuring him further, while Kota just glared at Aizawa firmly. Izuku wouldn't want you guys to starve because of him. You know that? Aizawa sighed. He didn't want to leave either, but Midoriya was probably going to be a hypocrite and yell at him to take care of himself if he didn't. Shinsu's gaze softened, before he looked forlornly at Midoriya, carefully letting go of his older brother's hand, and slid off his chair. Kota moved to follow him, and Aizawa picked both the kids up and strode out of the infirmary. Let's eat fast so we can get back earlier. Much to the surprise of the teachers, none of the parents had objected to their children moving into the dorms. In fact, Most of them were glad that UA was taking the initiative to do something like this to ensure the students' safety, so all they had to do was finish building the dorms and allocate rooms to everyone. However, all of the parents were overprotective, and the teachers had spent a lot more time at each student's house listening to the parents talk about how important safety was, and it had taken a whole week instead of 3 days to get to all the parents. The dorms were already half built by then, but then Niza decided to change the structure of Hero Course dormitories, and Ishiyama had to tear down the structures in place and start building the new ones. They had an estimated completion time of a week and a half, and the students could either stay at home in the meantime but check in with the teachers every hour, or when they changed location, or they could just sleep in school. Lessons had also been resumed in the meantime, but all the teachers could tell that none of the students were interested. How could they, when one of their own was so badly injured, lying on a bed, and none of them would know how he would be when he woke up? If he even woke up in the first place? Shizenji had also prohibited the students from visiting Midoriya, stating that it was better for him to heal with less people around. The students didn't mind. They could wait. As long as Midoriya was okay, they would wait for him. And according to her, Midoriya should wake up by the end of the week. Nizu had called in a few favors, getting a hero whose quirk was to transfer energy from one person to another person to help them with Midoriya. The hero was able to give his own energy to Midoriya, allowing Shizenji to use her quirk, healing Midoriya's bones completely, fixing some of the muscle and tissue damage, and partially healing Midoriya's throat and stomach. His bones were, however, still hollow, but they were still as sturdy as before. Shiratoko had woken up, and upon inspection, it had been confirmed that yes, her quirk was gone, and she was quirkless. All the pussycats were downcast, and they were left on their own to decide how they wanted to proceed from there. Hawks had dropped by a couple of times to check on Midoriya, quietly standing in a corner, watching as Midoriya's chest rose and fell, before he left. Nishiya and Kamihara had popped into UA as well, and Aizawa could tell that they also felt guilty for what had taken place in UA. Midoriya felt like he was sinking. He could feel this heavy feeling weighing on his chest. He wanted to get up. He wanted to get this weight off him. He didn't like the feeling of being weighed down. He reached out, desperately trying to claw his way out, but it seemed like something was trying to drag him into the murky depths. He tried to hold his breath, but there was a limit to how long he could do so. He inhaled. And he was drowning. No. Midoriya tried his best, tried to push himself upwards, tried to swim to the surface, but his muscles felt like lead. He could hear his heart pounding, and he closed his eyes, using everything he had to try to and escape his fate. His body refused to obey him. He could only watch himself sink, as he struggled to move his arms and legs to propel himself upwards. And all of a sudden, he felt like the burden pressing on him, pushing him down, was no more. With a surge of strength, Midoriya kicking himself upwards, seeing a faint hint of light. He reached out as the light became brighter. His hand broke the surface and his eyes burned. He slammed his eyes shut, but it was still too bright. Why was it so bright? Why couldn't he breathe? The weight was gone. He was out. Why did he still feel so suffocated? He brought his hands up to cover his eyes, his hands shaking in pain and panic. There was something embedded in his left hand, stuck under his skin, and he ripped it out harshly, ignoring the sharp pain that flared up and the liquid that dribbled down his arm, soaking the cloth that his arms were wrapped in. Izuku! Calm down. Calm down? I can't breath. Midoriya could feel something around his mouth and nose. Something that prevented him from breathing. He ignored the searing sensation in eyes, and tried to rip off whatever was covering his mouth, to no avail. Izuku! He heard the voice again. It was familiar, but he couldn't place it. He felt a hand on the back of his head, another one on his hands. It's okay, Izuku. The hand grabbed his arms, gently moving them away from the thing covering his mouth, before he could feel the rubberly item being removed. He gasped as fresh air flowed into his lungs, and he leaned forward, trying to gulp in as much oxygen as his needy lungs required. Is everything okay? He heard another voice. It was a male. Sounded panicked. He's up. Zashi, cool it. Izuku, how are you feeling? He knew the voice. Bizawa. Kota. His attempt to talk caused pain to flare up in his throat. He coughed, but that only succeeded in making his throat even more painful, and he hunched over, pressing his face into the sheets in an attempt to block out the lights that he felt were burning his irises to ash as he clawed at his throat in an attempt to make the pain go away. Shinso and Kota had frozen up from Midoriya's panic attack, and upon hearing him try to speak, Shinso jumping down his chair, and clambered up the bed, pulling Kota along with him until the others snapped out of his daze. "No. Izuku. Stop." Aizawa grabbed his arms, restraining him from abusing his already battered throat, as he gently lifted Midoriya's head. He didn't care that Midoriya's shoulder was burning with faint, black flames. He needed to ensure that he wouldn't hurt himself. "Hold up. I'll get recovery, girl." Yamada flipped the light switch, turning on the lights in the room, not knowing that it was aggravating Midoriya's eyes. He gave out a pained, strangled sound, and Aizawa hissed, "Zashi. SW's off the lights. You're making it worse." "Sorry." Yamada flipped the light switch down, and Aizawa could feel Midoriya loosen up slightly under his hand. Shinso and Kota finally managed to get on the bed, and they crawled towards Midoriya, careful not to press on any of his injuries, and sat down next to him. Feeling their presence, Midoriya wrapped his aching arms around them, pulling them closer and clutched them tightly. Aizawa noted how the dark, chaotic black flames slowly died down into calming turquoise flames that dances slowly in the dark. "Is still too bright?" Midoriya breathed, nodding weakly, and supporting him with one hand, Aizawa reached out and drew the curtains to the window right beside Midoriya's bed, throwing the room into darkness. "Too sure, Kota?" he managed to say, before he hunched over once again, his throat burning, and Shinso gently pressed his cold hand to Midoriya's throat in an attempt to reduce the pain. Midoriya exhaled slowly, and Aizawa gently maneuvered him so that the boy was leaning on him. Aizawa carefully ran his fingers through Midoriya's hair. "So, it's fine now. All right, I'm here." Shizenji entered the infirmary, closing the door behind her gently, before she caught sight of the turquoise flames that had flickered and shifted to a dark purple hue. "Ah, I see it now." "Aizawa, what's the situation?" "His eyes are sensitive," Aizawa stated. "And his throat hurts." Shizenji nodded. "Midoriya, do you know who I am?" Midoriya recognized the voice as Shizenji's, and he nodded gently, being careful not to aggravate his throat, as the flames slowly turned into a light shade of lavender. Shinso gently reached up to let his hand hover over the fire that danced on Midoriya's shoulders curiously. "Good. Now, I'm just gonna wrap some bandages around your eyes so that we can switch on the lights so I can check on you, okay?" Aizawa patted his back as Midoriya nodded again, and Shizenji procured a roll of bandages, gently wrapping them around Midoriya's eyes. She continued until there were a few layers of thick, yet breathable material covering his eyes, and Yamada hesitantly switched on the lights again, on Shizenji's orders. Midoriya's stance didn't change. "Good. Now, is there anywhere that hurts in particular?" Midoriya pointed to his throat, and Shizenji hummed, "Yeah, that's a problem. Anywhere else?" Midoriya's hands froze, and he gave a small whine in pain as he tried to gesture to his shoulder that Shigaraki had disintegrated, white flames flaring up over his arms, before dying down completely. "All right, I'm going to use my quirk on you, okay? You should have enough energy right now for me to fix those up, and then you should get some rest, all right?" Midoriya nodded, and Shizenji kissed his hand. Midoriya felt the pain die down gradually, and his eyelids dropped as he felt his energy being drained. Aizawa supported Midoriya gently, as he slumped in his grasp, flames flickering out, and gently lowered him down onto the bed. Shinso and Kota latched onto Midoriya's side, refusing to leave, shaking their heads vehemently when Aizawa tried to coax them off the bed. Shizenji carefully reconnected the foredrip that Midoriya had torn out, and the two kids curled up on either side of Midoriya, making sure to keep contact with him at all times, and Aizawa just slumped into his chair and resumes marking his papers with renewed vigor. It had been a week since Midoriya had crashed back into UA, with 2 new quirks. And Aizawa could finally heave a sigh in relief that Midoriya was okay, as he watched Midoriya sleep with 2 kids curled up like cats by his side, the 3 of them having fallen asleep as well. Notes. Credits to Empath, my child and beta reader, for making this chapter enjoyable for everyone. https://archivoforum.org/user/empath3t1c/sud/empath3t1c. Also, Discord server. We have mini games, some spoilers, and a lot of random stuff in here. https://discord.gg/pgwttv7. Also, comments help me track how much people like chapters. Why I like reading comments XD. Chapter 38, I'll be fine, don't worry about it. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. Midoriya opened his eyes. Everything was dark. He shifted slightly, feeling two warm beings pressed against his side. One was clutching his arm like a lifeline, head pressed against Midoriya's shoulder, and the other was lying on his elbow. He could smell that seaside scent, the one that reminded him of Kota, and the lavender shampoo that Shinso liked to use. Midoriya could smell another person in the room. He could hear the tapping sounds of the person typing on a laptop. The other person smelt tired, like they hadn't gotten proper rest at all. They smelt worried, stressed, and Midoriya shifted slightly. He could smell the strawberry shampoo, and he only knew one person that used it. Lucky for him, his throat felt a lot better than before. Dry, yes, but at least he didn't feel like he was setting his throat on fire or drinking acid or something. He smacked himself mentally. Stupid me. No more talk about acids. That's seriously SCD. He wondered if Shizenji's quirk managed to fix it up, but seeing as he no longer felt like his throat was going to kill him, he guessed that it had worked. Senior say? He heard Aizawa stop typing and the swish of his hair and scarf as he looked up. How are you feeling, Izuku? Thirsty? He coughed, and Shinso shifted before he sat up. Kota had also woken up, but he just continued lying there snuggled next to Midoriya. Hold on a second, Aizawa sighed. I'll get recovery girl. Aizawa left the room after placing his laptop on the chair, and Midoriya just lay there as Kota reached out to tap his white hair. Kota hated it. He hated Midoriya's white hair. He had seen it turn white gradually, that white streak standing out against his green and black curls that adorned the right side of his face. He knew that Midoriya had suffered the entire time, taking more damage and injuries than necessary in his attempt to protect him from the villains. He had seen Midoriya do his best to prevent the villains from getting the satisfaction of hearing him scream out in pain, had seen the betrayal in his eyes when Toga stabbed him in the back. Tears formed in his eyes, but he hastily wiped them away. Shizenji walked into the room a few minutes later, Aizawa trailing behind him. Aizawa, help him sit up. Midoriya, open your mouth, please. I'm going to check your throat, so if you feel some mild discomfort, just sign us. Aizawa placed his arms behind Midoriya's back and head, and pulled him upwards, supporting the boy's weight. Midoriya opened his mouth, and Shizenji carefully inserted an endoscope down Midoriya's throat. He flinched when the cold metal made contact with his throat, but he just sat there quietly as Shizenji examined his esophagus. She pulled the instrument out. All right, it healed right. It might still be sore for a few days, but you should be able to eat and drink without any pain. We'll stick you on a liquid diet since you haven't eaten anything for the past few days to slowly get it used to digesting again. Aizawa passed him a glass of water, and Midoriya gratefully drank it slowly. She started asking him several questions, to check his proprioception and other senses. Nizu had given her list of other senses he might have developed, and Midoriya had showed to also have magnetoreception, the ability to detect which direction he was facing, much like a compass. It was a common sense that birds possessed, and it was no wonder that he also had the ability to do so. Midoriya was also a bit unsteady on his feet, though Shizenji wasn't sure if it was because of the bandages, the decline in muscle mass, or because he wasn't used to his own weight, but overall, Midoriya still possessed regular motor functions and was able to walk, write, and talk. Midoriya, I'm going to take off a layer of bandages around your eyes. Tell me if it's too bright, okay? She gently peeled a layer of bandages off his head, and Midoriya winced slightly as a bit of light entered his eyes. It took him a few minutes to adjust to it, and he gave her the go-ahead to remove another layer. She kept on doing so, until Midoriya gave a small whine in protest when she removed one layer too many, light flooding his visions. She hastily rewrapped that layer of bandages, and Midoriya sighed as his eyes were no longer aggravated. Your eyes are more sensitive now, and being kept in the dark for so long probably didn't do them any favors. I'd say it would take 3 to 4 days for your eyes to properly adjust enough for me to remove the bandages completely, Shizenji stated. It's morning now, just take it easy for now. Midoriya nodded and made a move to get off the bed. Can I? He looked nervous to ask the question, may I use the bathroom? Shizenji let out a small laugh. Of course. Just be careful. Alright. Good news? Aizawa said as he addressed his homeroom class. Izuku's up. Recovery girl says that if you want to visit him, you can, but she's only allowing 3 people in the room at a time. I suggest you focus on the lessons at hand, before deciding who wants to visit Izuku with you. The 1A students immediately perked up, and Aizawa just gave them the homeroom PRD to discuss groups amongst themselves, as long as they remained quiet. They had split themselves up into 6 groups, but they would all go to the infirmary to visit and take turns, while the others waited outside. Everyone was really excited for lunchtime, and none of them could sit still in their seats as they waited for time to tick by. Bakuga didn't show it, but he wanted to make sure that Midoriya was alright, and when Kirishima pointed it out, he just slammed his hand onto his table and snarled, F you, shitty hair. At last, Yamada released the students to go out for lunch, and the 1A students found themselves walking to the infirmary with the 1B students. Vlad King-sensei told you guys? Uraraka asked. Yes. We heard your uproar all the way from our class. Kendo laughed as Monoma groaned, it was so noisy. They finally made their way there, and even though it seemed a little cramped for 38 students to be stuck in a hallway, none of them minded. It wasn't like they hated each other, and they were content just holding their own mini-conversation as they waited for their turns. Azui and Shoji looked at Uraraka, and they opened the door of the infirmary and entered. They saw Midoriya sitting cross-legged on the bed, Kota leaning against him as Shinso lay on his lap. The first thing that caught their attention was the fact that Midoriya's face was covered in bandages. Or more specifically, his eyes. They eyed the lock of white hair that stood out prominently against his green and black hair. The 3 of them stopped moving as they saw Midoriya and Kota freeze up. Shinso sat up and looked at them, giving a small wave. Kota's eyes widened in fear, and he started trembling. Midoriya just turned in their general direction. Uraraka decided to make the first move, and she excitedly grinned, Deku, how are you feeling? Midoriya growled, promptly wrapping his arms around Shinso and Kota, pulling them away from the trio and snarled, You. Why are you here? Deku? What are you talking about? Uraraka was cut off when Midoriya shifted to get up, still unsteady on his feet, and hissed, Of all the places you had to get in, here? Azui flinched as Midoriya burst into red and black flames that twisted and turned and churned chaotically on his shoulders and arms. Midoriya, it's us. Azui tried to get closer to him to put out the fire, but was cut off when the flames grew bigger, scorching her hands as Midoriya screeched, Leave us alone. I know it's you. You won't fool me again. He kicked Azui away, losing his balance, crashing into the bedside table, clutching it for support. Azui crashed into Uraraka, both of them sent tumbling into a wall in surprise. Midoriya. Stop. Shizenji ordered, but Midoriya didn't seem to hear her as his fire grew bigger, burning everything that came close, the 4 stand, the table, even the bandages on Midoriya's head. What's going on? Kirishima swung open the door of the infirmary after hearing the sounds, just as the bandages on his face burnt and fell to the ground. Midoriya screeched in pain, bringing his hands up to claw at his eyes as he lost hold on the table, crashing to the ground. He hunched over, covering his eyes as the fire turned black in his panic. Midoriya! Yaoyorozu yelled, Ida, go get Aizawa-sensei. I think he's having a panic attack. Todoroki, there's fire, try to stop it. Ida rushed off to find Aizawa, but Shoji noticed that Midoriya's newly acquired fire was no longer burning anything. It still danced along his shoulders and arms, burning strong, but nothing else was being burnt even though the flames made contact with it. Todoroki made his way into the room, and Shoji moved to let him pass. Midoriya. To do. Roki? Midoriya looked up in his direction and pulled him downwards, away from Shoji. Todoroki made a squeak in protest at the sudden movement, as Midoriya pushed him behind him gently. Stay away from them. Aizu. Shinso slipped off the bed and moved over to Midoriya's side, Kota doing the same. Shoji came closer slowly, and Kota looked up at him in fear. He grabbed onto Midoriya's arms and stammered, "No, no, stop, leave him alone." Shoji raised both his hands and his other 4 tentacles, to show that he meant no harm, but Kota eyed him like he was an idiot. Your quirk? You used it? Shoji nodded. Real? Shoji nodded again, and while Kota still had his eyes glued on Shoji, he didn't glare so angrily as before, allowing the larger teen to crouch down in front of Midoriya. Shoji hesitantly wrapped his arms around Midoriya in an attempt to smother the flames, but that sent Midoriya into another frenzy, and it took everything Shoji had to hold onto the trashing boy, lest he hit something in his panic and hurt himself again. His tentacle morphed into a mouth. "Midoriya, we're not going to hurt you." Midoriya stopepped thrashing, his hands still pressed to his face, and he trembled in Shoji's grasp. Do that again? Like this?" Shoji made another one of his tentacles morph into a mouth, and Midoriya relaxed completely, melting like butter under the hot sun. "It's real. You can use your quirk. You're real. You're real, you're real." Shoji considered the smaller boy's words. Something had happened there. Kota wasn't scared of Shoji before the kidnapping, but he was now. Somehow, someone had convinced the boy that if he couldn't use his quirk, then he was a fake. He had been hurt by the fake, and he was scared of the possibility of them being fakes and hurting him again. Midoriya tensed up again, and he covered his eyes as he looked up. "I won't let you hurt anyone else." He struggled to stand in Shoji's grasp, the stronger teen easily able to hold him down with his extra limbs. His words were aimed at Uraraka and Azui, before Todoroki shouted, "Use your quirks." Another sudden wave of flames burst out, and Uraraka jumped out of the way. Azui leapt up, attaching herself to the ceiling where the flames didn't reach, and Midoriya paused, and he stared in Azui's direction even as his eyes were covered. "Sue? You're up there? You're real too? Not a fake?" "We're real, Karo. We're not gonna hurt you," Azui replied, and Midoriya turned to Uraraka, who was just floating in the air in her panic, thanks to her quirk. "Uraraka too. I'm so sorry." Midoriya sank into Shoji's arms, shaking, as tears leaked out from between his fingers. Kota and Shinso squeezed their way between Shoji and Midoriya, clinging to the mostly green-haired boy tightly. The rest of the students were crowded around the door, watching the entire incident, and they couldn't help but worry about what had happened to Midoriya to make him so wary of them. "I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry." Midoriya kept repeating as he wrapped his arms around the 2 boys. Kota was shaking as much as Midoriya was, until Sasaki and Aizawa rushed into the room, the students parting to make a path for them. "Izuku!" Aizawa sighed as he ordered Uraraka and Azui to stop using their quirks, and walked over to Midoriya. Shoji gently released the 3 boys, and Aizawa moved in, tying his capture weapon around Midoriya's eyes before wrapping his arms around the 3 children. "Kota? Midoriya?" Sasaki asked gently, crouching down beside Aizawa. "Are you 2 okay?" Midoriya and Kota tensed up again, and Midoriya immediately lashed out, harshly pushing Sasaki backwards as he snarled, his hands lighting up with angry red flames. Small black feathers started sprouting from his wrists, as his ears twitched when Sasaki shifted from her position on the ground, shocked. "Izuku!" Aizawa made a move and grabbed Midoriya's burning hand, and noticed that he wasn't being burnt at all. "Calm down. She's not gonna hurt you. She wanted to hurt Kota. She and him both." Midoriya wailed as he struggled against Aizawa, but ultimately not doing much in his weakened state against the older and stronger hero. Kota had attached himself to Midoriya's side, trying to hide behind the teenager as he eyed Sasaki in fear and anger. Aizawa-sensei, Midoriya and Kota had the same reaction when Shoji, Uraraka and I entered. "But when we used our quirks, he calmed down, Karo?" Sasaki turned to look at Azui in confusion, and Midoriya growled again, still being restrained by the erasure hero. Hello? Are you two okay? Sosaki's voice echoed in their minds, and Midoriya stopped struggling and breathed, his shoulders dropping as he sank down to his knees, gasping for breath. Kota hesitantly moved out from behind. Midoriya, eyeing Sosaki cautiously. Mandalay? Kota stammered, and Sosaki relaxed when she sensed the fear and hesitation in his voice. It's me, Kota. Kota started tearing up, and he ran forward. Mandalay? Sosaki wrapped Kota in a hug, as the smaller boy cried into her shirt, I'm so sorry, Kota. Go get some lunch. I'll give you an extra 15 minutes of the lesson. Aizawa ordered, as he let Midoriya lean into his chest, crying his eyes out. Recovery girl, can you ring up Lunch Rush and Vlad King to explain what happened? Shizenji nodded, and the students dully nodded, leaving the hallway in an orderly fashion even without Ida chopping his arms wildly. Todoroki was the last to leave the room, and he turned around to look at the shaking Midoriya, concern blazing in his eyes, before he sighed and left to follow his classmates. This is a larger problem than we thought. Shizenji pinched the bridge of her nose. Do we know what triggered it? As far as I know, Uraraka, Shoji, Azui and Mandalay's presence triggered it. Midoriya was fine with Todoroki, though. Aizawa sighed, rubbing Midoriya's back comfortingly as Midoriya tried to curl up in a ball. Shinso latched onto his arm and looking completely devastated that Midoriya was still hurting so badly. Kota was still crying in Sosaki's grasp. She hurt him. They hurt him. They hurt him and there's so much blood and he let them hurt him to protect me. He wailed as Sosaki tightened her grip on her nephew, whispering into his ear, It's fine. You're both safe now. I need to check on them. I don't know if they may have injured themselves in their panic attack. Shizenji said, and Aizawa gently pulled Midoriya up, helping him to sit on the side of the bed. Sosaki lifted Kota up and placed him beside Midoriya. Kota immediately latched onto Midoriya, and the teen gently ran his fingers through Kota's hair, his other arm wrapped securely around Shinso, breathing heavily as he tried to process what he had just did. I attacked them. I really attacked them. Calm down, Izuku. Aizawa gripped his shoulders tightly. No one got seriously hurt. Azui, Shoji and Uraraka are fine, Mandalay too. Sosaki couldn't help for Midoriya, and she looked at Kota, who was gripping Midoriya's arm like a lifeline. Kota was her responsibility. She was the closest and only available family member that Kota could turn to. But in the 3 years she and the rest of the pussycats had taken care of him, Kota never opened up to them. He hated them for being heroes, though still appreciated them for taking care of him. He called them by their hero names, and never took physical affection from Chatora, Sachikawa or Shiratoko well. But here he was, voluntarily gripping the arm of the teenager he had barely met 2 weeks ago, letting him ruffle his hair as he buried his face in the crook of his arm, as Shinso gripped both Midoriya and Kota's arms comfortingly. Heck, Kota didn't even seem to mind Aizawa, for some reason, as she watched Kota whine as Shizenji tried to coax him away from Midoriya to give him a checkup, as he clung even tighter to the older boy. Midoriya and Shinso had gotten much closer to Kota in the mere span of 2 weeks than the pussycats had in 3 years. And while she felt bad about suggesting to Aizawa to take in another kid, she had a feeling that Midoriya had already adopted Kota, and Aizawa wouldn't refuse anyway. He had always been an overbearing parental figure, ever since their high school years, telling them not to get too crazy in their pranks and to be careful while sparing, under the guise of them being too noisy and disturbing his naps. So, what is it? Aizawa grunted as he stood outside the infirmary, facing Sosaki. It took them forever for them to calm Midoriya enough for him to actually listen to them, and he flinched every single time that Shizenji came close to him, as if afraid that he would lose it and attack her. He also continued to cast wary gazes at Sosaki, as she sat beside Aizawa and Shinso, Kota on her lap as Shizenji examined her, as if afraid that she was going to attack him the second he let his guard down. Aizawa was pretty mad. Not at Sosaki, since he knew for a fact that she never did anything, but he was just mad in general that his kid was so jumpy around one of his friends and he could do nothing to make it better. It got better once Shizenji was done with her examination and kissed Midoriya's hand again to speed up the healing process. Midoriya and Kota were already tired enough after their panic attack, and fell asleep almost immediately, but not before Midoriya gave Sasaki another wary look. So? She started off, "Do you like Kota?" Aizawa raised an eyebrow. "He was a brat at first, I guess he's okay now." "Why? I'm sorry to ask this when you're already taking care of Midoriya and Shinso. But is it possible for Kota to stay with you too?" Aizawa pinched the bridge of his nose and sighed. "Well, this makes things a lot easier. Not sure if you're being sincere or sarcastic there, Eraser." Aizawa rolled his eyes. Izuku has practically adopted him already. Plus, given what they've been through with the League of Villains, it's probably not a good idea to separate Kota and Izuku. Plus, Izuku already has a horrible case of separation anxiety with Hitoshi, and I'm pretty sure that Izuku isn't going to want to leave Kota anytime soon. Yeah, so should we ask Kota before dealing with the papers? Let's just deal with the paperwork first. If Kota doesn't agree, we can just leave it as that. I'm gonna stay with the kids. Maybe get Mike to pass them to me later? And ask the rest of the pussycats. All right. Sasaki nodded. I'll go get the papers. Keep an eye on Kota for me, will you? Aizawa just sighed. Yeah, whatever. Shizenji could tell that Midoriya was a bit sick of being cooped up in a room all the time, the smell of antiseptic being horrible to him and his enhanced sense of smell, and had let him join his friends at the cafeteria for lunch the next day. Todoroki had come to fetch him, and helped him make his way to the cafeteria, where Shizenji had already informed lunch rush, so he had prepared a bowl of soup for Midoriya, and 2 sandwiches for Shinso and Kota. Some of the students had stared weirdly when Midoriya entered, bandages over his eyes as he walked in with Todoroki's help, and had started whispering, but Todoroki just glared as he helped Midoriya to his seat. The 2 classes had greeted Midoriya enthusiastically, and had shifted around so the 2 kids could sit beside Midoriya. Kota was sitting beside Bakugo, while Shinso sat beside Monoma. So, can you actually see through those? Ashido asked. You didn't seem to have much trouble finding us. I can hear you guys. Midoriya bluntly stated, as he glanced where Uraraka, Azui and Shoji sat warily. Kota also eyed them, suspicion in his eyes, and the students couldn't help but wonder what had happened to make them so scared. Shoji immediately morphed all his tentacles into mouths, speaking from them at once in a greeting. Uraraka made a bottle of water float towards him, and Azui just extended her tongue across the table to pat him on the head. Midoriya and Kota immediately relaxed, and Midoriya tried to make out each person's different smell. He didn't want to attack them again. Everyone just watched as he carefully picked up his spoon despite not being able to see where it was, scooping up some soup and placing it in his mouth. So, Kaminari spoke up, raising his spoon as. The students fell silent. Midoriya's hair is fluffy, like Shinsu's, right? Yes? Jiro raised an eyebrow, not really sure where this was going. Kota raised his head to look at Midoriya and Shinsu's hair, as Ashido gently ran her hands through them, careful not to hurt either of them. Yeah. Shinsu's hair is fluffier, but they're both still pretty fluffy in my opinion. Ashido, please stop messing with my hair. It's messy enough as it is. Midoriya sighed. And Midoriya's hair looks black sometimes and Kota has completely black hair? Kaminari continued. Uraraka tilted her head to look at Midoriya, looking at him from different angles. The way his messy hair stuck out all over the place did make his hair look like a messy mixture of black and green strands, with the exception of those white locks that stood out like a sore thumb. What are you getting at, Kaminari? Tokage asked. Well, that Midoriya adopted Shinso and Kota, right? He's practically their dad at this point. Midoriya nearly choked on his soup. What? I'm not old enough to be a dad. You practically just admitted that you adopted them, Midoriya. Kendo gave a small laugh as Siro started saying, Dadoriya? No, that sounds too much like Dorito. And he has white hair now. So he's gonna adopt someone with white hair now. Kaminari grinned. How did you even get to that conclusion? Monoma groaned as he hissed, what the F dash? Even with his eyes covered, Midoriya was still able to smack Bakugo lightly before he got the profanity out, all the while holding his soup spoon and not letting his lunch spill. No swearing, Kakin. Deku, I'll kill you, Yufdash. He got smacked again. When will he ever learn that Midoriya will never tolerate swearing around his kids? Kodai sighed, shaking her head. They're not my kids. Midoriya whined. Well, if he does, it better be a girl. We have too many boys here. Shinso muttered, nibbling on some fries that Kaminari had given him. Hitoshi, I thought you were on my side. Midoriya's right. He's not their dad. Todoroki started. He doesn't make enough jokes. So he's their mom. Todoroki. Midoriya wailed. Stop it. But it's the truth. Just like how you and Shinso are Aizawa-sensei's secret love children. Todoroki kept a straight face the entire time, and everyone burst into laughter at Midoriya's mortified expression. Wait. I have white hair? Yeah man. You look real manly. Tetsu grinned, forgetting that he couldn't see and shot him a thumbs up. So Midoriya was interrupted by a voice. Kota. Sachikawa walked into the cafeteria with Shiratoko and Chatora, and she caught sight of Kota. Before anyone could react, Midoriya was already out of his seat, blocking Kota from view, as his shoulders lit up with black and red flames. Midoriya, what are you? Shiratoko was cut off when Midoriya growled at her. Kota started shaking, and Bakugu just tapped him. Are you okay? The child screeched and almost fell off his chair, but Midoriya had whirled around and caught him in time, but lost his balance in his weakened state and fell down. He just wrapped his arms around Kota protectively and hissed in the direction of the three heroes. Wait up, guys. Sosaki breathed as she sent a telepathic message to Midoriya and Kota. Hold on. I'm coming over. Don't freak out. Sosaki sighed as she rushed into the cafeteria. Use your quirks. They think that we're fakes. Sachikawa and Chatora nodded, and Sachikawa made the soil in one of the plant pots rise, twisting into a small snake that slithered over to Midoriya, hissing as it moved. Midoriya and Kota turned their attention to Shiratoko, seemingly ignoring Chatora, but he already knew that Kota didn't have a problem with him, and thus, Midoriya shouldn't mind him either. He remembered that during their rescue, Kota had singled out Shiratoko, saying she had hurt Midoriya, and didn't say a thing about him, when though they with both in his line of vision. But I can't. Shiratoko muttered, and Aizawa, who had entered the room with Sosaki, sighed. Problem child, I'm going to use my quirk on Ragdoll. Midoriya heard Aizawa's have float up as he activated his quirk, before turning his attention to Shiratoko, listening intently. He didn't heard anything. Not the sound he had heard while with the League. He immediately relaxed, exhaling the breath he didn't know he was holding, his flames dying down into a greenish-blue hue, and Chatora got closer to him. Are you okay? I wanted to attack you. Why are you asking me if I'm okay? Midoriya replied weakly, like he had run out of energy and was just tired. It's fine. Just a misunderstanding. He replied as Aizawa made his way towards them. This was a bad idea. We should have asked if there were any more triggers for them. Midoriya swallowed and shook his head, trembling as he wrapped his arms around himself like he was cold despite having flames dancing on his clothes, and continued, Can we go back? Yeah. Can you walk? Midoriya nodded weakly, and Aizawa helped him up, as Kota made a grab for Midoriya's hand. Shinso jumped off his chair, and latched onto Midoriya as well, before they made their way out of the cafeteria. Are you sure you'll be fine? Todoroki asked after lessons. After all that? He was standing in the infirmary, with Monoma and Ida. Kendo, Kaminari, Shiro, Bakugu, Kirishima, and Tetsu were all looking in from the doorway. Shinso and Kota were in the shower, under Yamada's supervision, as Aizawa napped on the couch in the staff room, forced there by pretty much all the teachers and the three kids. It's nothing. When did they do to you? Todoroki hissed. It's not nothing. They hurt you and Kota, and now you're hurting because of some of our own classmates? Todoroki, calm down. Kendo sighed from her position outside. I don't want to talk about it. Midoriya said softly, shaking his head, the dark pink and purple flames dancing on his shoulder and arms showing how uncomfortable he was with the conversation. Small feathers sprouted from his wrists in his unease, as he continued, Not now. I can't. Just thinking about it, it hurts. Just don't bottle it all up, okay? We're here for you, Midoriya. We want to help you. Ida gulped. He had almost been swallowed by his rage and Hosu. He didn't want Midoriya to be swamped by his own emotions. This isn't something you can help me with. I need to get over it on my own. Midoriya replied, it's not as simple as just beating up the villain. I know you're thinking that, Todoroki. But dash. Midoriya gave them a small smile that completely stunned Todoroki, and he stopped talking as the flames shifted to a calmer shade of turquoise and cyan. I'll be fine. Don't worry about it. Notes. Have my non-existent art skills. Credits to Empath, my child and beta reader, for making this chapter enjoyable for everyone. https://archivoforum.org/user/empath3t1c/sud/empath3t1c. Also, Discord server. We have mini-games, some spoilers, and a lot of random stuff in here. https://discord.gg/pgwttv7. Also, comments help me track how much people like chapters. Why I like reading comments XD. Chapter 39, Head Scratch. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. After Midoriya had left the cafeteria, the murmuring started. Hey, wasn't he the one that was kidnapped? Did he get transferred to the hero course? Yeah. Didn't he say he was quirkless? Maybe he was pulling a fast one on the spectators. But he was kidnapped. And he was so willing to. Pack pros? You think he's working for them? Maybe. Just saying. You remember how he knew a lot about that third year, right? Yeah. So it's possible he was working with them before then. Who knows? But suddenly using a quirk now and not in the sports festival seems suspicious. Kirishima and Tetsu growled at the words, but Shiro and Kodai held them back. Getting mad isn't going to help. Yaoyorozu whispered, just let them talk. They're saying he's a villain. Kirishima hissed, how can we just let them speak? Beating them up isn't gonna make it better, shark teeth. Surprisingly, it was Bakugo who said that. Those little sheets are gonna think we're working with him being villains. Let's just finish our food and get back to our classrooms, Ida ordered, but none of them could shake the image from their minds of Midoriya's panicking form, the weakness in his voice that they had never heard from him before, the mostly green-haired boy shaking like a leaf in the wind. Midoriya just remained in the infirmary for the rest of the week. He didn't want to hurt anyone. He didn't want to risk anything. His classmates came to visit him, to ask about his progress in walking, wondering if the teachers were still teaching him, how long it would take for him to resume normal lessons, or just idle talk in general. Oh, did you know we're moving into dorms next week? Kaminari grinned, I'm so excited. We don't know the layout of the building, and we already have to start packing some of the stuff that wasn't important. Like what, your comic books? Shiro teased. They're important. But yeah, stuff like those. He hated how Shoji, Uraraka and Azui stayed away from him and Kota, always using their quirks whenever they appeared by the doorway to prove that it was them. He hated how Sasaki and Tsuchikawa had to waste their energy using their quirks to show him they were safe when they could use their time to go save people. He hated how Aizawa always had to use his quirk on Shiratoko to prove she wasn't fake. That they wouldn't literally stab him in the back the second he let his guard down. He was tired. Tired of being tired. Tired of not being able to see, of being stuck in a room with that horrible stench of antiseptic filling the air. He wanted to move. He wanted to run, to go be with his friends, not be stuck in the darkness cause his eyes were being stupid and sensitive and hurting him if the light was too bright. He couldn't even read, or write, or do origami, or type. Midoriya? Yes. Midoriya snapped himself out of his thoughts. Sorry, Kaminari. I was thinking. No worries. I was just asking if you had any plans to move it, since your dad is a criminal and your mom is, not around? I'll probably move in. Aizawa-sensei will have to move in too, right? Since he's our homeroom teacher? Probably. Shiro shrugged. I mean, someone has to stop Bakugo from killing Kirishima. True. Minoma muttered. Are you gonna move all your stuff to the dorms? Toshi and my room only has a bed. Midoriya replied, we moved like the week of the internships. Oh, where are you staying now? Shiro asked curiously. With Aizawa-sensei. They had a spare room. Midoriya answered. He shares an apartment with present Mike-sensei, but they have different rooms. Sharing an apartment is cheaper, I think, and companionship is important, especially for pro heroes. Monoma, Siro, and Kaminari sighed in relief when they saw Midoriya start mumbling up a storm. At least that hadn't changed. So, Kota, what would you say if I told you that you could stay with us? Aizawa asked. You, Izuku, Hitoshi, me, and Mr. Loud Kakatu? Hey! Yamada protested. I can stay with Izuku? Kota asked, disbelief evident in the tone of his voice. Midoriya was sitting idly on the bed, waiting for Shizenji to come take off the bandages over his eyes. Yeah. Mandalay and the rest of the pussycats say it's okay. It's probably for the best, anyways, seeing how overprotective Izuku is. Better keep all his kids in one place so we can keep an eye on them. Kota can stay with us? Midoriya's face lit up, and Shinso pulled Kota closer to him and Midoriya as he giggled. You keep it down a bit? Aizawa muttered. Recovery girl hates it when there's screaming in here. Alright, I'm here. Shizenji said as she walked over to Midoriya. Midoriya bent down, and Shizenji gently unwrapped the last few layers of bandages around his face. He blinked, eyes adjusting to the lights, before he held his hands up in front of his face. I can see. You weren't blind in the first place, problem child. Aizawa groaned, as Midoriya scooped Shinso and Kota up and laughed. He's free to go. Just make sure he changes his bandages. Shizenji said, as Midoriya put the two kids down and stood up. Izuku, be careful. You're a lot lighter now, and you're probably not used to your own weight given that you've had people help you to walk around. Don't run or jump into anything, okay? Midoriya gave him a huge grin. Hey, Dad? Aizawa sighed into his palm. So, what do you want to do now? Catch up on lessons? Or work on your quirks? Midoriya stared at Aizawa, as he slouched. That happened. The happiness that once shone in his eyes had disappeared completely, and Midoriya stared at the floor. I don't want it. I hurt my friends with it. I don't want this quirk. We can probably put you on quirk suppressants, but that's not going to be a good long-term solution. And they're not good for you, Aizawa said. Plus, that guy used a quirk that changed your body. At the very least, we need to figure out the limitations of your body and its powers. Midoriya looked at his palms. So, I know he gave me two. One is definitely the bird one, that I know. But I'm not sure of the other. His palms were set alight with dark gray flames, and Midoriya screeched, falling on his butt in his panic. Oh my god. WBI, are my hands on fire? Izuku, calm down. Aizawa lashed his capture weapon around Midoriya, and pulled him in. That's another quirk. Fire that changes color based on your emotions. They won't hurt anyone unless you want them to. In Midoriya's panic, his shoulders and hair were also glowing with dark purple flames, and Aizawa grabbed him by the shoulders. Izuku, listen to me. Take deep breaths. Will the fire to go away? It's a part of you now. Treat the quirk like an extension of yourself. Midoriya tried to reel his emotions in, taking deep breaths as he tried to calm his racing heart. He tried to push down his feelings of panic that were bubbling beneath the surface, and the flames slowly grew smaller and smaller until they disappeared. Aizawa untied Midoriya, and Midoriya sank to the ground, breathing. Is it supposed to hurt? Aizawa looked at him. Where? Midoriya reached up to grip at his chest in pain, tears pooling in his eyes. It feels like my emotions, they want to burst out and explode. It's never felt so strong before. Aizawa pulled Midoriya up gently. Sit down. We need to explain some things. I'll call Inizu, he's done the research. Aizawa turned to leave the room, and Midoriya sat down on the bed. Shinso and Kota scooted over to him, and Midoriya wringed his hands and sighed. Are you okay? Kota asked. I'm fine. Just these few days. I never really thought about me having a quirk. I was just really hoping that. It was a bad dream, that they used a quirk on me to make me change instead of outrightly giving me a quirk. I didn't even feel that anything was out of the ordinary. I just need time to process it all. I'll be fine. He eyed the scorch marks on the floor stand, the table, and the ground. He did remember Todoroki coming in, But he didn't use his fire at all, or Midoriya would have known. And none of the other students that had entered were allowed to use their quirks, so it had to be from him when he broke down after he woke up. Midoriya wiped the tears forming in his eyes, as Aizawa entered the room with Nizu in tow. "Izuku? Are you okay?" Aizawa asked, noting Midoriya's red and slightly puffy eyes. "Yeah," he croaked out, sniffling. It's nothing." That adaptation quirk must have made heartburn amplify his feelings. Midoriya just stared at Nizu, not knowing what he was saying, as he took the tissue that Yamada gave him and blew his nose. "What? You don't know the names of the quirks you were given." Nizu nodded. "All for One gave you 2 quirks. Heartburn, the emotion-based fire quirk, I'm sure Aizawa explained it to you briefly, and Avian, a bird quirk." Midoriya nodded, sitting up straight. "They also used an adaptation quirk on you that changed your body to suit the quirks. Besides from changing your body structure and skeletal structure to enable you to fly with Avian, I also believe that it merged your emotions with heartburn. Right now, your own emotions are powering it, and you're feeling overwhelmed because it's as literally a burning feeling inside you." Midoriya shivered. "Is there a way to remove the quirks? Can it be reversed?" Shinso asked. "It's gonna be really painful though." Kota shook his head at the memory of watching Midoriya acquiring the quirks. If he had to go through that to get them removed. Nizu shook his head. "Sadly, at the moment, we don't know. Even if All for One didn't force your body to adapt to them, we wouldn't have a way to remove them unless we asked All for One to remove them himself, and at the moment, he's not allowed to use any quirk at all. We don't even know if there are any other negative effects they have on you now. That's another reason why I believe you should at least test them out, get used to them, and then, as we learn more about them, maybe we can find a way to reverse whatever he did." Midoriya eyed Yamada. "Are you sure we can mention, so casually?" "Don't worry about Midoriya. All of the heroes who had taken part in the Kamino Ward incident, as well as the teachers at UA, are aware of the man and his quirk. We had to explain it to them. In fact, given that the rest of the league is still running around, we're thinking of telling the rest of the hero course, since it is very likely that they would be the prime targets of the league once they become full-fledged heroes for their association with All Might and UA." Nizu pat his leg. "I'm sorry this had to happen to you." Nizu said apologetically. "We all knew how much you wanted to prove yourself as a quirkless hero. We'll be doing our best to try and reverse it. And on the off chance you really do decide that you want to keep the quirks, then we don't lose anything either." Nizu turned to leave. "We're not going to force you to do something you don't want to do, Midoriya. You've already shown yourself to be capable without a quirk. Don't make a choice because you think we want you to make it. Make the decision because you, and you alone, want to do it." Midoriya slouched, sighing, and he wrung his hands together nervously, before he looked Aizawa in the eye determinedly. "Sensei, I want to learn about these quirks. I want to be able to control them proficiently. Not because I want to use them as a hero. I'd rather ignore them and not use them at all if I can help it, and I'm honestly not happy that something like this is making everything I did for the past 15 years insignificant." He took a deep breath. "I want to learn to control them because I don't want to end up hurting anyone if I do end up losing control. I can see the scorch marks on the equipment and floor, Sensei. I know I used them by accident and I didn't even know it. I don't know if I injured anybody before, and I don't want to risk it happening again. When can we start?" Aizawa glanced at his phone. "We can start today, during the hero course lessons. I'll get Todoroki and Minoma to help, maybe Kota. Are you sure you want to do this, Izuku?" "Yeah. I don't want to hurt anyone anymore. Even if it's an accident, it's not good enough. Not for me. I want to protect everyone. I can't afford to lose control again." So, they really did give Midoriya a quirk. Or 2. Zero scratched at the back of his head. "I kinda feel bad for Midoriya, you know. Working so hard to be a quirkless hero, and all that work is just gone. They did say that they wanted to break him. What did you expect?" Tokage replied. "Is Midoriya aware of his quirks?" Yagi nodded. "I believe Nizu and Aizawa have already informed him of it, if he didn't figure it out already. I am unsure of how young Midoriya will dash." "You guys are still talking? What a waste of time." I thought you guys would have started working on your super moves for the provisional license exam. Aizawa called out, as he walked into the room with Midoriya staring at his hands in frustration. Nizu followed behind them, with Shinso and Kota. I have some free time now. I'm just observing. Nizu grinned. Hey, it's Midoriya and Aizawa-sensei. Kirishima called out. Feeling better, Midoriya? Ashido asked. Yeah, I'm fine. He stared at his hands before looking warily at Uraraka, Azui and Shoji. I'm sorry for attacking you and not trusting you, and I'm sorry I still don't really know that dash. Know that we're really us, huh, Karo? Azui replied, don't worry about it. Those villains will be caught eventually, then you won't have to worry anymore. Yeah, it's about that. Midoriya looked away before he perked up. Wait, provisional license exam? Already? Midoriya yelled, what about me? It's in a month and a half. And that really depends on you, problem child. If you can fight and handle yourself like you used to before all this happened, then you should be fine. But you can't take part if you're just gonna burst into flames every 5 seconds. Yeah, speaking of which, Midoriya raised his hands. It's not coming out. The fire? That's what you've been trying to do this entire time? Todoroki, Monoma, come here. Your quirks don't need that much working on. Yagi, Ectoplasm and Ishiyama started setting up the platforms for the 2 classes to practice on, as Todoroki and Monoma made their way to Aizawa's side, as Midoriya puffed his cheeks out, trying to make his hands flare up again. Monoma, can you copy his quirks? Aizawa asked. Monoma tapped Midoriya on the shoulder, and he let the familiar feeling of power flowing through his veins settle down. Gods, this feels so weird coming from Midoriya. But didn't Midoriya have 2 quirks? Sensei. I thought there were 2. I can only feel one. Adaptation must have somehow merged the 2 quirks together. Nizu mumbled, putting his paw on his chin as he thought. Okay, can you make fire? Aizawa asked again. Monoma held his palm out and tried to bring out the fire like he did with Todoroki's quirk. His hand quickly burst into calm, green flames, and Midoriya just stared at him. Just think of your palm burning up. Midoriya frowned and stared at his hands again, but after a few minutes, nothing happened. Todoroki, how do you do it? I don't know. This happens. Todoroki replied, as he let his left side blaze to life, red and orange flames bursting into the air. Midoriya growled in frustration when he couldn't get it to work. Hey, Toshi, brainwash me. Shinso squeaked, but didn't they? Don't worry about it, Toshi. Midoriya squatted down to pat Shinso's head. You can never hurt me. I promise. Just try, okay? Shinso hesitantly nodded. Aizu? Yeah. Shinso activated his quirk and ordered. Is your fire? Nothing happened. I don't think he can express his emotions while being brainwashed. Nizu commented, and Shinso released his hold on Midoriya. This is annoying. Midoriya mumbled, and Aizawa sighed. Maybe he needs more fuel. Did he eat anything? Monoma asked. I had soup. All right then, try the bird one. Aizawa sighed. Midoriya looked at Aizawa. How do you change into a bird? I don't have a bird quirk. How would I know? Monoma mentally sieved around, trying to locate the mental SWH that activated the transformation. He had copied Kendo's quirk before, and while that didn't mean all transformation quirks had the same kind of suches, it served as a base for him to look for. Hold on, gimme a sec dash. Monoma, Todoroki, and Aizawa looked at Midoriya as he arched his back, feathers sprouting from all over the place. A beak started forming as his feet changed into talons, and before them stood a majestic beast, covered head to talon in shiny, pure black feathers. Well, that was easy. Midoriya, can you understand us? Aizawa asked. Midoriya pet his head, his emerald green eyes gleaming, and he nodded. Shinso and Kota's eyes lit up in awe, and Midoriya bent down, letting the 2 kids pet his neck feathers. You're so fluffy, Shinso squealed. Midoriya let out a small trill as Kota scratched his head, his eyelids drooping as he bent down lower to get more head scratches. He likes it. He likes head scratches. I wonder if it works when he's a human. Aizawa was thinking when Bakugo yelled, "Look out!" He looked up, seeing a giant piece of concrete flying towards them. Midoriya's eyes snapped open. He raised his head, as his wings were lit with pure white flames, and he stretched his wings out, smacking the giant piece of concrete away. "Midoriya, you're on fire," Monoma pointed out. Midoriya looked back at himself, before he let out a surprised squawk and flapped his wings in a panic, trying to extinguish the fire on himself. Aizawa immediately just reached up and ran his fingers through Midoriya's head feathers. He calmed down immediately, fire turning from white to turquoise as he relaxed under Aizawa's hand. "I'm burning. I'm literally on fire. Doesn't matter. Head scratches are more important." He literally purred as Aizawa continued to run his fingers through his feathers, and the pro-hero sighed, "Problem child indeed. Are you sure he isn't your child, Aizawa-sensei? Kota and Shinso too?" Todoroki asked. "Midoriya liked you. Both he and Shinso have your eye bags, and Kota had black hair like you. What is wrong with you?" Monoma groaned. "Todoroki, ask one more question about if I have any secret love children and I'm giving you detention. That means that the fourth child will have long, messy white hair." Todoroki nodded to himself. Aizawa just looked at him with a deadpan expression on his face. That was a statement, not a question. "Why white hair though? You're not denying it?" Midoriya just let out a gentle trill, interrupting the conversation, and stuck his wing out, letting them burn. He trilled again, and Aizawa squinted, and stopped scratching Midoriya's head. He snapped to attention, and the fire promptly went out. "What? That's a problem," Monoma mumbled, as Midoriya flapped his wings harshly, as if that would help set him on fire. He gave a frustrated squawk as Todoroki looked at him. "Stop repressing your emotions." Midoriya glanced at him and shook his head. "You're not letting your emotions out. That's what powers your quirk, right? You're guarding them. Every single time you used it, it was when you panicked, or when you're letting them pet you." Midoriya just looked at him in confusion, tilting his head and warbled, forgetting that no one could understand bird speech. He looked at himself, cawed, and changed back into human form, his clothes and bandages still intact. "Huh, so my clothes change with me? And what do you mean, guarding them? You feel it but you don't want to show it?" Todoroki replied. "Oh." Midoriya sat on the ground, thinking, "But I want to let it out." "You're probably doing it subconsciously. Given how most people treated you as you grew up, I'm not surprised." Aizawa shrugged. Midoriya pouted, but Shinso just reached up to scratch his head and the teen promptly melted and relaxed. "Now use the fire." Midoriya practically purred and closed his eyes, as his shoulders were set alight with calm, orange-yellow flames, liking at Kota's hands gently as he reached out to touch the warm tendrils of fire. "I think Midoriya should be a cat rather than a bird," Monoma commented. Midoriya's head fell forward, and Shinso stopped scratching his head in surprise. They waited for Midoriya to sit upright, but he didn't even move, but he was still on fire. "Sensei, I think he fell asleep," Todoroki said. "Is he still recovering?" Aizawa just sighed. "Class time is almost over anyways." He nudged Midoriya lightly in the shoulder, but Midoriya just mumbled, "Give me 5 minutes, Dad," and continued snoozing in that uncomfortable position. "Called it?" "Todoroki, last warning." Aizawa groaned, and shoved Midoriya again, a bit harder this time. Midoriya startled awake, fire changing to white, before they turned back to orange, and he rubbed his eyes. "Sorry. Just wait a few more minutes, will you? You can nap in the car later." "Okay." Definitely his dad. "Todoroki, detention for the next week?" Todoroki just shrugged. Notes. Credits to Empath, my child and beta reader, for making this chapter enjoyable for everyone. https://archivoforum.org/user/empath3t1c/sud/empath3t1c. Also, Discord server. We have mini-games, some spoilers, and a lot of random stuff in here. https://discord.gg/pgwttv7. Also, comments help me track how much people like chapters. Why I like reading comments XD. Chapter 40. Film. Notes. See the end of the chapter for notes. It didn't take long for the teachers to wrap the lesson up and release the students. Midoriya yawned, trudging back to the parking lots behind Aizawa, Kota and Shinso walking beside him. Is he okay? Yamada asked. I've never seen him so tired before. Besides, from that time he nearly fell off a building dash. He what? Shinso and Kota screeched, turning to face Midoriya, who was jolted to attention. What are we talking about? You almost fell off a building? That was one time. And it was an accident. I was tired. Midoriya protested, as Yamada started the engine. Aizawa climbed into the seat beside Yamada, and ordered the kids to get into the back seat. Kota climbed in first, followed by Midoriya, then Shinso, both children berating Midoriya for not sleeping well and putting himself into needless danger. Sleep, Shinso ordered, though all of them could tell that Midoriya was swaying tiredly in the back seat, leaning into the chair. Yeah. Midoriya mumbled, but every time the car moved, or a horn rang out, Midoriya would be jolted awake. It had taken them some time to drive back. They had passed a mall on the way home, and while Aizawa did feel tempted to just buy something back for dinner, he wasn't sure if any of the food was suitable for Midoriya's sensitive stomach. He just decided to cook some soup and noodles. It didn't take much effort, didn't take too long to cook, and he could just throw some vegetables into the mix. Yamada threw the door open, and Aizawa dumped his capture weapon on the table, before he tied his hair into a messy bun and proceeded to head to the kitchen. Hitoshi, Izuku, maybe show Kota the room? Dinner should be ready in about half an hour. He called out. Okay. Kota, let's go. He heard Shinso reply, but there was no sound made from Midoriya at all. He peeked his head out of the kitchen in concern, hearing Kota and Shinso excitedly talking about something or the other, and found Midoriya lying face first on the sofa, snoring gently, not even taking off his uniform jacket or changing into something more comfortable. He just sighed and went back to cooking. Thank goodness it was Saturday tomorrow. He's going to force him to sleep in. Dinner. Aizawa sighed as he took the plates into the dining room. Yamada was watching the news, and Midoriya was still sleeping on the sofa. Shinso and Kota were sitting near Midoriya's legs on the ground, watching as Nishiya nabbed another purse snatcher. Hey Zuku, wake up. Yamada nudged the boy gently and Midoriya grumbled, before turning over and pulling a pillow over his face. Shinso laughed and jumped off the sofa, tugging at the pillow to remove it from Midoriya's grasp. Kota joined him a few seconds later, and together, they managed to dislodge the pillow from his grip, but they all knew that Midoriya wasn't really trying. Come on, you can sleep later. Yamada whined, nudging Midoriya again, and Midoriya groggily opened his eyes. Yamada looked back at him. Come on, you lazy butt. Rude. I like to see you try to live on nothing but soup. Midoriya chuckled dryly, and Yamada pulled the tired boy up into a sitting position. Midoriya scratched his neck, yawned, and stood up, plunking himself at his usual seat at the dining table, before he folded his arms and lay his head down. Izuku, I just woke you up. 5 more minutes. Aizawa just sighed, as the two kids joined them at the dining table, laughing at the pro-hero who was acting like a 5-year-old as he pouted at the half-asleep Midoriya. Izuku, just eat faster. Then bathe, we'll change the bandages, and then you can sleep, okay? Midoriya mumbled out something incoherent, raising his head and reaching for the spoon as Yamada pushed a bowl of soup with carrots and radishes in them. He yawned again, before he started on his soup. So, Shoyuta ended up jumping, and we found him hanging from the ceiling by his capture weapon. Yamada grinned, as he entertained Shinso and Kota by telling them silly stories of Aizawa. Excuse me, you screeched as well? Aizawa hissed, and I was napping at the time when you did so. I had to use my quirk on you so you wouldn't deafen everyone a second time. It was horrible. Admit it. Zashi, it was literally just a mosquito. Hey, you can get dengue from mosquitoes. Shinso and Kota watched the friendly banter, before Midoriya placed his spoon down and yawned. I'll go take a shower now, sensei. All right, Aizawa replied, as Midoriya headed to his room. I'll help you with the bandages. Do we need to get Kota clothes? Yamada asked. He can wear mine. Shinso grinned. Are we the same size? Kota asked. If you aren't, you can wear Aizu's. Shinso cheekily replied as Kota spluttered, "What? I can't fit in them." "Sure you can." The two kids ended up playfully wrestling as they argued about clothes. "Oh yeah, don't we have to move to the dorms?" Yamada asked as he gathered the dishes. "Sho, you're moving, right?" "I'm the homeroom teacher. I don't really have a choice." Aizawa shrugged as he wiped his hands and headed to the bathroom. "But you're the teacher for Class 1F, so I guess you have to move too." "What do the rooms look like?" Shinso asked, stopping his wrestle with Kota. "Is it big?" Kota asked. "I don't know really. Nizu asked Cementos to build them, but we haven't really seen them yet." Yamada shrugged. "Cementos? Oh yeah. Listener hasn't met all the staff yet. Maybe you missed him just now. He's the one that looks like a block." Yamada nodded as Shinso jumped off his chair and ran off, coming back a few minutes later with a notebook. Aizu made notes on everyone. He handed the notebook over to Kota, and he flipped it open looking intently at the sketches and scribbles that adorned the pages. He carefully flipped through them, recognizing a few of Midoriya's classmates, as well as Yagi, Ectoplasm, and Cementos. He remembered seeing the guy making concrete blocks for everyone. "Don't take too long," Aizawa called out as he exited the bathroom, bandages in his hands, as he sighed and tossed them in the trash. "How is he?" Yamada asked, as Shinso and Kota looked up to face the troubled pro-hero. "His injuries are healing, that's for sure. If he rests properly, Recovery Girl can fix him up to 100%. But he's always been a light sleeper, and he's forced himself to work with little to no rest. Given that he's susceptible to panic attacks as well, I'm just afraid that he'll end up injuring himself." Aizawa sighed. "Also, we should bring him to see Hound Dog tomorrow, maybe after Tsukachi's done." "Suki is coming?" Shinso asked. "Yeah, investigation stuff. We can't really help it." Aizawa shrugged. "Kota, do you mind if he asks you some questions as well? You don't have to answer anything if you don't want to. It's about the training camp and the kidnapping." Kota flinched, hitting his elbow against table as he did so. He rubbed his arm and stammered, "I don't. Can Aiza be there too?" "Yeah. We'll all be there unless Tsukachi drives us out of the room. But given that most of us were there, or were involved somehow," he eyed Yamada, who frowned back at him, "we'll probably be allowed to stay." The click of a bathroom door rang out, and Midoriya peeked his head out, wearing shorts with his towel sitting in his mostly green fluffy hair as he tried to dry it. "Where are the bandages?" Aizawa just made a move for his room and sighed, "Stay there." But Shinso and Kota had already caught sight of Midoriya. His chest was littered with scars that stood out against his pale skin, stitches and scabs filling in any skin that was unblemished. Despite eating properly for the past few weeks before the training camp, his ribs could clearly be seen. Shinso and Kota looked at Midoriya, full of guilt. Shinso grabbed at the hem of his shirt, fiddling with it nervously, and Kota rubbed at his arms. "You two okay?" Midoriya asked, waiting for Aizawa to retrieve the bandages. The pro finally emerged, antiseptic and bandages in hand, and ordered Midoriya to sit. Aizawa gently applied the antiseptic to Midoriya's unhealed wounds, watching him carefully in case he applied too much pressure and hurt him, but Midoriya just kept his gaze on the two kids he had practically adopted. "It's not your fault, you know. Stop blaming yourselves." Midoriya gave a tired grin, as Aizawa started wrapping bandages around his torso. "Not pretty, isn't it?" Kota looked like he wanted to puke seeing the sheer amount of injuries that Midoriya had, and Shinso glanced at the long scar that spanned from Midoriya's shoulder to his hip as it slowly disappeared under the bandages. Aizawa remained silent. This was something between Midoriya, Kota, and Shinso. Midoriya got these scars to save and protect them. Aizawa wasn't anywhere remotely near them when his adopted kid was tortured to near death. He had no right to say anything, and he buried the shame he felt at being a horrible parent, even if he had only been 1 or 2 months at maximum. Aizawa moved on to Midoriya's arms, eyeing the fading bruises around his neck with concern. That collar that Yagi reported had clearly done some lasting damage. Midoriya slipped on his shirt and got off his chair. He stretched his arms open. "Come here." Shinso and Kota scrambled off their chairs, diving into Midoriya's hug while being careful not to aggravate anything else, and Midoriya wrapped his arms around them. "It's fine, okay? We're all here." It was like SWs had been flipped. The floodgates had been opened, and Shinso and Kota were sobbing into Midoriya's chest. "They said you were gone. And I saw you fall. And then I couldn't." Shinso sniffled, wrapping his arms around Midoriya's neck. They did that? You just?" Kota whispered, clutching at Midoriya's shirt, as if afraid that the second he let go, Midoriya would disappear. "Don't leave ever again, please." Shinso whimpered, burying his head in the crook of Midoriya's neck, trembling. Kota was quivering, his knuckles having turned white from grabbing Midoriya's shirt so tightly. The stress of what had just transpired the past few weeks was finally getting to them. Shinso's complete breaking down, Kota being forced to watch villains hurt the first person that he bonded with and no longer being able to trust the only people he had interacted with and took care of him, Midoriya's own recovery, panic attacks, and the revelation that the quirks he had no say in receiving were actively affecting his own emotions and sense of perception, all of them were just like tightly wound-up springs that would snap at any moment. Midoriya ran his fingers through Kota and Shinso's hair, tears forming in his own eyes as he tried to blink them away. He pulled them closer, and with his enhanced hearing, he could hear their heartbeats, beating erratically, pounding in stress and fear over everything that had transpired, and remembering what had happened, in relief, that everything was over, that they were safe, and most importantly, alive. "I won't leave. I'll be right here, okay? I won't leave again." His voice started cracking in the end, and Yamada pulled Aizawa away to give the children some space. Aizawa let him do so without any resistance, his eyes glued on the 3 kids who were crying on the ground. It was a really long time until the kids calmed down from sobbing their hearts out, and Yamada ushered them into the bathroom to bathe. Midoriya was sitting on the floor outside the bathroom, holding a conversation with the kids, even if they couldn't hear him very well with all the water splashing around. They soon exited with clean clothes, and after a few minutes of rubbing a dry towel through their hair, Midoriya found himself lying on his bed, Shinso lying on his shoulder and Kota grabbing his other arm, as Aizawa shut the door, leaving them in darkness. Aizawa sank to the ground outside their door, breathing heavily. "Sho?" Yamada made his way to Aizawa's side, squatting down and placing his hands on his shoulders. "Shoyuda, you alright? If it's about the kids dash. Izuku's just 15. Aizawa started saying, "Kota and Hitoshi are 6. They've just barely started to live. And it's just been one tragedy after another in rapid succession. At this point, I'm just wondering what kind of terrible misfortune Midoriya will have to save this 4th child that Todoroki keeps harping about from. It shouldn't have happened. We can't do anything about it now. Izuku's trying to be strong for Kota and Hitoshi, the least we can do is be there for them too. Can't you see a problem here? That empathic quirk is a horrible matchup for Izuku," Aizawa hissed. This entire time, Izuku has survived as a vigilante and as a student by not letting his emotions get to his head and affect how he thinks. Amplifying those emotions will make it harder for him to make decisions from now on, given that it will take more effort to push them aside. They fell silent. He doesn't even want the quirks. It's ironic, really. Aizawa sighed. Izuku and Shinso just want to be free from the prejudices that tied them down. Now, Izuku is being chained down by the very same thing that set him apart from everyone else. They didn't know that Midoriya could hear them from inside the room. Midoriya closed his eyes and sighed. Birds were free. They could fly. They went against gravity. Midoriya wanted to break free, to fly higher than everyone else even if he lacked a quirk. He didn't want to literally be able to become a bird. Midoriya let himself sink beneath the surface, exhaustion clouding his mind, sending him into a haze as he tried to process all his memories and thoughts. Midoriya didn't know how much time had passed until his brain finally decided that it was time to rest, and he relished in the silence his head was finally providing. A scream tore through the air, emanating from one of the kids who was lying next to him.